Prologue. I stepped down the stairs after getting ready for school to see a mountain of chocolate chip pancakes with whipped cream and maple syrup on the dining table. "Happy birthday, sweetheart," my mother replied, approaching me and kissing my cheek. "Thank you," I said. As my father headed downstairs for dinner, I ran to the table and started stuffing my face with pancakes. He approached me from behind and kissed my forehead, saying, "Happy birthday, darling." "Thanks, Dad," I responded, food on my lips. "Finish up, Anna. Lilith should be here to pick you up for school," she told me. "Are you excited to meet your mate today?" Mom replied. I smiled at the thought of meeting my spouse, the love of my life. "Yes," I said as my father sat with a frown on his face. "You are growing up too fast, darling," he told me. I smiled and said, "I'm 18, Dad." "Yes, practically a baby," he said, smiling. I rolled my eyes. My father is quite protective of me because I am his daughter and only child. My parents met on my mother's 18th birthday. My father was 2 years older than her. They fell in love at first sight and married a year later, after which I was born. A knock at the door shook me out of my daydream, so I walked up to it. I opened it to see my greatest friend, Lilith. She grabbed me in a hug and knocked my breath out. "Happy birthday, Anna," she greeted. "Let go. You're about to kill me," I cried, laughing. "Whoops," she admits, releasing me to let go. "Aren't you excited today is the day you meet your mate?" she blurted out. "Oh my God, yes," I answered. "I am finally meeting him," I said. "Lilith and I have been friends since kindergarten." I was sitting alone on the playground when she approached and shared her food with me. Since then, we have been inseparable. We all live in the Dark Moon Pack, and my father is a warrior, while my mother teaches middle school. Werewolf packs are walled settlements with a werewolf school inside, allowing us to avoid interaction with humans and raising suspicions. When you reach the age of 13, you're assigned a wolf, and mine is a gray wolf. I collected my belongings and went with Lilith to go to school. As we strolled, all I could think about was my partner and who he could be. I went through the first part of the school day without seeing him before meeting Lilith for lunch. We sat at our usual table alongside Gray, Reed, and Ruby. Gray is Lilith's twin brother, and Reed and Ruby became close friends in middle school. "Hey, guys," I said. Ruby jumped on me and said, "Happy birthday." "Thanks," I said, chuckling as the boys gave me their wishes. "Did you meet him yet?" Reed inquired. "Nope," I said. "Maybe I won't even meet him today," I said, shrugging, disappointed that I would have to wait longer to meet my friend. "It's okay. We have a lifetime to meet whoever our mate is," Mom said. "Yeah, maybe." I shrugged. We went about our day regularly until I arrived at my 6th period lecture. As I walked to calculus, I could smell sandalwood and vanilla from behind me. My wolf cried out, "Mate, mate," in my head as an arm dragged me from behind into a janitor's closet. When I looked into my friend's eyes, I saw Alpha Kingsley, also known as Axel Kingsley, staring back at me. I tried to hug him, but he pushed me away, growling, "Don't fucking touch me." I whimpered, went back to my side, and asked, "Why?" "I don't want you. You aren't a good fit to be Luna. You are too weak, according to his opinion." "No, please, give me another chance," I begged. "I'm sorry, I, Alpha Axel Kingsley of Dark Moon, reject you, Analise Kade of Dark Moon, as my mate and Luna of the pack." When the tie broke, tears flowed down my face and I slumped to the floor. When I said, "I accept your rejection," gently, he exited the room. I'm not sure how long it took me to rush back to the house and cry for hours before falling asleep. When I awoke, I was distraught by the final step of rejection, claiming another. I dashed into the woods, letting my wolf scream in misery. When I arrived in the morning, my phone was full of text messages from my family and friends. I quickly wrote down my letters, placed them on the desk, and sprinted to the border before anyone could catch up. I couldn't stay here any longer to see my ex-partner present his new mate and crown her Luna. When I reached the boundary, I said, "I, Analise Kade, have broken my bond with the Dark Moon Pack." After that, I dashed into the forest, came to a halt, looked back once, and thought, "Sorry, Mom and Dad, for not being good enough." I rushed into the darkness, accompanied only by the sound of the wind striking the tree. Chapter 1. 2 years later. I was sweating heavily while exercising with warriors. I stared my opponent in the eyes, ducked his punch, and delivered my own. Once he was on the ground, I rushed at him and overpowered him until he gave up. Cover your face more. That is the most important thing to cover, I said, helping him up. Yes, Beta Kade, he said. Training has ended. Everyone, go take a shower and prepare for dinner. I told the pack warriors we will practice with our wolves tomorrow. As the pack's beta, I was responsible for teaching its fighters. After leaving Dark Moon, I proceeded as far as I could before unintentionally wandering into the premises of another pack. The Midnight Pack was well known for its skilled warriors, who assisted other packs in fighting rogues. We were organized into packs to aid in case of a threat or invasion. We were one of the world's most powerful packs, led by Alpha Knight, who was also my closest friend. When I abandoned my pack, I was weak and unable to defend myself until Aiden discovered me on the forest floor near the pack's border. He lost his parents at an early age and had to take on the alpha role when he was 15. Thus, he did not have a typical childhood. He brought me, groomed me, and welcomed me as if I were his younger sister. After 5 months of training, I gained power and defeated the previous beta for his position. I went to the pack's home, where the higher-ranking werewolves reside. I climbed the stairs to my room and went into the bathroom to take a shower. As the water dripped down my body, I removed all of the filth that had gathered during my training. Over the previous 2 years, I've greatly increased my self-defense abilities. My ex-mate described me as weak, but that no longer applies. I was powerful and strong, and if you messed with me, I would rain down hell. I got out of the shower, dried off, and put on my clothes. I walked to the dining hall for dinner, but first I needed to get my workaholic alpha friend. I walked up to his office, smiling deviously at my plan to get him out. Bang, bang. I smashed my palms against the door, knocking as loudly as I could. Get out here, you workaholic, I'm hungry, I shouted. Shut up, I'm already coming, he said, stepping to the door and opening it. Finally, I'd been training all day. I'm starving, I said. Aiden scowled at me and said, whatever, let's just go get some food since you interrupted me. We walked to the hall and sat with the rest of the wolves, Aiden at the head of the table and me next to him. We all chatted while eating dinner with the rest of the company in the dining hall. I've never seen a pack come so close and bond with one another. In my prior pack, we ate separately rather than together. The Alpha, Beta, and Gamma are always seated near the head of the table. Lucas is our Gamma, and his pregnant partner is the Gamma female, Isadora. After dinner, I went back to my room to sleep, as we had a big day of training the following day. When I saw myself in the mirror, I went to brush my teeth and complete my nighttime routine. It had been a challenging journey for me to accept myself as someone valuable and sufficient. Although I have changed a lot about myself, I now have tattoos and numerous piercings, and my hair is colored black. I smirked at myself since I was no longer the shy, weak girl, but had been replaced by someone stronger and far more badass who won't take crap from anyone. The next morning, I went for my usual workout and joined the pack warriors for training after breakfast. Today we are training with our wolves. We will first go over how to shift the fastest during a fight, I told them. We practiced all day, and many people looked down on me since I'm a she-wolf and girls can't fight. I loathe the idea that we can be as strong, if not stronger, than men, and anytime I come across a sexist, I always correct their belief. My favorite memory is of the old Alpha we rescued a few months ago from rogue wolves. Why is your beta a woman, Alpha Knight? Alpha Rider inquired. Before Aiden could react, I interrupted and asked, why can't I be beta? Because I am a girl who cannot fight. Before you go around assuming shit, Alpha Rider, maybe you should focus on protecting your pack instead of being a giant sexist, I mocked. Without thinking, I walked away with a smirk from his chauvinistic face. Come to my office, Aiden said over the mind connection, jerking me out of my thoughts. I said, okay. I went to the main office and saw Aiden, Lucas, and Xavier there. Xavier is the head pack warrior who supports me throughout training. Hello, guys, I said in greeting. What's going on? I asked. A pack needs our help against some rogue wolves that are killing some of their pack members, says Aiden. How many are dead and are there any connections between the members dead? I questioned. 11 are dead, and there is no connection between any of them, so it is simply a killing for fun with these rogues, Xavier responded. Okay, who will go to the pack and deal with this? I interrogated. You, Xavier, and a few select warriors. And as for the Wolves Conference, you'll find me there with Xavier and their top-tier packs. All right. What pack is this again? I questioned. Aiden looked at me hesitantly, while the other guys gazed at the ceiling and wall as if they were the most fascinating things in the world. Which pack? I asked again, feeling agitated. Promise you won't freak out, Anna, Aiden asked cautiously. Just tell me which pack already, I yelled, furious. Dark Moon, Lucas replied. Just my luck. Chapter 2. I stared blankly at my packmates for a few seconds before realizing what they had said and asked, Are you messing with me? Aiden wiped his chin and glanced at me shyly. Maybe. I am not going back there, I shouted. Aiden dropped down to his knees and begged, Please. It would be best if you simply stayed there until the Wolves Conference, and then you can return home with us. Also, Xavier would be with you the entire time, and you could prove to your previous pack that you are a force to be reckoned with now. I peered down into my best friend's eyes and thought of all the innocent pack members whom the rogues had killed. They were merely typical pack members who did nothing to me. I only had issues with the Alpha. I may also return home to greet my parents, Lilith, Gray, Reed, and Ruby, who must have been concerned about me since I left. Okay, but only for 2 weeks to train their troops. After that, I'm out of there, and I'll see you at the conference, I told the boys. Aiden rose from his knees and gave me a bone-crushing hug, along with the other 2 boys. Although I didn't want to go back there, Aiden is correct. I am stronger and the beta for one of the most powerful packs. I am now better than him, and I am going to show that jerk ex-mate that I am no longer weak and do not need him. When do we leave for the Dark Moon? I asked Aiden. He said to me 2 days. I'll send you the list of things I want you to do there tomorrow afternoon. Xavier, and you can choose the warriors you want to take tomorrow and instruct them to pack so that you can leave the next day for Dark Moon. I better not regret this, you idiot, I snarled, then kicked him in the shin and rushed away. You brat, Aiden said. That's for not telling me about it before today, knucklehead, I exclaimed, dashing away and laughing my head off. I dashed inside my room and locked the door before Aiden could pursue me. The next day, Xavier and I selected 7-pack warriors to accompany us to Dark Moon. Along with that, Aiden sent me a list of tasks for the pack. The following 2 weeks would be spent training their warriors, assisting them in tracking down the Rouges and devising strategies to keep the Rouges out of the pack's territory. After 2 weeks, Xavier and the Dark Moon high-status wolves would attend the Alpha Summit to meet with the rest of my pack. The Alpha Conference is when the Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Head warriors from all packs in the region gather to discuss the issues of the year. The Royal Pack is in our region, but they are not required to attend the summit. Nobody has seen the Alpha of Alphas, often known as the King, in more than a century. He has not left the Royal Pack territory, which has the largest land area of any pack on the planet. Although no one has seen him, he is said to be harsh and nasty, with no mercy for those who betray or upset him. Lycans are immortal werewolves with enhanced strength, and the Royal Pack is entirely composed of Lycans. Aiden joined me in my room the night before I left for Dark Moon to pack. You know you don't have to do this if you don't want to, he told me. I don't do anything I don't want to, so don't worry, I responded. He stepped over to my side of the room and hugged me. I love you, Anna. That jerk didn't deserve you, and no one does. I grinned and replied, I love you too. You are my family and made me who I am now. No, I didn't make you. I simply helped the badass you come out, he replied. I laughed and gave him a gentle punch on the arm. He mockingly clutched his arm and exclaimed, Ow. Such violence. You haven't seen anything yet, I replied, raising my fist. He dashed back to the opposite side of the room and said, Okay. Calm down, woman. I don't want to get hurt. As I lay in my bed, I reflected on how I would be in my old pack again. I was thrilled to see my parents and friends. I'm also excited to show my ex the new me I've become without him. The day we left, I went downstairs to the dining hall for breakfast. We're scheduled to leave after breakfast for Dark Moon. I spent my final lunch with the pack, catching up on pack gossip for the next 2 weeks. After breakfast, we boarded the 3 automobiles that would transport us to the Dark Moon. Before getting into Xavier's and my car, I hugged Lucas and Aiden tightly. They were there for me when I was nothing and continue to support me now that I am strong. I got into the car and Xavier asked, "Are you ready for this, Anna?" I smirked and responded, "Let's show Dark Moon the new and improved Analise Kade." Chapter 3. It took me, Xavier, and the other warriors around 12 hours to reach the Dark Moon realm. We stayed in a hotel a few miles from Dark Moon and drove over to the Packland in the morning, as it was too late to travel. After dinner, Xavier and I went to the balcony to talk about our preparations for Dark Moon tomorrow. "Are you nervous about tomorrow, Anna?" Xavier asked me. I looked at him, then at the gorgeous moon. Not really. I'm most excited to see my parents and friends. They must have been really worried when I left. "They will understand why you left," Xavier said to me. "I know, but I should have called them in the past 2 years," was my reply. "They cannot be upset because your friend rejected you. You had to go and not contact them in case your ex-partner's wolf took over and sought to find you," he explained. I nodded and rose from my balcony chair. "We should go to bed. We have a long day tomorrow," I blurted out. Xavier laughed and said, "I can't wait for their reactions when they see the new you." I laughed and said, "Don't I know it?" After that, I went to my room and evaluated all of the possibilities for tomorrow. The excitement of meeting my parents, but also the unpleasant feelings about Axel. I wanted to show him that I no longer needed him, but curiosity won. I wondered if he'd made it again and if he was married. I wondered if he had kids while I was still single and lonely. Call me selfish, but I wanted him to be unhappy just like me. Despite the fact that I had found a new family that would do everything for me, I was occasionally reminded of how I had been rejected before finding them. It irked me that while I was alone, he had lived his fantasy life. When I was younger, I fantasized about meeting and falling in love with my soulmate. I wanted to marry, have puppies, and live the perfect life like my parents did. On my 18th birthday, all of my goals and dreams were destroyed with a few words. Axel had called me weak, and while I did not want his words to bother me, they did help me achieve my objectives. Still, I wonder what would have happened if he hadn't rejected me that day. I may fall in love one day, but I will never have the bond of a soulmate again in my life. With all of my running thoughts, I easily fell asleep, looking forward to the new day. The next day, we all got in our cars and headed to a breakfast bar before traveling to Dark Moon. Surrounded by warriors, I reminded them of our goal for the next 2 weeks in the pack. Meredith, Skylar, and Asher, you will assist the Alpha and his warriors in planning an attack on the Rouges who are hunting Dark Moon. Riker, Logan, Valerie, and Creed, you're training the warriors using the Midnight Pack's basic training. I chatted with the warriors. Xavier and I will partake in both the planning and training of the warriors. They all responded with yes, Beta Kade. Okay. I begged them, let us go now. We don't want to be late. We paid the bill and headed to the Dark Moon Pack. 5 minutes away from the pack, my heart began to race at the idea of seeing everyone from my former group. Are you okay? Xavier asked as he looked across from the driver's seat. I simply nodded at him, without saying anything. We drove into the Packlands, parked, and got out of our cars. Before I got out of the car, I looked at Xavier, who gave me his signature smirk and said, "Show them the new Analise Kade, the one who doesn't take stuff from anyone, the one who became the beta of one of the most powerful packs." I smiled maliciously at him. "Let's get this show on the road," I said. We headed together to the main office and Alpha's room. As we walked, I saw how little had changed since I left. Aside from that, some of the pack's components had been upgraded, but my previous pack remained largely identical. Xavier assured me that my parents would accept my sudden departure, but I was still anxious about their reaction. I was always their little girl, and I left without saying why. When we got to the office, I buried my feelings and maintained a neutral expression for my ex-mate and former pack mates. I gave myself a pep talk before entering the room. Everyone in the office had stopped what they were doing, and my warriors had stepped to the side, allowing Xavier and me to enter. I looked straight ahead and saw my ex-mate with a bewildered expression on his face. Taking advantage of his confusion, I quickly inspected how he appeared now. He still had brunette hair, but it was shorter than the boy band style he wore in high school. Axel's face was still sculpted, with a 5 o'clock shadow cast on it. He still looked almost the same as 2 years ago, but a little older. I turned away from him and looked around the room. Axel's two best friends, Jackson and Maddox, were now the beta and gamma of my previous pack, and Axel's father, Creed, the old alpha, was also in the room, staring at me. Axel finally broke his startled gaze and quietly inquired, "Analise?" I smirked and glanced at him. The one and only. Chapter 4. After I revealed my identity, everyone in my previous pack looked at me until Creed, the old alpha, broke the silence. He scoffed and asked, "What the heck are you doing back here?" I offered a small giggle and went on, "Oh, little old me is here to save your pack that you all couldn't protect." "What are you talking about, Analise?" After finally breaking his stare, Axel asked me, "I am the beta for the Midnight Pack. My pack and I are here to help with your rogue situation," I said, nodding at Xavier and the warriors. "You're the beta, and I'm the Alpha King." "You're lying. You're still as feeble as when you left," Axel said. Even though I fought hard to cease being affected by other people's words, Axel was the driving force behind my attempts. I wanted to show him that I was more than just a weak 18-year-old girl. I quickly recovered from his statements, swapping my happy look for a gloomy one. In an instant, I had him backed against the wall of his office. I said quietly in his ear, "Don't forget who has the upper hand. My pack helps you, not the other way around. I am the beta of a fighting pack, while you are the feeble alpha. If you disrespect me again, you will regret it." As swiftly as the melancholy permeated my being, it went, and I returned to my happy face. When I returned to my position, Xavier was smirking widely, and the Midnight Warriors didn't seem surprised by my actions. I turned around and inquired, "Now that that's settled, could one of you show us to our living quarters? Tomorrow, we will go over the logistics of keeping the rogues out of the pack." The Dark Moon members were stunned for a moment before composing themselves and seemed disinterested in my previous actions. They were clearly surprised to see the shy young girl gone, replaced by the adult I am today. Jackson stepped forward and said, "Follow me." Without saying anything further, I exited the room, followed by my backpack. Jackson guided us to the cabins on the far east side, near the training grounds. Our pack was left with 3 cabins, so I separated the female and male warriors into 2 cabins and Xavier, and I took the 3rd cabin for ourselves. Throughout my stay with the Midnight Pack, Aiden and Xavier were always there for me. Xavier and I had become friends during the period of 2 years of training, as we were both teaching classes at home. The two of them were like brothers to me, and while Lucas and I were not as close, I knew he'd always have my back. Before we were to report for lunch, the 9 of us spent the afternoon unpacking our luggage and adjusting to our new surroundings. Finally, it was time to go to the dining hall for lunch. While walking there, I considered the numerous possibilities that could unfold when I saw my parents and friends for the first time in 2 years. As soon as we entered the dining hall, all eyes were on us. The gang recognized me and started gossiping with their friends and relatives while continuing to stare at me. I ignored them and searched the room for my parents, and when I found them, they were astonished. We made our way to my parents after I instructed the group to follow me. My mother blurted out "Anna" when I drew to a standstill in front of their table. I looked at them and finally replied yes. They jumped out of their seats and embraced me without hesitation. I started explaining my disappearance, but my father interrupted me, saying "later" and hugging me passionately. We stood in our hug for a while before deciding to seek privacy. Xavier took my family and me outside, while the warriors stayed to eat. Mom looked at Xavier and asked, "Who is this?" I told him, "This is Xavier, the head warrior of the Midnight Pack and also a close friend of mine." Dad was shocked and asked, "The Midnight Pack, as in the warrior pack that helps others?" I nodded and said, "Yeah, my friend Aiden is the alpha, and I am the beta of the pack." My parents were equally surprised to discover that I was the pack's beta. After the shock had subsided, they looked at me and Mom said, "Of course you are my strong girl." I responded, "I apologize for leaving," but Dad interrupted me, saying, "We understand why you left." Not comprehending what they were saying, my father quickly stated, "Once you left Alpha, Axel revealed that you were his mate and too weak to be the Luna of the pack." Dad hissed angrily. "It was for the best. I'd rather be without someone who isn't going to treat me as an equal than with him," was my response. My parents nodded in agreement, and I finally addressed the question that had been bothering me all day. "Has Axel taken another mate?" I asked my parents. They looked at me uneasily and said, "Yes." I nodded, not surprised that the jerk had replaced me with his chosen partner. "Who?" I asked. They exchanged glances again, and Dad said uneasily, "Lilith. That awful woman." Chapter 5. Lily as in my best friend Lily? I questioned, shocked. My parents both gave meek nods. Xavier let out a giggle of amusement. "Wait, this is actually hilarious. Wow, from the people I have met so far here and learned this, Dark Moon is kind of a messed up pack." I looked at him carefully, and he raised his hands. "What? Tell me I am wrong." Even in this terrible scenario, Xavier cracked a joke to lighten the mood. Between him and Aiden, I could always count on them to be my secret saviors. They both show the world their cheerful and playful sides, but when you mess with the ones they care about, they, like me, will go to town to protect the people we love. The three of us have been connected by our painful pasts. Like me, Xavier lost a mate in a rogue attack a few years before I came. With the deaths of our friends and Aiden's parents, we exploited our losses to strengthen the pack. After all, our pack wasn't named one of the best warrior packs for no reason. Breaking free from my thoughts, I smirked and told him, "Nah, you're right." Returning to my parents, I said, "How on earth did she become Luna after I left?" My father began to explain. "The entire pack felt the bond break after you left, so the next day, a meeting was held. Your mom and I couldn't really concentrate because we were so distraught at the time of why you left. On the day of the meeting, Alpha Axel revealed the reason for your departure with no shame. Anna, the times I wanted to punish that boy for what he did to you. Anyway, a few weeks after that meeting, we were called for another one. This time, we all learned that the new Alpha had chosen a mate. On the day of the meeting, they hadn't revealed the identity of Axel's mysterious mate yet, but the day she became Luna, the pack was surprised to know the connection between you and Lily. The same day, I had lost control of my wolf since he was restless that his pup was missing, and the jerk that hurt her heart was getting a happily ever after. Mum went on, "Your father was in the underground dungeons for a week with the cause of attacking an alpha. We never really spoke to Lily or the rest of your friends due to their betrayal towards you. Wait, Gray, Reed, and Ruby were all okay with this?" I was curious. Mom nodded and continued. Everyone was completely on board with Lily and Axel's mating. My rage grew rapidly after my parents were done. Lily and I had been friends for a long time before I left, so why would she betray me? Was it for power, money, or status? My thoughts couldn't grasp how my dearest buddy, with whom I had discussed my wish for a spouse, had betrayed me. We had always discussed being loyal to our future mates and giving them our all. So why hadn't Lily waited for our friends like we had planned? Was she always so power-hungry, and I was simply blinded by my affection for her as a friend? And how did she get the rest of my old friends to support her betrayal? All I knew was that during my stay at Dark Moon, I would acquire the answers I needed. Xavier jolted me out of my reverie and asked, "All right." I nodded and told him, "I'm sick of people betraying me." "You don't need them, Anna. You have me, your parents, Aiden, and the rest of Midnight," Xavier replied. I stared at him and nodded sharply, remembering why I was here. Save this pack and show Axel the new me. It didn't matter if I had to include my old friends on the list of people to prove my worth to. Regardless, I was introducing Dark Moon to the new and improved Analise Kade. After escorting my parents home, Xavier and I spent the entire evening binge-watching movies and planned our training for tomorrow. It was now time for us, and I rejoined the group at dinner because neither Xavier nor I had eaten at lunch. We were both hungry and relied solely on the snacks in our packed backpacks. Before departing with my parents for lunch, not many people had shown up. Once we arrived for dinner, we would see Axel and Lily together. Although I had assumed that the thought of Axel and someone else would be distressing, it was not. I was just outraged that he had a happy life despite what he had done to me and that he had persuaded my best friend to betray me. The remainder of the midnight pack and I strolled back towards the dining hall for dinner. When we arrived at the hall, we immediately proceeded to the buffet for dinner. I put food on my plate and headed to a table with my pack. Okay, guys, the training meeting is right after dinner today, and we will be going over the logistics of what is going to be happening for the next 2 weeks, I told Xavier and the others. They all nodded at me before beginning to eat our meals. As we were eating, I began to smell vanilla and sandalwood, signaling that Axel was around. I looked up to see Axel at the door, a blonde hanging from his arm. I discovered the blonde was Lily, and she'd colored her natural auburn hair. I began to follow my gaze down her to discover that she was dressed in flashy clothes and the highest heels I had ever seen. When I turned my gaze to her, I saw her staring back at me with clear dislike. All I could think about was what happened to my friend and why she was hating on me. Before I left, I knew we were on excellent terms and looking forward to finding our mates. When I broke out of my thoughts, I realized that both Axel and Lily were making their way to us. Well, look who is back, the weak rejected mate, Lily remarked. I glanced at her blankly before turning to Axel, who was upset because Xavier was seated so close to me. I returned my gaze to Lily and sneered, well, look who it is, the power-hungry opportunist that couldn't wait for her own mate. She looked at me angrily and replied, doesn't matter, I took yours. Keep him. I don't need a weak alpha as my mate who seeks help from his ex-mate to deal with his rogue problem, I responded to her, sensing her and Axel's rage. Oh, and I jumped up from my seat, facing her, call me weak again, and maybe I'll show you what I learned as a warrior beta over the last 2 years. Looking around, almost everyone in the pack had stopped talking to listen, so I told them, after dinner, all warriors and high-ranking wolves should report to the training ground for further instructions. Midnight will go over the plans for the next 2 weeks to help you prepare for rogue attacks. Without looking at my ex-mate or pal, I took the rest of my supper to my room. Before I walked away, I looked at Xavier, who asked whether he needed to accompany me. I gave him a firm no and went away. I ate in silence in my room, and an hour later, it was time to head to the training area. I met up with my pack on the training grounds. Walking toward the front of the group with my group behind me, I spoke up. Okay, listen up. The next 2 weeks will be very intense. Every day from now on, you'll be reporting here by 5 to follow our training lessons. The warriors behind me and I will be leading all of these lessons. Along with training, I will be meeting with the Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Head Warrior to make plans to decrease the rogue attacks happening to your pack. Any questions? Allowing a beat of silence before saying, okay guys, welcome to the next 2 weeks of hard work. Dismiss. Chapter 6. Dark Moon has been subjugated by the Midnight Pack all week. We've been waking everyone up at 5 in the morning for the last 5 days, starting with a 10-mile run. After our run, we would continue our training and sparring after eating breakfast in the dining hall. The majority of the week was devoted to honing Dark Moon Warriors' fighting skills. Our first week here ended on Sunday, which was today. Additionally, we met with all of the top wolves on that day to reinforce security procedures to prevent rogues from entering. As usual, we had finished our daily training with the Dark Moon Warriors before the meeting. When we first arrived, Xavier and I headed to the Alpha office. That night, we went to the conference room for more space, rather than returning to our hotel. Xavier and I arrived last because Axel, Jackson, and Maddox had already taken their seats. Xavier took a seat on my right as we made our way to our seats. I took a seat across from Axel at the other end of the table. It had been more than a week since I had last seen Axel in person. I avoided looking him in the eye over the food all week. Although he hasn't come up to me yet, I do not doubt that he will attempt to corner me later. Over the past week, Axel has also expressed his jealousy of Xavier and my closeness to him. All week long, I've felt his irate looks pierce my back, but I've figured out how to stop him. Ignore, 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 but I do not doubt that this only made him more irate. Thank you for having me here today, gentlemen. In any case, the Midnight Pack will help protect your pack from threats in addition to training. Could you tell me how much border security is in place both at night and during the day? I inquired. There are roughly 20 during the day and 27 at night, Maddox answered. I stopped taking notes and looked at the 3 supposed pack leaders. I answered, please tell me you didn't just say 20 and 27. Their puzzled looks told me I had heard right without their having to answer. You 3 are claiming that there are very few border security measures in place on your roughly 50-mile-long property. I growled, there's no wonder you guys are being attacked with no one on the lookout. I glanced at Xavier, who seemed to be amused by the 3 men's lack of knowledge. I went on without posing any questions. The first thing I did following this meeting was to put 50 during the day and 75 at night. Place them throughout the packland and make sure no one leaves by themselves. Ensure that all border security procedures are completed in triplicate or, at most, in duplicate. As I explained what was going to happen, everyone nodded. After increasing border security, we will also install cameras and traps around the pack to make sure no one enters, and if they do, we will be able to identify them, I said. Keep the cams hidden so you can use them for other things, but once all the traps are placed, make sure to let everyone in the pack know where they are for their protection. Do you have any questions? I asked. I said, okay, that's all for today's meeting, so you can all leave, when nobody spoke. Xavier and I were left alone in the meeting room as the 3 men left. After hearing their footsteps go, we waited for a few minutes before moving ahead. I turned to face him, and we both started laughing. My goodness, these folks are so incredibly foolish. Why in the world would anyone station that small guard at the border? It is understandable why rogues are attacking them, Xavier explains. I don't think they have the biggest of brains, I remarked, nodding in accord. Before we left the room, we kept joking around for a bit. I grabbed a bite from the dining hall as Xavier informed me that he was coming back to our rooms, and I was going to meet him. An arm encircled my waist as I was on my way to have lunch, and pulled me to the rear of a house that was hidden from the public. The stranger's scent of sandalwood and vanilla filled my nostrils as I got ready to fight. Angry, I spun around and said, "What the heck do you want? What are you doing around that guy?" Axel questioned, staring at me fiercely. With equal anger, I replied, "Xavier is my best friend, and even if I were involved with him, it isn't your business." "I don't want you anywhere near him," Axel growled. "You belong to me." I said, "Remember that you rejected me, so I can't be yours," approaching him and looking him in the eyes with disdain. "Furthermore, you should never tell me what to do." I said nothing more and turned to leave him. I grabbed my snack and walked out of the dining hall with a stomp. His attempt to dictate who I should and shouldn't see is outrageous. That guy can't have it both ways, and he chose what he wanted, not me 2 years ago. I didn't realize I was about to bump into someone until it was too late because my anger had consumed me. I looked up at the person I had run into after recovering from the encounter. When I looked up, I saw that Reed had been standing beside Ruby and Gray. I didn't want to deal with this right away because it wasn't my day. "Look, is there any way we can't do this now?" I told them, "I'm not in the mood." Ruby said, ignoring what I had said earlier, "You think you're better than us now because you're some all-powerful beta from a warrior pack, but you're still the same weak girl who was rejected by her mate. And this is what we're doing. Ruby should be a Lily follower somewhere else because, honestly, I don't care what you think of me. Please leave me alone so I can eat my hot Cheetos because I am really hungry." I said that and left because I wasn't in the mood to deal with old friends today. I remained in my room for the remainder of the day, leaving only for dinner. Nothing noteworthy occurred, and since I was exhausted from the day, I fell asleep quickly. I had just slept for a few hours when I was startled awake by a powerful earthquake. As time passed, it grew more severe. Xavier and I rushed outside to observe buildings collapsing due to the earthquake's wide wake. In case the houses collapsed, a large crowd gathered outside, but what we witnessed next was surprising. Black smoke erupted from the woodland trees as they fell to the earth. A man touched the smoke inquisitively before collapsing, staring blankly. The man's closest companion screamed in horror at what had just transpired. Now, smoke surrounded the man on the ground as if it were consuming the body. The group realized that the earthquake was intensifying and that the black smoke was approaching us. Standing next to me, Xavier exclaimed, "Run," to the disbelieving Dark Moon members and our men. Except for me, who turned to gaze at the smoke, the rest of us ran to the center of the pack. Glancing around, the smoke had all gone away and was back where it had come from. I turned around and ran to the training ground, where they were all. There were numerous trees in ruins all around us, and just one had perished, or whatever had happened to it. The majority of the houses and structures were still intact when I surveyed the area, although some had fallen. Everyone older looked scared, and small children were crying. Breathless, I turned to Xavier and said, "What the heck just happened?" Chapter 7. Xavier glanced at me but was unable to speak since he did not know the answer. We could hear screams and shouting all around us. Taking authority, I told the pack members, "Everyone remains calm. We don't know if the black smoke has cleared, so several of us are going to go check it out. Do not enter any buildings in case of an earthquake aftershock." After everyone had been told, Xavier, Jackson, Maddox, and Axel approached the deceased guy who had touched the smoke. The man lay unmoving, his eyes wide and empty. I was the first to approach him and take a closer look. He had no recollection of what had happened to him except for an odd mark near his eye. The mark was dark and unusually formed, resembling a circle with a cross on top. I stepped back up and told the boys, "Take his body for the funeral." Axel, Jackson, and Maddox transported the man to the pack doctor, while Xavier and I remained to inspect the fallen trees. When we got a closer look, there was no residual smoke, and it appeared like nothing had happened. "I need to call Aiden. Maybe the same thing happened there," I said to Xavier. "Go ahead while I check up on the pack members in case they need help," he remarked, surprising me. I nodded and stepped away from him to accept my phone call. After 3 rings, Aiden said, "Hi, Anna. Please tell me Midnight wasn't the only one with the black smoke and falling trees." "No, we had it here, and it woke us up in the middle of the night. We had 1 casualty at Dark Moon," I explained. "Thank goodness Midnight didn't have any. I'm going to speak with other alphas, since if this happened here and there, it must happen elsewhere. If it is the main point of the Wolves Conference, this topic will be circulated," Aiden stated. "Agree," I said. "Anyway, how are you doing with the whole ex-mate?" he asked me. "Honestly, not awful." I expected to feel something after seeing him again, but all I felt was annoyance. He believes he has a claim on me now that I have grown up without him and am doing well on my own. It's so annoying, and if he keeps doing this, I might have to bash my head against the wall, Aiden stated. He laughed and said it could be worse. Wait, you didn't hear the best part. He marked my old best friend, Lilith. I laughed with him. "You're kidding me, right?" Aiden inquired, astonished. "Nope," I replied. "Oh God, at least you will be back home in a few days," stated the gentleman. "I know, but I really don't want to leave my parents," I said. Aiden told me, "You can come whenever you want, and they are welcome here any time." I was going to react until I smelled filthy vanilla and sandalwood. "Hey, Aiden, I'll see you next week, okay?" I said before disconnecting from him. Turning around, I asked, "Why are you here, Axel?" "I just wanted to make sure you're okay," he told me. "Why do you care what happens to me?" "You rejected me," I replied. "Don't bring it up." "I'm trying to redeem myself from that," he said. "Don't you understand, Axel? You can't. My life was ruined when you rejected me. For goodness sake, I had to leave home because of you." I yelled in frustration. He showed humility by looking uncomfortable and said, "I will be a better mate for you." "Are you going to reject Lily now?" I was wondering. "No, I still need her for a public appearance, but inside, I'll be with you." "If I reject her now, it will ruin my entire reputation," she said. "Please, God, tell me he didn't just say that." If I was previously upset, it has now worsened 10 times. Axel could make me feel useless and unlovable. If this had happened 2 years ago, I would have burst into tears at what he had just said, but I was not the same person. Throughout the 2 years, I learned to value myself and became conscious of my worth. "You expect me to be your secret? God, you really are stupider than you appear," I cried and raged. "I am not your toy. You can't have it both ways, and you already selected what you wanted 2 years ago, so leave me alone." I howled at him. Without glancing at his reaction, I rushed away as quickly as possible in the opposite direction from Axel. How dare he think I would accept that ludicrous offer he just made? These days, the very thought of Axel Kingsley bothers me to no end. Moving my thoughts away from Axel, I recalled the private dinner I had with my parents that night. They invited me to spend more time with them before I leave next week. After today's attack, we had a day off from training, so I spent the entire day in my room eating and watching television. That evening, I walked to my parents' house for dinner alone. As I opened the door, I was greeted by the familiar minty aroma of my previous home. I entered the dining room and saw my father setting the table and my mother presenting the food. That evening, Mom had made my favorite meal, steak and salad. My parents eventually spotted me and gave me a hug. "Darling, you're finally here," Mom shouted. "Yeah, well, the day really took away from me watching All-American," I told him. Mom rolled her eyes and instructed me to sit down to eat. During the first half of dinner, we discussed numerous topics, with me primarily sharing with them my life in Midnight. They were intrigued about how I became a beta, as were the boys themselves. We also discussed what had transpired in their lives since I left Dark Moon 2 years ago. Finally, when it came to my departure next week, I remarked, "I'm going to miss you, but you can come visit me whenever you want." They exchanged glances before meeting my gaze. Then Dad said, "Honey, we seriously considered your departure. We had already missed so much of your life and had not been present when you needed us the most. This is not your fault. I didn't even inform you and just left without even discussing it with my parents," I replied. "It's okay, darling. You were having the worst experience of your life. You made the correct decision, even if it was impulsive," Mom replied. Mom and Dad exchanged glances before turning to face me. Mom went on to say, "We talked about it, and we don't want to miss any more of your life. There is nothing left for us in the Dark Moon." Dad interjected and went on, "What your mother is trying to say is that we would like to accompany you back to Midnight." Chapter 8. Today is going to be terrible. Hell is excruciatingly painful and terrifying. Today will be my final full day under the Dark Moon, which makes me happy. Don't get me wrong, I can't wait to return home at midnight, but Lilith's birthday will destroy the day. In addition to her attitude today, I must deal with Axel's attempts to push me to accept his disastrous agreement. He has been ambushing me every time I have a moment alone for the past 3 days, hoping to entice me to be with him. Even thinking about Axel makes me mad. I don't know how many times I wanted to just shut him up or push him against the wall. I've finally recognized what Axel reminds me of, an annoying fly that you can't get rid of and is continually buzzing around close to you. I mean, who the hell is he thinking about? Doesn't he remember rejecting me 2 years ago? That alone should have deterred him from making approaches to me, but he wants me to be his secret on the side. The only thing that keeps me sane is Xavier and my family. 4 days ago, I had supper with my folks at my childhood home before they dropped the big bomb on me. "Wait, are you saying you want to come to midnight with me?" I inquired with my folks. They both nodded and Mom replied, "I mean yes, if it's okay with you." Without saying anything, I jumped out of my seat and hugged them both. Are you kidding me? I don't have to come back to this horrible bunch ever again. "Oh my God, you're going to love the Midnight Pack," I informed them, smiling. I smiled at the memories, but they quickly vanished when I remembered what today was. I can only hope that today runs as smoothly as possible. I spent the following few hours sparring with Xavier and hanging out in our rooms. Before we knew it, it was time to plan Lilith's party. I took a shower before applying makeup in the restroom. For my face, I'm wearing neutral and gold eye makeup with a nude lip. I put on a satin emerald gown, with my hair loosely curled and flowing down my back. I checked my accessories before leaving my room. Outside, Xavier joined me, dressed in a formal shirt for the party. Walking by the house portion in the open field where the celebration was being held, Xavier and I each grabbed a glass of champagne before entering. The event took place in the same location where the most important meetings are held. I glanced at him and said, "I need courage if I am ever going to get through this." He laughed and said, "Well, then, this is good luck to us." Then we clinked our glasses and drank from them. The sparkling, sweet flavor filled my tongue as I strolled around the party with Xavier. I noticed Axel on the far right, near the podium, holding Lilith on his arm. She was dressed in a flowery pink dress and tied her hair back while speaking with Reed, Gray, and Ruby. Axel finally saw me as we exchanged eyes from afar. He broke it and looked me up and down. He gave me an intense look before shifting his sight to the right. Then his eyes widened with wrath and envy at Xavier's proximity to me. I avoided his look and joined Xavier and the other Midnight Warriors in their celebration. The event was mostly unremarkable until I ran back with Lilith after getting some food. She looked at me with scorn. "Watch where you're going, tramp." "Look who's talking you," I snapped back. "God, why am I still talking to your trash?" she said, turning to walk away. Before she could respond, I grabbed her arm and turned her around. "Why do you hate me so much?" "I did not do anything to you," I replied. "Oh, this is luxurious. You believe that you are so powerful that no one can despise you. The princess has the ideal life with her parents. Thank God Axel brought you to your senses. You are nothing more than the innocent young girl you have always been. When we started high school, I realized what a stuck-up person you were," she continued, growling at me. Although I wanted to pretend her words hadn't hurt, they had. Lilith was my best friend for years, and I told her everything. She was my confidant, and we spent our days talking about a variety of issues. Knowing that our friendship was one-sided hurt me since I had expected her to be on my side. Without telling her how deeply her statements had hurt me, I added, "You should have waited for your mate instead of going with Axel." I was not going to accept the chance that he was a normal wolf, let alone a beta. "I've always wanted to be mated to an alpha, and I always get what I want," she added. She walked away from me toward Axel, and I returned to Xavier, who was perplexed about what had happened. "Lilith just admitted she never liked me. Don't say anything. I'm all right." "I'd rather have you guys than some bogus pals that take advantage of me," I replied. He nodded and gave me a side hug to demonstrate my strength. I told Xavier the truth. I don't care about people who don't care about me. I was grateful for Xavier's reassurance and willingness to listen when I raged. "Can I get everyone's attention?" "I have a very exciting announcement to make," Lilith stated. We all turned to look at her and waited for her reaction. "I am pregnant with a boy," Lilith exclaimed. There was 1 minute of silence before the cheering began. The entire pack was overjoyed about the new alpha's upcoming birth. I turned to Xavier and said, "I have to go." I rushed out of there as fast as I could, heading deep into the forest. Without thinking, my feet took me to my favorite tree, where I had painted my initials when I was 11 years old. I sat by the tree in silence, listening to the woodland sounds. Lilith is pregnant. Why do they get a happy ending when I get none? I think the adage, "life is unfair," is accurate. What did I do to deserve this ending, when the man who rejected me had a happy one? I was so caught up in my thoughts that I missed the rustle of the leaves, which indicated that someone was approaching me. "Anna," Axel answered. Without looking up, I asked what. "It's okay, it doesn't matter if she's pregnant. We can still be together," she replied. I looked up at him and said, "Really?" "Of course, my love. Don't worry, I'll be with you too," he said as I stood up from the ground. I approached him and gave him a hug. He wrapped his arms around me. I leaned close to his neck, pretending to be interested. Axel let out a sharp breath. "Anna, please." I continued the act, leaning against his neck. He tilted his face up, falling for the trap, but I ignored him and raised my face to meet his. "I've missed this, Axel," I whispered eagerly. Without waiting for him to respond, I raised my face for a kiss. He took command and kissed me. While he was distracted, I put my hand on his neck and shoved him hard against a tree. I put my mouth to his ear and said, "Listen, you fool. Don't ever think you have a chance with me, because I would rather be alone than with you in some side arrangement. As much as I despise Lilith, she is still your chosen mate and pregnant with your child. Man up. You had a chance with me years ago, but you blew it, and I should have thanked you. I would not have grown stronger without you, so thank you. But, God forbid, if you ever put your hand on me again, you will regret it. Am I understood?" I was curious. He looked at me with horror as he gasped as my palm was against his neck and nodded silently. Good, I said. I smiled darkly and let him go, saying, look at us now, you are the weak and I am the strong. Oh, how life can be so unpredictable at times. I laughed again and left him on the forest floor, gasping for air. Axel and everyone occasionally forget who I am, which I genuinely like. After all, it's always a pleasure to remind folks who I am, Analise Kade. Chapter 9. Today is the day. The Midnight Pack members are dispersing to different locations. All of the warriors are taking my parents home, while Xavier and I attend the wolves meeting with Midnight's top wolves. The gathering is taking place in the neutral forest section of Yosemite, California. Wolves have evolved to build structures for gatherings as well as residences whenever there are any. It will take several hours to go from Toyabe, Nevada, where the Dark Moon Pack is located. At the very least, my confrontation with Axel made him stop bothering me. The Alpha, Beta, and Gamma of the Dark Moon Pack will all attend the Wolves meeting, but in separate cars. Xavier and I packed our room and started loading our things into the cars we'd brought. After that, I went to the Alpha's office to make sure everything was in order for Dark Moon to repel the rogues who were attacking them. Alone in the room, I checked their notes and papers, as well as the trap locations, to make sure they were proper. I spent more than an hour making sure everything was in order before sprinting into the woods in wolf form. I hadn't run in a while, and my inner wolf was becoming restless, craving a run. Before I knew it, it was time to go. Just before getting into the car, I looked behind me and saw my childhood home. This was almost definitely my final visit here, and for some reason, I wasn't sad to leave. Turning back, I jumped into the seat of the car Xavier and I were in. We had our belongings in the back and food piled up in the car. When Xavier got into the car and started it, I said, road trip, let's go. He laughed as he drove onto the road. Throughout the long ride, we made 4 stops to use the restroom and stretch. Xavier and I spent the entire ride singing, eating, and conversing. We also took turns driving to allow the other person to rest. When we arrived at Yosemite, where the meeting was being held, we went straight to the lodging area. After sitting for so long, I finally stepped out of the car to stretch my legs and arms. I marveled at the gorgeous nature that surrounded me, as well as the breathtaking waterfall distant from civilization. We got our luggage from the car and entered the midnight housing. Throughout the area, there were numerous dwelling units, each having its own pack to stay in. When we entered, I smelled something familiar. I raced into the arms of my closest buddy, who twirled me around the room. I started laughing as he twirled me around, and when he stopped, I snuggled back into his arms. Did you miss me that bad, Squirt?" he muttered, holding me back. I said, shut up, into his chest. We spent the day before the conference catching up on life. I informed Aiden and Lucas about Axel's attempt to reconcile with me and what he tried to do the day before we left. He tried to get with you after essentially calling you his side piece. Aiden giggled as he stated, man, this is Rich, and the guy is an idiot. He also made me laugh, and after the party where his chosen mate revealed that she was pregnant, he still wanted me to be his side piece, so I played him and then put him in his place. Of course you did, Anna, Lucas replied, chuckling. So how about you guys? What have you been up to? I wanted a response. Oh, not much. Aiden said, just regular pack business and training. Ugh, you guys are so boring, Xavier said. Aiden offered him a cushion and said, well, not all of us have a psycho ex-mate. We all laughed, and that was all we did all day. When morning dawned, we had breakfast at home and prepared for the meeting. Members of each pack had to dress formally. I wore a short black dress and a smoky eye for my makeup. I curled my hair and placed it into a ponytail before putting on my jewelry. We proceeded to the main building with all 3 boys wearing formal shirts. As we entered, we spotted numerous other packs entering the enormous gathering area. The 4 of us went to the front, where the midnight seating was. All conference seats had stringent limitations stating that only one person could speak at a time. We all waited till everyone had taken their seats before the meeting's announcer came to the front. The announcer is one of the few Lycans who are not part of the royal pack. Xaden, the announcer, has been there for a while and handles all meetings. Welcome, wolves. Let the meeting begin, Zayden said. First things first, let's talk about finance. We spent about an hour and a half discussing the mechanics of the packs before moving on to the weird anonymity of what had happened a few days previously. What do you think it was? Said someone in the crowd. Before anyone could react, the door opened loudly, and everyone turned around to see who it was. First, two handsome males entered, appearing to be twins. The men had forest green eyes and brunette hair on top of their heads. They both appear to be warriors based on their physiques. Before I could continue inspecting the twins, a man from behind them appeared. He wore a button-down shirt that hugged his muscles closely. The man is also unquestionably handsome, with hazel eyes and an abundance of blonde hair. This gentleman was not like the twins. He had a different vibe about him. Powerful, someone who deserves to be heard, and clearly strong. I hope we're not too late, he said softly, his expression thrilled. I turned to face Zayden on stage, who looked terrified. Zayden said shakily, King Sinclair. Oh snap. Chapter 10. The king and his troops strolled over to the royal pack chairs, which had been vacant for years. Well, we were not expecting to be here, but as the current events have shown, we all need to help find a solution, Mr. Sinclair stated. All the packs were staring at them, listening, and I glanced at Aiden, who shared my uncertainty. I looked around, and most men were afraid, while women were divided between fear and admiration. After all, I wasn't oblivious to the beauty that lay before me. Zayden hesitantly asked, What do you think the black smoke was, my king? I would love to know the answer to all of this as much as you, King Sinclair replied. All we know is that it appeared out of nowhere, preceded by a large earthquake. Also, when someone is touched by the unknown smoke, they die and get a mark near their eye, said one of the audience members. The monarch looked at his warriors while they spoke, their gazes most certainly connecting. We waited for them to talk, but it was mostly silence. I haven't seen anything like it in my lifetime, but we need to find its origin before it causes more harm to the pack and its land, the ruler replied. What would you like us to do, King? Zayden inquired. I'm still guessing the Warrior Midnight Pack is the best pack besides the Royal one. I'd like them to stay on my property for the time being to assist us figure out what the heck that black smoke is, King Sinclair responded. The Alpha, Beta, and Head Warriors will accompany me and my pack home and remain with us until further notice. The Gamma will return to midnight and oversee the pack's daily operations, the king stated. What the heck? The king wants us to return to his pack for assistance. Except for Leakin mates, no other werewolf has ever visited their domain. Almost all of the wolves in this gathering were surprised that not only a Leakin, but also the king had invited wolves into his kingdom. Oh, and if I made it sound like an option, it wasn't, it was an order, the monarch said as he walked out of the conference room with his men. When the Lycans left, the wolves disagreed on what to do next. Well, the king has spoken his opinion, so the rest of you will go about your everyday lives, and the 3 wolves from midnight will meet the king and men after this meeting. Apart from that, all topics have been discussed and eliminated, Zayden said. With that, all of the wolves rose from their seats and walked to the exit. I looked at the boys and yelled, what the hell was that? I have no idea, but this is the best chance the wolves have to figure out where the strange attack came from, Aiden said as we followed the others out. When we reached the doors, we attempted to escape, but the twins who followed the king stopped us. The king is awaiting the presence of your Alpha, Beta, and Head Warrior, one of them declared. We nodded and went with them to find the king, while Lucas returned to our home. They led us to an isolated place in the building and let us enter without them. The king sat in the middle of the room, drinking. Without looking at us, the king said, Thank you for joining me today. We will depart tonight and travel to Gunnison, Colorado, where the Royal Pack is located. He looked up from his seat at the table and said, That's all for now. Meet us at 6 p.m. to ride together. We turned to leave, but King Sinclair said, Not the girl. Oh snap. What exactly does he want from me? Aiden gave me a comforting sign, and I returned my gaze to the king while we waited for Aiden and Xavier to leave the chamber. Is there a Lady Beta? It's been a long time since I've seen that, King Sinclair said as he approached me. I replied, slightly angered by his query. What are we not strong enough? No, honey, it's not that. Most girls aren't assigned the position when they're born. It's usually the firstborn male born from the beta, he said, looking down at me. Despite the fact that he called me sweetheart, the monarch towered over me, his 6 feet 0 inches frame against my 5 feet 5 inches. King Sinclair studied me from head to toe, and I began to feel uncomfortable under his attention. He looked me up and down and said, pretty though. My heart skipped a beat as I announced I was appointed as beta after defeating the previous one in battle. That makes more sense. I can sense a fire in you, the king said, his eyes shining. King Sinclair walked back to his seat and sipped his drink. Well, you may leave now. My curiosity has taken over, he said quickly, resuming his focus on whatever work he was doing before we arrived. I walked out of the room bewildered. The man was quiet. Oh, never mind. I couldn't even say anything to him to describe him. However, when he called me sweetheart, I got butterflies in my stomach. Blushing, I ran out of the premises to gather my belongings and leave the same day. After lunch, I napped to prepare for our trip to Colorado. Do you believe it's snowing in Colorado? Oh my God, we can make snow angels and snowmen. How exciting, Aiden exclaimed with a giggle. As we got inside the car, Xavier laughed at his silly actions. From the corner of my eye, I observed King Sinclair peering at me across the courtyard from their car. Flustered by his sight, I hopped in like I hadn't noticed him. This is going to be an eventful period. Chapter 11. It took us almost 3 days to get to the Royal Pack in Colorado. We drew closer to the chilly mountains as we passed state lines. I looked out the window and noticed small snowflakes falling from the sky. The Midnight Pack, located in the Angeles National Forest far from the settlement, has never seen snow. When we came to the Royal Pack, we struck a tree-lean obstacle, causing both cars to come to a stop. One of the twins in the other car got out and approached a tree on the side of the road. He put his full palm on the tree and stood for a few seconds before returning to the car. Confused, I switched my sight back to the front, where I spotted an invisible barrier glitching. Oh my God, Xavier gasped. Within a minute, the glitching ceased, and we were able to appreciate the most beautiful panorama we had ever seen. Holy cow, Aiden exclaimed. It seemed as if a storybook had come true. We were still high in the mountains, with a clear view of the ground below. We'll need to drive a little further to get to the pack's common area. The largest castle stood in the middle of the snowy forests that encircled it. Light snow continued to fall from the sky, decorating both the trees and the tower. I understand why the Lycans kept us out, to safeguard their tribe. Who wouldn't want to utilize this bundle due to its beauty? The king's car was ahead of us, so we arrived at the castle in approximately half an hour. When we arrived at the king's house, Sinclair left immediately and went inside, followed by the twins. The housemaids led us inside our suite, which included 3 rooms for each of us. Again, we were stunned by the magnificent room we were assigned, a beautiful style with gold accents throughout the space. I swear to God, we are in a literal Cinderella movie, Aiden shouted as he entered his room. I walked into my room to unpack my items. The maids had left food in the kitchen for the 3 of us to eat. Before we could sit down, Aiden was stuffing his face with food. I looked at him with scorn and said, "Slow down, you pig." As Xavier and I started eating, he ignored us and continued eating with food crammed in both cheeks. Aiden finished his dinner in approximately 10 minutes and commented, "I was starving. We had to live on road food for 4 days." "Doesn't mean you have to be so messy while the rest of us eat, I told you." He shrugged lightly. "Don't even try Anna, he will never change," Xavier said. We finished our dinner and I put our plates in the sink. I returned to the dining table where we drank herbal tea and chatted for a while. "How the heck did they do the whole tree thing?" Xavier inquired. "They must have had a witch do it for them," Aiden said to me. "Don't witches despise the lycanthrope species?" Xavier reacted. "The witch probably owed the king a favor, or the king has a witch loyal to him," I informed them. "Probably," Xavier responded. He quickly swerved off topic, asking, "Why in the world do they need us to help them?" What Xavier said was right, and the question was on my mind. Why did the lichens need us normal wolves to help them? I could only conceive about new minds. They may believe that we have new things to add from them, Aiden stated. You're probably correct, and we're just overthinking things. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Tomorrow will be a long day, I told the guys. I entered my room, lay down on my bed, and grabbed my phone from the nightstand. I dialed my parents' phone number, and they answered after a few rings. Hello, dear. I was just cleaning up after supper. Have you reached the royal pack, she said. Yes, Mom, you will not believe the view we have. The royal grounds are absolutely stunning, I replied. She chuckled and replied, they've been around for many generations. They must have kept the original beauty. What have you and Dad been up to in the last few days? I inquired, rolling into a comfortable position. Mom said, we unloaded our new house and are just settling into our new everyday lives. Do you like it at midnight? I asked her. Of course we do. These people here are very nice, and they must have a lot of respect for you because they treat us well, she remarked. Aiden, Lucas, Xavier, and I do not enjoy dominating with an iron fist. We kind of go with the flow, allowing the other pack members to treat us like any other wolf. Aside from training, no one needs to address us by our title. We let people express their opinions on issues, I told my mother. You all are very different from other packs, and that is probably why you are thriving at the top, I heard her say. I chuckled and said, maybe. It's getting late, my baby. You should sleep. I am very confident you will have a tough day tomorrow. Mom said, be safe and be smart. Mom, seriously, I said, but before I could finish, she hung up. I rolled my eyes in the dark and charged my phone on my nightstand before quickly falling asleep. When I awoke that morning, I went to the kitchen to eat a quick breakfast alone, as both sons had already left. After finishing my Fruit Loops, I went out of my room to join the boys, but I quickly got lost in the maze of passages. For a while, I wandered aimlessly through the castle, looking for Xavier or Aiden, but without finding either. A booming voice halted my attempts to retrace my movements. Lost, King Sinclair asked from behind me. I jumped and stammered, no, just looking for Aiden and Xavier. He raised an eyebrow and said, they're already at the meeting, which is where I'm going right now. Wait, is there a meeting today? I inquired, perplexed. Yes. Follow me because we are both going in the same direction, sweetheart, King Sinclair replied. Without saying anything, he passed by, expecting me to follow. As I followed him, I realized he'd called me sweetheart. Again, the nickname made me blush slightly. We entered a meeting room, where King Sinclair sat at the head of the table. I looked around and realized that the only seat available was next to him. The room was filled with what appeared to be his trusted advisor. Both twins appeared to be present, and I recognized Aiden and Xavier from a few seats away. I took the empty seat. Unconcerned, King Sinclair said, welcome Midnight and my advisors. Due to the sad events of the past few days, we have worked out whatever that dark monster is, and quickly. Alpha Knight, Beta Kade, and Head Warrior Adair, a formal welcome to the Royal Pack. To your right are the brothers who came with me to the Wolves Conference. Leo, the twin with the mole on his chin, is next to his partner Carissa, both male and female gamma. Darius, the second twin adjacent to Leo, is my chief warrior. King Sinclair introduced his brother and beta, Adonis, who was by his side. Now that the introductions are out of the way, let's begin, he told me. Aiden began to speak. I observed you have a spell to show your pack grounds, thus you must have a witch or warlock on your side. Can't we use him or her to figure out what dark matter is? She's not alive anymore. She was my mother and died a few years ago, Carissa explained. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss, Aiden said. He just made matters worse. He could have tried to sound sorry instead of acting like a fool. Sometimes I wonder why the heck he is my best buddy. Adonis elaborated. Anyway, after my brother informed me about the anonymity, I conducted some research on it. There is a prophet, Abia, who has lived longer than most people. If she can be found, she probably knows the solution to the black smoke problem. We have centuries of books in the library, and we'll find it in one of them, Darius said. King Sinclair responded with a serious face, yes, we do. I'll put all of the scholars on that, and we'll find the prophet's whereabouts sooner. King Sinclair went on, if this doesn't work, we'll come up with something else. This is the current plan. Training begins tomorrow at 6 a.m. With that, he got up from his seat and dismissed everyone. Anna, hold up for a minute, King Sinclair urged as I walked out of the meeting room. Yes, I asked him. For training, I will personally look over yours and your pack members' lessons, he told them. Confused, I replied, okay, but why did you ask me to stay? You may have questioned Aiden, who is the Alpha. He stepped in front of me, blocking my path. His arms came to rest on the wall on either side of me, preventing me from moving away. We looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds before he leaned in slightly. Sinclair looked to be thinking about something as he held his position. He flinched away from me as if I had frightened him with a terrified expression. He promptly covered his emotions and kept a neutral demeanor. What was that? You were the closest to me, so don't think too much about it. You may now leave, he said coldly. I turned to leave the conference room, leaving King Sinclair alone. What just happened within there? Confused by his behavior, I walked to my room to spend some alone time. Why did the King of Werewolves appear afraid, as if I were the enemy? Chapter 12. Sinclair ignored me the following week and failed to show up for training after our meeting in his office. Adonis took the position of our trainer for the time being, training us every morning. Still baffled as to why Sinclair was so hot and cold with me, I concentrated all of my energy on my training rather than thinking about him. Anna, work on your defense because you keep your body open to attacks when you punch your opponent, Adonis instructed me at the time. I nodded and took his instructions for the rest of the training session that day, keeping my defense up as Xavier attacked me. When he couldn't get through my defense, I charged at him and pinned him to the ground. I won the spar that day by pinning him to the ground for 3 seconds and wrapping one of my legs around his neck to keep him from moving. Okay, we're done for today. You guys can leave, Adonis said as Xavier and I stood from the ground, dusting ourselves off. Holy cow, these Lycans train so hard. I can't believe I'm saying this, but their training regimens are actually worse than yours, Xavier explained. I had to agree with Xavier because we had practiced for 9 hours straight. We took a few 5-minute breaks in between, but otherwise, it was all business during their training. Xavier and I returned to our rooms to shower off the perspiration and grime. After we finished our showers, we gathered in the common room. Aiden was not with us because he was on patrol duty today. Carissa and I were in charge of the prophet tomorrow because her mother was a witch. We were talking when we heard a knock at our door. I stood up from my seat and opened the door for one of the castle's many attendants. Miss Kade the King has requested your presence in his office at 15. Okay, I replied, bewildered. Sinclair had avoided me for the past week following our conversation after the meeting. I went to his office, which was on the castle's western wing. I knocked on his door and entered once he let me in. Standing for a few seconds in awkward silence, with the king's back to me, I inquired, "You wanted to see me, King Sinclair?" "Sinclair," he answered. Not understanding, I asked again what. "Call me Sinclair, please," he said, turning to face me. I apologize for my conduct over the last week. "I could lie and say I was busy, but I was actually avoiding you," Sinclair said. "Why though?" I inquired. "You reminded me of someone I met a long time ago." "Let's say he and I didn't leave on good terms," he said. He intended to change the subject, as evidenced by the finality in his tone. "Is there any other reason you called me into your office today?" I inquired. "I'll take over your PAX training again next week." Again, I apologize for my reaction the other day. "I hope we can become friends," Sinclair replied. "Friends. I suppose I'll see you tomorrow, Sinclair," I remarked before leaving the room. As usual, when I was near the handsome king, my heart began to flutter. The rest of the day passed quickly, and I fell asleep early that night. The following morning, I went to the palace library to meet Carissa. I saw her gorgeous blonde hair as she sat in one of the library's antique armchairs. When she saw me, she got up from her seat to greet me. "Hey, thanks for joining me," she said. "Yeah, I just want to get rid of whatever the black smoke is," I told him. "Same girl," Carissa replied. "So, where do we start?" I inquired, glancing across the thousands of bookcases. My mother was a witch and my father was a werewolf, but they were mated. Making myself a hybrid implies I can cast some spells, but not the most powerful ones. Carissa remarked, I can use a locator spell to find the region of something that we can use to find the prophet. Okay, let's try that, I said to Carissa. We returned to the table so that she could use the location spell to find the book. She took a knife, made a small cut on her palm, and held them together. Phasmados and India Mevin. Abia was the second prophet. Inconvenient for me. Carissa muttered, her eyes closed. She repeated the sentence twice more before opening her eyes and spilling a few drops of blood into a cup. I am not sure how long this will take because there have been thousands of books accumulated over the last 6 centuries. We'll only have to wait for it to reach my blood, which it is linked to, Carissa said as she nodded toward the cup. Was your dad a Leakin? I asked for something to do while I waited for the book. Yeah, my mother was a witch. Thus, she was mortal. However, my father is a Leakin, which is immortal. It did not prevent them from falling madly in love and living the remainder of their lives happily before their deaths. Now my father just lives in one of the many pack houses as a warrior for the royal pack, she explained. I laughed at the story and asked, wait, if your mother was mortal, are you also mortal? No, my father's wolf side took dominance, so I was born immortal, Carissa told me. Do you guys ever leave the royal pack? I inquired. What are these 20 questions? Carissa asked, chuckling. Sorry, I did not mean to pry, I admitted. It's fine. I could really use a girl buddy with the number of guys in this place. To answer your question, we can go, but most people do not, she said. Makes sense. Given that I had never seen a Leakin before the Wolves Conference, I said, more to myself. I've heard you're one of the only female betas in the world. You're kind of famous. Honestly, I believe anyone can be a beta if they are strong enough. It's just the sexist werewolf population that prevents us, girls, from holding high-ranking positions other than Luna, and you can only obtain that by being an alpha's mate, I explained. Carissa said, Amen, sister. I laughed and asked, so, how did you meet your mate, Leo? Carissa stated with a daydreamy expression in her eyes, Leo is quite a bit older than me, being a Leakin and all. The Barrows twins are 425 years old. Adonis is 575, and Sinclair is 625. Wait, really? I inquired, shocked. Yeah, I know their grandfathers tenfold. Back to how we met, I've known Leo my entire life. Embarrassingly, I've had a crush on him since I was a child, and I used to tell everyone that one day I'd marry him. On my 18th birthday, it turned out that I was telling the truth because he turned out to be my friend. You really manifested that, I said. Yes, that's what I'm telling everyone now. So, do you have a mate? Carissa was curious. I was rejected by him. That's how I became the beta of Midnight after fleeing my previous pack. I'm sorry I know how much a mate means to a wolf. That's okay. I am much better now and have come so far without him, I replied. Before she could react, the blood in the cup started whirling fast. My magic found the book, Carissa explained without looking at me. She then started chanting, a furt illamad me. Bring my book. I looked around and saw a worn-out book floating towards us. Standing, I grabbed it and set it on the table. Holy cow, it actually worked, Carissa shouted, shocked. I opened it and attempted to look through the book. Of course, things wouldn't be so easy. What language is this? I exclaimed frustratedly. Carissa carefully examined it and stated a few seconds later, it's an ancient language even before Sinclair's time. He knows how to read it, but it will take some time. I'll take the book to him, and why don't you return to your room? We walked to the library's door, and I turned to her and said, I hope we can hang out more. I haven't had a girlfriend in almost 2 years. Same, it's honestly refreshing talking to a female instead of alpha males all the time. I chuckled and hugged her on the side before returning to my room. I went in my room and prepared to train for the rest of the day. Today was also the day for a formal lunch in the dining room with my pack and the Royal Pack's higher-ranking Lycans. At around 6:30 p.m. I put on a dazzling gold dress and began preparing for dinner. To finish getting ready for dinner, I curled my hair and added a sparkling eye look that matched the rest of my makeup. The boys had already left because it had not taken them long to get dressed. Before walking in, I observed Carissa about to enter. She donned a short, satin pink dress that accentuated her beautiful figure perfectly. Her makeup and hair looked flawless. "You look gorgeous," we both said at the same time. We smiled as we headed inside for dinner that evening. My gaze was pulled to Sinclair, who sat at the head of the table wearing a black tuxedo that complemented his body well. "Hi," I said softly to him as I sat to his right. He gave me a small smile and said, "Hi, sweetheart." With the nickname, my heart started to flutter as usual. My glance turned to the remainder of the table, who were all looking at us closely. I shifted my look to the delectable platter in front of me, feeling somewhat warm from all the attention. My platter was filled with roasted pork ribs smothered in a delectable-looking sauce, with a Caesar salad on the side. The drink of the night was a red wine, which I assumed was really expensive. Since everyone is here, we may now begin to eat to celebrate a step closer to ending the black smoke. The night was filled with laughter, joy, and excellent food. We got to know each other better. Sinclair's presence on the sidelines troubled me, even though he didn't notice me at dinner. Throughout the conversation, he was silent. His gaze would occasionally rest on the side of my head. Every time he looked at me, a flush appeared on my cheeks. The evening was going well, but as is common, the good coincided with the bad. I should have known the evening was going to be ruined in some way. As we finished dinner outside, we could hear a storm approaching. Before we knew it, trees started falling on the edge of the park grounds. "Oh no," Aiden said. "Not again," Darius replied. With that, the ground shook. Chapter 13. Adonis jumped out of his seat and dashed to the massive windows that bordered one side of the dining hall. "Oh no, it's happening again," he said. We rushed to the windows to see if the trees were falling, but there was still no smoke. The castle stood 7 stories tall, with the dining hall on the 3rd floor. We rushed down the stairs to the castle entrance, where we discovered that the majority of the pack members are outside their homes. There was total quiet for about 5 minutes, and you could hear a pin drop. Then, from the west edge of the woodland, I spotted ethereal black smoke heading in our direction. Unlike the previous time, it was not passively floating in the air. Rather, it was quickly approaching the pack huts. "Is it just me, or is the smoke approaching us?" Aiden queried, looking at the smoke in horror. Sinclair shouted, "Run," at the royal pack. "Nope, you aren't the only one," I said as we rushed away from the smoke. The lichens hurried across the forest, dodging fallen trees. We all fled to the waterfall near the pack house for cover. Carissa paused and started saying, "Defendat obis." "What did you just do?" I said, panting. "A barrier spell. Hopefully it will hold." We stared as the black smoke collided with the invisible barrier and spread out about us, striving to find a way through. The monster moved as if it had a thought. It took a few steps back before hitting the barrier. "Oh no," Carissa shouted, repeating, "Obis menir defendat." The smoke continued to smash the barrier, striving to enter while Carissa yelled, "Fight it." The smoke eventually gave up and dissipated into thin air, resulting in no fatalities. I caught Carissa before she collapsed on the ground. "Are you okay?" I questioned, lowering both of us to the floor. Yeah, the spell left me fatigued. Whatever it was, it seemed to be resisting my spell. After securing Carissa's safety and leaving her in the arms of her partner, I turned to Sinclair, who was standing alone and appeared afraid of the smoke. I walked over to him and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" He quickly concealed his feelings and gave me a cold nod before returning to the pack territory, as did many of the other lichens. Okay, so much for being friends. When we returned to the castle, it was at least 11 p.m. Exhausted by what had happened, I returned to my room to sleep. The next morning, I went to Carissa and Leo's chamber because Carissa was going to show me the royal pack that day. I'd been holed up in the castle grounds for the past week or so, and the only time I'd seen part of the pack was while we were fleeing the smoke. When I knocked on the door, Carissa said, "Hi, girl. Are you prepared to go?" "Yep. Where are we going on our little adventure?" I inquired as we walked together, arms clasped. In the forest to the east is a wonderful rock region approximately 30 miles away that I like to visit to get away from here on occasion. We'll have to transform into our wolves to get there. Follow me so you don't get lost, because we can't utilize Mind Link while running. After leaving the castle, we walked around the small downtown area of the packed town. Carissa pointed to the cute little cafe at the end of the block, saying, "This is my favorite place to dine. They have these absolutely delicious chocolate croissants." "Rissa, I think you have a little drool here," I said, pretending to wipe it off her chin. I swiped my hand from her face. "Do not make fun of me. Even Leo cannot get between chocolate and me. I'd choose the chocolate over him any day." "Wow, that's serious," I laughed. "Hey, don't look at me like that. It's the chef's kiss," she said, imitating it. "Walking for a while," she said. "Rissa, I like it, but that's not fair because I don't have a nickname for you yet. You can call me Anna like everybody else." "No, mine has to be original." Rissa pondered briefly before responding, "Ooh, I got it. I am going to call you Nellie." "I like it," I answered honestly. We went to the eastern border of the woodland and hid behind the trees. As I took off my clothes, I heard Rissa yell, "Oh my gosh, it's freezing." I giggled slightly as I shook my head at her dramatics. To be honest, Rissa reminded me of Aiden, which could have contributed to our positive relationship. I turned into my wolf and approached Rissa's wolf from behind the trees. Her wolf had tan fur and a white belly. She tipped her head in the direction she wanted me to go. We sprinted across the cold woods to reach our destination. It had been a while since I had a successful run in my wolf form. It took Carissa and me about an hour to get to her hidden location. Stopping, I took in the amazing view in front of me. A granite ledge overlooks the White Valley as light snow falls from the sky. I shifted back into my human form and told Rissa, "It's beautiful." "I understand. It basically takes you away from life for a while." I smiled and sat with my legs over the ledge of the rock, closing my eyes. Rissa and I sat close together and loved the silence. I haven't spent much time alone in recent weeks, whether at Dark Moon or here. Aiden has received multiple calls from midnight from worried pack mates in the smoke. It has scared everyone and made them feel useless. Therefore, the sooner we find a solution, the better. Rissa interrupted the silence with the question, "So, what are you wearing for the ball in 2 days?" "Did you just say ball?" I inquired, opening my eyes. "Yeah, the Royal Pack has an annual ball as a tradition that has been going on for centuries." "Wait, did you not know?" I nodded and responded, "I don't really have a ball gown lying in my suitcase." "Oh no, we have to go shopping tomorrow. Hopefully, we can find a garment that will not require alterations." "Is it like a mandatory event?" I inquired. "No, but you're still coming. Maybe Sin will even ask you to accompany him," Rissa said. "I truly don't think he likes me. He's always so hot and chilly around me." "Don't worry about it. Don't take it personally. He has always had mood changes since I've known him." I chose to ignore my gut hunch that something was wrong with Sinclair Royal since she had not convinced me otherwise. His terrified stares at me, along with the smoke, raised my concerns that he isn't just experiencing one of his mood swings. Although it was another issue to deal with later, my primary emphasis right now is on obtaining a dress and a date for the ball. First world problems, right? Chapter 14. The next morning, I awoke to find my bedroom door vibrating from someone hammering on it. "Nellie, wake up. There are only so many hours in the day. We need to find you a gown for tomorrow," Rissa yelled, pounding on my door. I screamed at her while gripping my pillow to my ear. "Okay. I am awake. Stop banging." After she quit striking, I groggily got out of bed and began my day. I dressed warmly and put on a little makeup before heading to the common room to meet Rissa. "We're already late because of you, Nellie. We need to go to the dining hall for a group breakfast today." "Why?" I asked her as we walked into the dining hall. "I feel we are just catching up with Sin's translation of the book. After that, we may go downtown to acquire your gown." My stomach groaned as I sat next to Sinclair in the dining hall. We broke up to take our seats, and the table was stacked high with fruits, pastries, and other breakfast items. I grabbed some food and started eating hurriedly, groaning about the flavor, while looking over to Sin, who seemed pleased by my antics. Finishing my bite. What, have you never seen a girl eat? I asked. No, I have seen a girl eat, he said, bringing his mouth near my ear. Shivering from the sensation in my body, he continued, although I've never seen a girl react like you. I'm curious what you'd sound like when you're with me. Sin had avoided me since the attack, despite his promise that we would attempt to become friends. I hurriedly moved my face away from him, blushing profusely at his remarks. Everyone around us seemed too engrossed in their own conversations to listen in on ours. I returned to him after gathering my thoughts and told him, "You do not get to do that after avoiding me. You've been hot and cold with me throughout my time at the Royal Pack. One moment, you want to get to know each other, and the next, you can't stand the sight of me." Sinclair looked at me intently before saying, "You're correct. I'm not the easiest person to get along with, but I hope you'll give me a chance tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" I questioned. "I heard you were going out with Carissa to find a dress for the event. I was hoping you'd join me for the ball tomorrow night." "You mean like a date?" "It's like a date. Let this be a trial run for me to win your forgiveness. So, Anna, will you give me another chance?" Sin questioned me with a beautiful smile. "One more chance, so don't mess it up, I advised you." "Oh, don't worry, I won't mess it up." Blushing again from his remark, I spent the rest of brunch talking about the book with everyone. "How far have you gotten in translating the book?" Darius questioned Sin. Before responding, Sin and Adonis exchanged weird looks. "I'm almost halfway through. So far, I've just discovered the Prophet's backstory and how she refuses to do anything for free. When we go looking for her, we may expect to find the same thing. I'll try to finish translating the book after the ball to find her location, Sin stated to the other guests. After we find the location, a group of us should go find the Prophet, Abia, Adonis told him. "That is an issue for once. We'll find out wherever the heck Abia is hiding," Leo joked. Everyone agreed with Leo, so we resumed our meal with regular chit-chat. After we finished dining, Rissa sprang out of her chair and dragged me to go gown shopping. "Well, this has been fun, boys, but Nellie and I have to go find a gown by tomorrow," she told them. As Aiden dragged me out the door, I heard him mutter, "Who the hell is Nellie?" "It's Carissa's nickname for Anna, keep up," Xavier said, flicking Aiden on the head. Rissa and I left before I could continue listening in on their talk. We haven't had much time to hang out since joining the Royal Pack because we've all been so busy, and I'd like to spend more time with them after this is all over. We walked downtown to In Royal, Rissa's favorite gown-buying boutique. As we opened the door, we heard the bell ring and were greeted by a woman at the front desk. Despite its location in the middle of nowhere, the shop's interior included dresses and was tastefully designed. "Carissa, darling, haven't you already purchased a dress?" the woman asked. "I have, but she hasn't," Rissa stated, pointing at me. "So I need you to work your magic, Quinn, and make her look like a princess." "Dear, have you met me? This girl will look like the Luna Queen once I'm done with her." The woman, Quinn, escorted us to the back of the store and said, "Take off your shoes and stand on this podium so I can take your measurements." Quinn's assistant led us to the changing rooms, where Rissa could sit outside in a lounging area in front of them. I stood on the podium as she measured my hips, chest, and arms. It took Quinn around 30 minutes to measure my body and another to discover dresses that fit my body type and didn't need to be adjusted. Quinn brought several dresses and hung them in the spacious room for me to change into. I entered the changing room to put on the first ball gown, a sleeveless, pale pink dress with a flowery pattern at the bottom. Looking in the mirror after putting on the gown, I knew it wasn't going to be the winner. Rissa's expression boosted my confidence in my own opinion. "I mean, the gown is beautiful. It's just not you," she told me. After agreeing with her, I returned to the changing room to put on the second gown, which was a tan dress with one flower sleeve on my shoulder that increased in number of flowers as I moved down the dress. It was better than the previous, but still too girly for my tastes. As I left the dressing room, I noted Rissa's reaction to the outfit. "Yes, add this to the no-way pile. That outfit makes you look like a unicorn princess." I'm referring to Analise Kade, Midnight's female beta. "Your outfit should be both gorgeous and badass, just like you." Back in the changing room, I looked through the dresses that Quinn's crew had chosen for me. It took us almost 2 hours of putting on dresses, each of which Rissa rejected for various reasons, till I spotted a crimson ball gown. The upper half of the dress gripped me before flowing around the rest of my body, and when I glanced in the mirror, I fell in love with it right away. Finally, you look drop-dead gorgeous in that dress. Twirling around, I said to Rissa, I feel like a princess, but also like a hidden assassin ready to pounce. Just like I said, great for you. You must get that dress, Nellie, she said. I smiled and turned to look at the dress again in the mirror outside the dressing room. I adored it so much that I decided to purchase it for the ball tomorrow, which couldn't come fast enough. Chapter 15. All lycans and wolves were required to arrive for the ball in the castle ballroom at about 7 p.m. that evening. Rissa and I planned to spend the day getting ready and pampering ourselves. After breakfast, we went into town for manicures, and I chose a medium coffin-shaped set of matte red nails to match my dress. We also had our hair and makeup done to match the clothes. When we got back to my room at the castle, Rissa brought her dress so we could get dressed together and finish our looks. That dress looks amazing on you, I said to Rissa, who was wearing a blush pink ball gown. Back at you, she said. After Lily betrayed me, Rissa soon took over as my best friend. It had been a long time since I had a female friend, and while I adore Aiden and Xavier, who are both like brothers to me, I miss chatting about topics that I couldn't discuss with them, such as boys or fashion. We strolled together to the boys and my suite's common area, where they waited for us. My 2 best pals, Adonis, Leo, Darius, and Sin, are all present. Rissa and I unhooked our arms and strolled over to our evening dates. Sin wore an all-black suit that hugged his muscles closely. I realized I was standing there staring at him and returned my gaze to his face, where he had raised an eyebrow. Are you done admiring me, sweetheart? He queried, beaming. I don't think so. Mind if I take a second longer? After that, I slid my gaze down his body again before saying, okay. Done. Cheeky little thing. Hey, I am not little, just a bit shorter than the average. You're little to me, like a cute little rabbit, Sin said, towering over me at 6 feet 1 inch. I rolled my eyes at his remarks and followed his gaze as he looked at me in the ball gown. You look wonderful, sweetheart. I think my favorite color is red. We chuckled as we made our way to the ballroom, bantering and flirting with one another while following the group. Before we entered, Sinclair extended his hand and asked, shall we? Taking his hand, we strolled into the ballroom, all eyes on us. I quickly removed any expressions from my face and taught it to appear neutral. This was a trick I learned 2 years ago, never exhibit my weakness to others. I just had to be the cold-hearted persona that the rest of the werewolf world knew me to be, excluding my friends and family. When I first became beta, they put me down because of my gender, and to top it all off, my ex-mate labeled me weak and unworthy. As we passed the throngs of lycans greeting him, I grabbed Sinclair's elbow and took a quick sip of the bubbly drink while he greeted them back and chatted with the many people who approached him. The server around the room carried champagne, which Sin took 2 glasses of. He handed me a glass and took a little sip, relishing the sparkling beverage. One of the women in the crowd, dressed in the shortest emerald dress, came to us and said, "Hello, King Sinclair. May I just say you look dashing tonight? Thank you, Jade, for the compliment." Well, once you're done with your new companion, you know where to find me, Jade said, winking and going in to kiss Sin on the cheek. After she left, I turned to Sin and asked, ex-girlfriend. More like ex-fling, he added, directing me to the side of the ballroom for some privacy from the others. So, do you have many casual flings? I inquired curiously. I have been alive for 625 years. I have had many nights with beautiful women throughout the centuries. Not to judge you, but I can't say anything when I've done the same, I informed the man. Have you had many partners over the years? For the past 2 years. After my ex-partner rejected me, I thought I had nothing to lose. Casual relationships helped me fill the void left by my imagined soulmate's rejection. Have you been rejected? Sinclair questioned me. Before becoming the Midnight Beta, I was just an ordinary Dark Moon Pack member. My mate, the alpha of my pack, rejected me on my 18th birthday. He told me I wasn't strong enough to rule with him. I've been able to keep my emotions in check for the previous 2 years, having casual flings around the time I arrived at midnight. When people found out about my rejection, they'd say things like, "Sorry," and "You'll find someone better," which I loathed. Being with other men felt like the biggest slight to Axel, so I concentrated all of my efforts on becoming a good beta. Sinclair gave me a thoughtful look before saying, "How about we take this outside?" As we walked outside into the courtyard, I nodded and took his extended hand. When we reached the gazebo, it was lightly snowing, and Sinclair offered me his suit jacket. Despite my initial reaction, he wrapped the jacket around me and stated, "Lycans have an internal body heater, so we don't feel the cold, which is why we can live in these snowy mountains all year." I nodded at him and continued, "So you must feel compelled to suck up to me after hearing my tragic story." The opposite actually, you suffered the loss of your mate before your 20s, before most who lose them to old age. I sneered and said, "Yeah, but that's dying, not rejection." Isn't it the same thing? After he is no longer with you, you must mourn the loss of your future life with your spouse. Sinclair had a point. At first, I believed Axel would come to fetch me from midnight and realize he had made a huge mistake by rejecting me. When I realized he wasn't coming, I sank deep into the darkness and had a meaningless fling with a random man I met in town that year. After the rage and despair dissipated, I recognized the path of destruction I was on and redirected myself to become stronger than Axel ever was. I see the wheels spinning in your mind, sweetheart. I assume you are putting my opinion to the test. Sin asked. You are accurate. I believe I went through all 5 stages of grief without recognizing it. Sin giggled briefly before I asked, "Did you have a mate, or do Lycans have any?" Sin cast a distant glance before saying, "We have mates, but unlike werewolves, you do not meet your other half until the age of 18. I met my partner roughly 2 centuries ago. She was human and died of old age after we lived a married human life together." After a few moments of silence, Sin said, "Well, aren't we 2 peas in a pod since we both have no mates?" I grinned and asked, "Do you miss having a mate?" "Sometimes. I mean, I miss our relationship, and no one knew me better than her. But I always believed I'd outlast her, and I'm keeping my final commitment to her to live the most satisfying life imaginable." "How are you? Do you wish your mate hadn't rejected you?" he asked. I wanted to have the same relationship as my pals, but without the rejection. Previously, I relied on people to save and aid me in adverse circumstances. Following the rejection, I had to learn to fend for myself and put my own needs ahead of others. Sure, I want a mate, but I never want to be paired with that misogynistic moron that the moon goddess has chosen for me. What the hell was she thinking when she made that decision? Sinclair raised his hand, palming my cheek. Well, I'm glad he rejected you. At the very least, I now have a chance with the great Analise Kade. I think extraordinary is way out there for me, but I will take the compliment anyway. No extraordinary isn't as high as it should be, you gorgeous, strong, independent woman. Sinclair pressed his face against mine as he whispered, "And God, do you make mine want to pull you close." With that, he placed his lips to mine. Chapter 16. We were so focused on one another that we didn't notice Rissa approaching us. We kissed beneath the night sky, weakening my knees. I closed my eyes, increasing the flutters in my stomach. I placed my hand around his neck, bringing his face closer to mine, and my heart raced as he held me close. Sin, it's time for your speech. Oh my God, I am sorry. As I struggled to catch my breath, I took my lips away from Sin and turned to Rissa, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment for disrupting our moment. My cheeks matched Rissa's after being caught sharing a moment with the Lycan King. It is fine, Carissa. We will meet up with you. Could you get the crowd ready for me? Sin asked. Of course. Sin's back was turned away from Rissa, so after he finished speaking, he returned to look at me. Looking back, I watched Rissa's lips move. We'll talk about it later. We waited until Rissa was out of earshot before starting to talk, and she nodded in answer. So, I trailed off, waiting for Sin's response. Right now, I need to deliver my annual speech. Meet me in my office tomorrow, honey, and we'll pick up where we left off, Sin said, brushing a delicate kiss against my lips. I blushed as he took my hand and led me back to the ballroom for the gala. I couldn't fully digest our kiss since I'd just kissed the Leakin King. Sin led me to Aiden and Xavier, then climbed the stairs to stand above everyone. "Why are you so red, Anna?" Aiden questioned me. "No reason," I said immediately. "It's because she was having a romantic moment with the king outside," Rissa stated as Leo, Darius, and I joined her. "You're kidding, right?" Xavier inquired, surprised. "Nope, if I hadn't interrupted, it was getting pretty intense. So the old man is finally interested in someone." "I thought he was going to be alone forever," Darius said. "At least he's finally dating again. How about you, knucklehead?" Leo spoke to his brother. "I could call the many girls in my contacts, jerk," Darius grumbled. "What contacts?" "The only girls in your contact are me and your mother," Rissa stated. "Yeah, and you aren't going anywhere near my girl," Leo said possessively. The identical brothers bantered back and forth until Sinclair introduced himself, with Adonis standing to his right for formality. "Hello, Lycans. Thank you for attending our annual gala. A few weeks ago, we were fortunate to have the presence of the Alpha, Beta, and Head Pack warriors from the Midnight Pack to help us with our problem. Every day, our court moves closer to resolving the black smoke issue. We will do everything in our power to protect your family and the pack. With that, let us put our worries aside for one night and enjoy our farewell dance at the gala." Sin came back down the stairs and approached me, extending his hand, and asked, "May I have this dance?" How cliché. Nonetheless, I took his hand as he led me to the dance floor, and for the first minute, we simply danced in peace. I put my head on his shoulder and felt him all about me as he twirled me around the dance floor, and his proximity reminded me of our kiss in the icy gazebo. "Sweetheart, I don't think I've said you enough tonight, but you look lovely," Sin remarked to my face. I moved my head so I could look him in the eyes and said, "Thank you. You are also handsome. I truly enjoyed getting to know you more tonight." Sin smiled at me as we danced the rest of the song. When the song finished, everyone filed out of the ballroom in groups to avoid overcrowding, and Sinclair and I joined the line to go. "I'll walk you back to your room," Sin said to me. We nodded and walked back to my room, hands unlocked. When we arrived, Sin did not let go of my hand, but instead brought me closer to him, detaching our linked hands and wrapping them around my waist. "Meet me at 10 tomorrow morning in my office, sweetheart." "Okay." Sin, like the gentleman he is, carefully took my hand and brought it to his lips, kissing the top of it before kissing my cheek. "Good night, sweetheart." "Night," I said quietly as I entered my room and locked the door behind me. Xavier and Aiden were sitting on the common room couch, Xavier with his brow lifted and Aiden with his head turned toward the entrance. I ignored them and rolled my eyes as I headed into my bedroom to remove my clothing and cosmetics. In bed that night, I thought about Sinclair's kiss and how I might find love after all. Rissa barged into my room as I was getting ready that morning, just before my appointment with Sin. "Tell me everything," she said, leaping onto my bed. "Nothing significant happened. We just talked and kissed. You stopped us right in the middle of it. So it means you're in a relationship, correct? Did he ask you out?" She blurted out one inquiry after another. "Rissa, slow down. Yes, we have a connection. He is the first guy I've enjoyed since my ex-partner, for reasons beyond just a distraction. He also asked that we meet at 10 o'clock today. Why didn't you tell me sooner? And why are you still in your room? Go." Rissa spoke as she pushed me out of the midnight suite. As I proceeded down the corridor, Rissa said, "Tell me every detail later." After giving her a thumbs up, I went to Sin's office, where he was having a meeting with Adonis. They both appeared afraid until Sin noticed me approaching the door, at which point he concealed his face. Over the past few weeks, I've noticed that the two of them have a habit of harboring secrets, and when they saw someone, they immediately covered their faces. Logic tells me it's simply brother maintaining secrets, but my instincts tell me something is wrong, and my instincts have never failed me. Adonis greeted me before leaving Sin and me alone in the room. Sin stepped over to me and lightly kissed my cheek. "Hello, dear sweetheart. I was just in a discussion with my brother concerning the pack's finances." "Lie." Over the last 2 years, I've developed the ability to discern the truth from the lies others tell me. That is why Aiden delegated authority over the convicts to me to determine whether their claims are true. Sin simply lied to me, but for the time being, I'll put it up as a future issue to discuss with him. He probably doesn't trust me because we don't know each other well. I said, "Good morning, Sin. Why don't we go to town for breakfast?" "Oh, can we go to this cafe that I saw while I was taking a walk with Rissa?" I said to him. "Of course. Do you recall the way?" "Yep," I replied as I exited the room. Wait. Turning to see what Sin needed, I discovered he had approached me and grabbed my hand. "Okay, now let's go," he said to me. As I grew intrigued with his movements, I secretly followed him outside the castle. Our journey to the modest cafe was quiet as we basked in the sun. When we arrived, Sin said, "Why don't you get us a table while I order?" I nodded and requested, "Could you please get me those chocolate croissants?" "Of course, sweetheart," he muttered, kissing my forehead. I took a table in the corner outside so we could have some solitude. After a few minutes, Sin emerged from the cafe, accompanied by a waiter pushing a trolley full of food. Sin took a seat as the waiter left the trolley of food right close to our table. He took 2 plates from the trolley and placed them in front of the 2 of us, while Sin grabbed 2 mimosas. He handed me my chocolate croissants and then filled each of our plates with various types. "Good?" Sin asked after taking a piece of his meal. Without saying anything, I simply nodded and took another bite of the delectable treat. I finished my bite and asked Sin, "So, how far along are you with translating the book?" "Almost there. I should be done by tomorrow," Sin said, taking a bite of his pancake. "Did you decide which group will go find the prophet?" "Yes, Adonis, and I completed it yesterday. It will be everyone except your Alpha Aiden and Darius in case something goes wrong while we are looking for Abia." We shifted the subject and continued with a casual conversation to get to know each other more. We were almost finished with our dinner when Sinclair's phone rang, interrupting our talk. Sin answered the phone, his demeanor shifting from casual to urgent. When the call finished, he said, "We have to go now." Chapter 17. Sin began fast walking back to the castle, and I hurried to catch up with him. "Wait, what happened?" I queried once I was close enough for him to hear. "Adonis helped me interpret the book this afternoon, and I finally got it. He knows where Abia is." Saying this, Sin transformed into his Leaken wolf and dashed for the castle. I transformed into my gray wolf and ran behind him. Sin had already been waiting for me on the castle steps minutes before I arrived. Sin's wolf was about twice as large as mine, with black fur and a scar near the eye. I wonder where his wolf got that scar. Sin moved him to signal to me to follow him, because we couldn't communicate. We walked in our wolf forms to his office, where everyone else had already come. Sin unlocked his drawers for more clothing and offered them to me once he changed back. Werewolves were not terrified of being unclothed because we were every time we shifted. We rarely have clothes on. Normally, we are attacked by rogues. Adonis began the conference by saying, "Abia is in Steamy Forest, Evia." "Where the heck is Evia?" Rissa asked. "Greece." "I have already ordered my tickets for tomorrow, so I'll spend the day packing." Adonis spoke. "I'm not sure how long it will take us to find her exact location, so pack for at least a month. Make sure you bring your weapons." "We don't know what's out there," Sin explained. Before leaving the office, I kissed Sin on the cheek and said, "Thanks for our little date, even though it was cut short." He placed his arms around me, pecked my forehead, and said, "After this short break, we're going on a date with no interruptions." "I'd really like that, Sin," I said. "I'll see you tomorrow, sweetheart," Sin said softly, pushing me out of his arms and missing his warmth. After the meeting, I returned to my room and changed into a sports bra and leggings before heading to the castle gym to work out. I began with a quick warm-up before heading up to the punching bag and hitting it with my full strength, alternating punches. Going to the gym was always a method for me to clear my mind and focus solely on my punches. I don't want to think about what will happen if we don't discover this prophet. The dark smoke would most likely obliterate the remainder of us. "Anna, good thoughts," I told myself. After about an hour and a half, I returned to my room to shower. After my shower, I came out of the bathroom and began packing, throwing a variety of gym clothing and 3 pairs of combat boots into my large rucksack. In the second zip, I included all of my guns and knives as weapons. Because we were going to be hiking a lot in the forest, I brought a gallon water bottle and plenty of snacks. I finished everything in around 3 hours before having a break with the lads to catch up. God, it feels like we have barely seen each other since we have been here, Xavier exclaimed. That's because she's too busy replacing us with Rissa and Sin, Aiden explained, pouting gently. I'd never replace you two, even if you're both rude. Annoying. Wow. Xavier, what are your thoughts? I feel Anna requires a reminder of how irritating we can be, Aiden explained. You're right, Aiden. I completely agree with you, Xavier said as he and Aiden approached me. Knowing what they were about to do, I rushed across the room. Oh, heck no. Please do not do this to me again. I will be very kind for a month. Sorry, Anna, there isn't anything you can do to get out of this, Aiden said, sprinting to me. Aiden tossed me over his shoulder and placed me on the sofa before tickling me, and Xavier joined in, making me giggle wildly. Stop, I exclaimed, laughing so hard. After about a minute, they paused and sat on either side of me on the sofa. I'm happy for you, Aiden said once everyone had calmed down. Huh, I replied, bewildered. I haven't seen you this carefree in a long time, although you still are a stoic person sometimes, Aiden told her. Rolling my eyes at his response, Aiden added, I'm glad you like the Leakin King. I know the whole mate scenario made you think you'd never be with anyone, but you now have someone you may perhaps love in the future. You will always have us, but now you may have someone else to accompany you, Xavier told Aiden. I began, but was interrupted by a huge boom from outside. Looking out the wide window in the room, my heart sank at the spectacle outside, and the ground beneath us began to shake. Not this again, Xavier shouted, rising from his seat on the couch. Despite Aiden's movement, we all hurried out of the suite to leave the castle as soon as possible. When we arrived at the front, I saw the same scene as before, with all pack members following Rissa, Leo, and Darius to the waterfall we had previously visited. Sinclair led the crowd from behind, along with Adonis and the boys, and I was going to follow them when I heard a little cry from behind. Mommy, where are you? The little girl near the woods asked her mother. Oh no. The trees were already falling, and the earthquake had passed. It wouldn't be long until the smoke appeared. Running quickly towards the jungle to meet the little girl, I bent down to her level and said, Hey, Princess, your mother is probably with everyone else. I need you to run as fast as you can with me that way, okay? She nodded and started running in the direction I had previously specified. Before following her, I peered behind to make sure the smoke hadn't already appeared. Fortunately, she was a Leakin, so she was about halfway there before I caught up with her. We were almost at the falls when I detected a change in the air, and while still running, I looked behind me to see black smoke approaching us swiftly. I yelled at the little girl, faster. She used her Leakin powers to race faster until she reached the ground, when Rissa opened a small gap in her shield to let her in. Nearly there, I heard a roar, ANA. Sinclair screamed at me before the smoke obscured my vision. Chapter 18. Is this how death feels? I questioned in my mind. Everything around me was dark, with no light to see. I moved blindly forward, hoping to escape the darkness of my surroundings. I rapidly passed by, and when I turn, I see a new globe of light to my left. Walking close to it, I touched the globe to see what happened. Nothing. Of course, I had been thinking that it shouldn't have been this easy. Before I could move away from the globe, a brilliant glare arose, compelling me to cover my eyes. When I looked back, the ball of light started to swirl around me. The chant Non enim inveni eam, Regina Nostra began. Tendrils of light from the ball flew over to me, gripping my wrists. What is this? I yelled, straining to pull my hands away from the light. My survival instincts kicked in, and I began to employ my werewolf abilities to escape the grasp of the light. Digging my feet into the ground, I pushed with all my might, but had no success. What is happening? The ball began singing again, Regina Nostra, Analise Kade. Regina Nostra, Analise Kade. Still straining to break free from the phantom object's grip, the ball of light approached my face. Regina, 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 Regina. The chanting faded as I lost awareness of my body. When I regained consciousness, I began screaming before my body enveloped me. When I realized it was Sin, I buried my face in his shoulder and attempted to calm my breathing. I began to wonder how I was still alive. The last thing I remember was black smoke touching me, and then I was transported to a different dimension of darkness. When I finally calmed down, I tried to pull my head away from his shoulder, but Sin wouldn't let go. Rissa, Aiden, and Xavier hugged me while I sat on Sin's lap. After our embrace, Aiden and Xavier kissed my forehead before leaving. "Thank God you're okay," Rissa mumbled in my ear, then mimicked Aiden and Xavier's gestures and distanced herself from me. I eventually posed the question that everyone surely wondered: how am I still alive? Rissa began to speculate. "We don't know. You were there 1 second and then went with the black smoke. You disappeared for over 10 minutes before reappearing comatose. Sinclair carried you back to the castle, where we waited for you to awaken." Darius asked, "Do you know where you went?" Recalling the events, I said, "It was entirely dark, but there was a ball of light there. It was as if it were a real entity, repeating the same word over and over." "What was it?" Xavier questioned. "Regina," I replied. Sin immediately backed away from me and exchanged a glance with Adonis, who appeared to be about to get sick. When I turned to face Sin, his eyes were terrified, nearly identical to Adonis. "Wait, Sin, do you know anything about it?" I asked. As usual, he disguised his face once again, unlike Adonis, who could not wash the dread from his. Sin said, "No idea. Remember how I used to detect when someone was lying? My radar was in the red. Why was Sinclair lying to me?" Sin and Adonis left the room before I could ask a question. My wrath bubbled over since I was confident that both of them were aware of what was happening. They've been cagey and secretive since I arrived. At first, I assumed it was just a brother thing, but now I'm convinced they knew something about the black smoke. I was going to confront Sin the next time I saw him, since he could be withholding important information that we needed. Everyone except Leo, who needed to speak with me, left me alone to prepare for tomorrow's adventure. He sat in the chair next to my bed. "Hey," he said. "This is weird. We don't really talk," I said. Leo chuckled and said, "Yeah, I've heard a lot about you from Carrie. Perhaps we can become buddies throughout this journey." I grinned and said, "I'd like that. I mean, you must know all of Rissa's shameful secrets." "Of course I do. I've never told anyone about it, but now you'll be the first to know." We both giggled, and then he remarked, "You scared us all with your disappearing act, Anna." "Yes, I am sorry about it. I'm still not sure why, but I'm still alive and kicking." "It doesn't really matter. At least you're alive. Carrie would have been crushed if you had passed." Leo said, "She didn't really have any pals, just the boys and me." "I wanted to thank you for that." I snorted and added, "You do not have to thank me for that. Rissa is one of my first girlfriends. I suppose you two needed each other. Anyway, I should leave now. You need to recover after today, if you want to be even somewhat prepared for tomorrow." As he exited the room, I exclaimed, "Hey, wait, you better tell the stories on the plane." "You can count on it." Smiling, I went to the restroom to get ready for bed that night. I removed my clothes for a quick shower to get rid of the grime from my run. When I attempted to adjust my hair, I discovered a dark tattoo spinning up my wrist. Nobody had mentioned it since my shirt sleeves concealed it. That had not been there before. Either the black smoke or the light had marked me. Taking a quick shower and reflecting on the tattoo on my wrist, I felt I needed to get to the bottom of this ASAP. The next morning, Aiden screamed in the common room and woke me up. "Wake up, everyone. Time for the two of you to go to Greece." I poured water on my face in the bathroom to wake myself up. Aiden returned to midnight tonight because the pack had gone too long without an alpha. He was leaving at the same time as us to go home. The remainder of us had an 8 a.m. flight to Greece on Sinclair's private plane. I approached the common room for breakfast while wearing sweatpants and a hoodie to conceal my tattoo. We had a quiet and brief breakfast before getting ready to leave. Some castle servants loaded our luggage into the 2 cars parked in front of the castle. Xavier and I walked up to Aiden's car to say farewell. We hugged him one more time before leaving. Before I left, I told Aiden, drive safely, and I love you. I love you too, Anna, he said, giving me one last hug as I returned to our car. I was riding with Rissa and Leo, while Adonis and Sin were riding together. It took us nearly an hour to reach the plane and board it. Still angry at Sin for lying, I sat with Rissa and Leo on the opposite side of the plane. On our drive to Greece, Leo told me about all of the awkward Rissa encounters he'd had since meeting her. I laughed the whole time as Rissa continually told Leo to stop talking, but he didn't listen. When we arrived at the hotel, Sin stopped me as I was ready to enter the room. We need to talk. He dragged me inside a hotel cafe without allowing me to respond. What the heck do you want? I demanded fiercely. Sin, angry, asked me, what the heck is your problem, Anna? He said Anna, not sweetheart. His response annoyed me even more. You want to know my problem? Let me tell you. I know you were lying about not knowing where I was. His expression softened when he said, sweetheart. I cut him off and said, no, you don't get to do that. Anna, it is better if you do not know. Sometimes the truth is perilous. I stood up and turned to leave, but before I did, I said, don't fool me. I've had several people lie and betray me because the truth is always preferable to a lie, whether it's harmful or not. I then went back to my accommodation to sleep and prepare for our tour the following day. When I walked into my hotel room, which had a mattress in the center, I immediately changed into my nightgown and sat beneath the cover of my bed. I let go of my anger and mentally prepared for tomorrow. After all, the 5 of us will be venturing into the unknown of Steamy Forest tomorrow. Chapter 19. Turning around, I saw a giant male figure in front of me who appeared to be about 6 feet and 10 inches taller than the average Leakin. From behind, I noticed that the male was covered in muscles and tattoos. A pair of massive black wings dangled from his back, giving him the appearance of a soaring, evil angel. As he prepared to turn around and face me, I sank into the darkness. I leapt out of my bed, shocked awake by my strange dream, and went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. What on earth just happened? I mumbled something under my breath. Scratching my new tattoo on my wrist, I went back to my bedroom for a light lunch. To hide my tattoos from everyone, I wore a long-sleeved cropped shirt, trousers, and sneakers. To take my mind off my unusual dream, I packed my backpack for the long journey ahead of us, and at 9, I headed down to the lobby to meet everyone. Still upset at Sin for keeping secrets from me, I decided to be petty and give him the silent treatment for as long as I wanted. When I arrived, Rissa and Leo were already present, but Adonis and Sinclair were missing. I approached them and gave each of them a hug as a greeting. God, I am so bitter right now, Nellie, Rissa exclaimed as we waited. Confused, I asked why. Well, I don't know, maybe because we are in Greece, and instead of exploring, we're stuck trekking in the forest for some profit, she added while grumbling. Maybe because the world may potentially be ending. God, you have no idea what it was like with her complaining about this the entire night, Leo said. Well, you didn't complain after what I did for you last night, Rissa added, winking at Leo. Heat crawled up Leo's neck as I responded to her comment with disgust. EW, what on earth, Rissa? Rolling her eyes at me, the 2 buddies continued to make gooey eyes at each other as I stood awkwardly alongside them. Xavier came down, hugged me, and said, "Stay safe, Anna." I nodded and hugged him passionately before kissing his cheek. Everyone but Xavier would go, so we'd have a backup in case something happened in the forest. If we don't return in a month, Xavier will summon the wolves to find us. Xavier kissed my forehead and went back to his room to relax. I could clearly recognize the 2 brothers approaching us because of their unusual height and stature. I didn't want to be standing here with Leo and Rissa staring at one another in the lobby. The van is here to drop us off at the east edge of the Steamy Forest, Adonis remarked, breaking the companion's attention. As we walked out of the hotel, Sin grabbed my arm from behind. Sweetheart, please talk to me. I ignored him and released my arm from his grip before entering the van. I pushed Leo aside and grabbed his seat next to Rissa to avoid sitting close to Sin. What the hell, Anna, Leo growled. Find another seat. I'm sitting with Rissa, I said, putting my arm around hers. Oh my god, I'm so flattered that you two are fighting over me, Rissa exclaimed dreamily. Leo and Rissa rolled their eyes at Rissa's antics as Sinclair reached the van's back. When he discovered I was already sitting next to Rissa, he rolled his eyes and moved to the front to sit next to Adonis, who was driving. Rissa glanced at me, perplexed by what had happened between Sin and me. I mouthed to her later. She nodded and returned her focus to the front of the van as Leo took his seat in the center. We remained silent for 3 hours as we drove into the countryside. I fell asleep on Rissa's shoulder as she slept with her head against the window. When we arrived at the forest's edge, we disembarked from the van Adonis had parked in the middle of nowhere. We intended to leave the van and go on a long hike into the wilderness. We all gathered outside the truck, backpacks on our backs. So, how are we going to find her? Leo inquired. We just have to follow this map to her cave, Adonis explained. Lead the way then, I instructed him. Rissa and I waited in the back, as she was still curious about what was going on between Sinclair and me. Why aren't you two talking to each other? She eventually said. He's lying to me, and I'm weary of being someone to watch over. Sin claimed he wanted to keep me safe, but I think that's crap, I screamed. Before Rissa could react, Adonis stated, You know we can all hear you. Looking across at Sin, who appeared agitated and walked aggressively towards me. He placed his hands around my face. As he spoke, he said, Believe me when I say this. You don't want to know what I'm hiding. You do not believe I noticed you when we first met, but I did. Although you masked it well, I could see your grief, and learning the truth would absolutely demolish you. Sin. No, Anna, you push people away who genuinely care about you. Sin stripped off his clothes and transformed into his Leakin form, dashing onward. The rest of us were awkwardly standing there, unsure what to do next. Needing to apologize to Sin, I transformed into my wolf and followed him. I assumed they wanted us to have some alone time to talk because I couldn't hear the others behind me. Sinclair must have heard me sprinting after him while he waited for me to catch up. He tilted his Leakin head, signaling for me to follow him. We walked over to a little space and changed back into our human form, putting on the garments we had carried in our mouths. Sin, I apologize. I'm not used to people caring about me. The people I let in usually disappoint or betray me. Anna, not everyone is like your ex-mate. How could you possibly compare me to him? Sin commented, offended. I looked down, horrified that I had unwittingly put Sin in the same category as my terrible ex-mate. Sin has been nothing but kind and honest to me, whereas Axel used me as a sidekick he could have whenever he wanted. I did not intend to compare you to Axel. I suppose I'd prefer not to trust and be alone, not fearful of people betraying me. You can't end every relationship because you have trust concerns. One day, you're going to have to let more people in, Sin answered with a calm smile. Feeling brave, I stepped up to where Sin was sitting and plopped down in his lap. Moving my head down to his ear, I murmured, Am I forgiven for being stupid? Dragging his lips down my neck and back to my ear, he whispered, I can be persuaded, sweetheart. Sinclair turned my face to him and kissed my lips. Pushing him against the tree behind him, I took control of the kiss. I slid my hands down his abs as he drew me closer. I said Sin into his mouth. Are you sure about this, sweetheart? Here in the woods. MMHM, I replied, as his hand moved from my back to my side. Now, Analise, are you sure? Sin questioned as I pressed closer. Before I could give him a nod, the bunch entered and saw us in a deep embrace. What on earth did we just walk into? Adonis inquired, whirling around. Sin and I rose from our positions on the ground, dusting ourselves off. I pulled my fingers through my hair to remove the tangles, exactly like Sin did. You could have waited at least an hour for us, I said, annoyed by how flustered I was. Oh, love, who do you think I am? I need more than an hour to spend time with you, Sin said. Okay, enough. We don't need to hear this, Rissa said quietly, closing her eyes. I cannot believe you. I said, weren't you and Leo basically staring at each other in the hotel lobby? She stuck her tongue at me, and I responded. Okay, girls, we don't need your childish. Before Leo could continue, we heard a massive roar from within the jungle. I dashed to my luggage to get a sword before putting the sack in my suitcase. Looking around, I realized that everyone had their chosen weapon in hand, ready to attack. So, what do you think, run or fight? Rissa questioned. Just as I was about to speak to her, we heard another tremendous roar and discovered an enormous beast the size of a tree. Rissa, spell now, Sin said. Oh, okay, so fight, she said. Rissa. Okay. Ignis, she whispered as the beast caught fire but remained unharmed. Oh well, this is just great. Its stupid hide is fireproof, Rissa thought to herself. Rissa said, Oxiditis bestia again. Nothing hurting the beast came crashing towards us as Rissa cried, my spells aren't working against it. No way. I grabbed my blade and charged at the beast, full power. I swung at it, sending the edge of my sword straight through his leg, cutting it. Instead of harming him, the beast's leg dissolved into smoke and reappeared in perfect condition. Well, great, I said to myself. Adonis shouted, "A&A run," from behind me. I turned to follow the rest of the gang away from the beast. I heard thunderous footsteps behind us, signaling that the beast was still on our trail. It is a dreadful beast composed of darkness. It's meant to be a mythological creature only in stories, yet I believe it's real. Only a light spell can maim it, Adonis said as we fled. We kept fleeing as Rissa directed her spell toward the beast, Offerat Lux. It collapsed to the ground in front of us, releasing a terrifying shriek. Until fading into the air, it said, well, wolves, you passed my first test. You have 3 more to go before I, the greatest Abia, appear to you. The greatest Abia is very narcissistic, Leo muttered. Not only is random black smoke killing people, but we also have a prophet with a savior mentality. I told her, whatever, let's do what she says and find her. Chapter 20. As he placed gentle kisses on my neck, I arched my back. He then returned to my ear, causing me to sigh softly. Who do you belong to? He whispered angrily in my ear. You. I belong to you, I yelled passionately. Damn right, only me. He held me closer, his touch sending me on a high. I sighed with delight as he muttered possessively, I am the only one who touches you like this. Yes, oh yes, I mumbled incoherently, completely immersed in the feeling he was giving me. I tried to bring my face up to his, but he refused. I want to see you, I said. Not today, my brave and gorgeous girl. You will see me soon, he said. Just as the dream reached its peak, everything blurred, and I disappeared into the darkness. I sat up straight, my heart racing and small drops of sweat running down my face. My hand tattoo itched as I scratched it hard, just as it had before. Looking around, I observed that everyone was still sleeping by the campfire we had made for the night. It had been a week after our incident with the tenebrous creatures, and we had followed the route to Abia. We carefully made our way through the steamy forest, having yet to finish the other 2 challenges. To calm myself, I got out of my sleeping bag and went slowly away from our campground. Who was that man, and why was I having such an intense dream about him? This was my second dream about the same man with wings. The first occurred around a week earlier. Frustrated at not knowing anything, I swiftly stripped naked and shifted into my wolf. I fled, hiding my garments beneath a tree and staying nearby in case there was any danger in the forest. Remembering the intense feeling of pleasure, I raced faster to avoid those feelings. From what I could gather, the man had dark hair, which I tugged, urging him closer. Stop. Stop thinking about him, or I will never stop being flustered. I was so focused on the man in my dream that I didn't notice Sin's black lichen running behind me. I discovered in his mouth that he was clutching both his and my garments, which I had concealed. I dashed behind a tree, handing my clothes to me to change so Sinclair wouldn't notice my new tattoo. I've been hiding my new tattoo under long sleeves for the past week because I don't want to make a big deal out of it. I knew the others were still worried about what had happened to me as the darkness enveloped me. I came from behind the tree and moved over to where Sin was standing. Hey, why did you run off in the middle of the night? He was asking me. There's no cause. I'm just experiencing an intense dream about another man. Nope, just got a little hot, I responded, lying. Oh, okay. We should return to camp now, sweetie. We're guessing we'll run into our next task tomorrow, he replied casually. Yeah, just give me a minute then I'll come back. He nodded and walked back to camp, leaving me to sit on a little log near where we were standing. I rested my head between my legs, thanking the moon goddess that Sinclair hadn't detected my flustered state. Feeling horrible about lying to Sin, I took a deep breath of fresh air before following him back to camp. When the 5 of us awoke that morning, we went hunting for breakfast. After an hour or 2 of relaxing around the fire and eating, we packed up and started our journey. Some days, we would stroll in perfect solitude and just appreciate the forest, while other days, we would joke and converse with one another. God, how much longer until the next task? I'm so bored with walking, Rissa grumbled. Who knows? It doesn't say a distance on the map, Adonis responded. Well, that's just great, I said under my breath. Agreed, Rissa muttered, assuming she had heard me. We walked for another 5 hours, taking roughly 30-minute rests in between, until finally stopping. The 5 of us stood in a horizontal line, looking over the massive abyss between our pathways. Well, great, we found it. The next task, Leo said to us. The abyss was 70 feet wide, with an endless bottom and no means to traverse it. Plans, anyone? Rissa asked. Let's take a break, and then we will figure out how to get across, Sin said to him. We all sat near the rock, both lying and sitting on the ground, exhausted from walking. Sin sat next to me and pulled me into his lap. I am the only one who touches you in this way. Amica mea. I jumped out of Sin's lap as if he had electrocuted me and landed hard. The 4 of them looked at me, puzzled by my moves. Are you okay, sweetheart? Sin inquired, attempting to help me sit up. I sat up straight, pulled away from his hands, and responded, yes. Yes, very fine. I just saw a huge spider, yes, a spider. Wow, the big bad. Analise Kade is afraid of spiders. Hilarious, Leo replied, chuckling. Walking towards him, I wrapped my hand around his throat and pinned him to the nearest tree behind him. I would stop laughing if I were you if you didn't want me to hurt you badly, I said, my gaze hardening. When I realized what I had done, I quickly left Leo, terrified that I had threatened my friend and Rissa's partner. Over the last few weeks with the Royal Pack, I've shown them a softer side of myself. Today, upset by my dream, I accidentally showed them the ferocious warrior Beta, who is dreaded in the werewolf world. I took a few steps back before turning and running in the opposite direction. What did I do? I just choked my closest friend's mate. Hearing footsteps behind me, I turned to see who they were. Rissa came over and hugged me. It's okay, Nellie. I know it was an accident. Tell me what's wrong, she said quietly in my ear. I stayed silent, unable to tell her about the dream. Instead, I hugged her more tightly and quietly said, I'm sorry. It's okay, bestie. Leo, I don't blame you. All of this must be frustrating for you after you vanished into the smoke. And you, Analise Kade, have been hiding your darkness for too long, and part of it needs to be revealed. I pulled myself away from her hug and thanked her for being understanding rather than hating me. I couldn't dislike you, and it was sort of funny how Leo was about to jump out of his skin. Oh my God, you should have seen his face. I was literally biting my lip to stop laughing at him. As we headed back to camp, I apologized to Leo before laughing. He simply nodded and waved at me. I rushed over to Sin and hugged him as an apology. He hugged me back, but unlike earlier, my body disliked his touch. I quickly moved away from him, giving him a smile and a kiss on the cheek before we all headed back to the brink of the chasm. Okay, gentlemen, I believe I have a solution to our small dilemma. Rissa, could you cast a spell for us to walk over? Adonis asked. I mean, I can do floating stones, but only one person at a time, she went on. Okay, let's do that. Who wants to go first? Sin said. I guess I will, I replied when no one else did. Before starting the procedure, Rissa approached me and asked, Are you sure? I'm not sure how great this spell will be. I turned towards her, placed my hand in hers, and said, I trust you, Rissa. I removed my backpack and placed it on the ground so Rissa could spell the bags to float over. She nodded, then mumbled, Nos errare lapides. The first stone appeared in front of me as I jumped onto it. I continued to jump from stone to stone, progressing over the chasm. As I was ready to jump onto the next stone, a filthy flock of nasty-looking birds attacked me, almost knocking me off balance. "Oh, you must be kidding me," I shouted. I removed my sword from my waist and hacked down the birds before jumping onto the next stone. When I tried to do the same with the stone afterwards, I slipped and fell, missing it. Thankfully, Rissa could shift a stone right beneath me, allowing me to fall on it. "This, put the birds on fire," I shouted, shooing them away from me. "I cannot. I can only cast one spell at a time," she said as I climbed onto the stone in front of me. "It's a one-word spelling, correct?" "Just let me go, put them on fire, and catch me," I replied. "Are you crazy? What if I don't catch you?" "You will. Just do it because the way I am going, I will fall either way. This way, at the very least, I'll have a chance to cross." "Okay, fine, hang on." Putting the sword back at my waist, I kneeled and curled my fingers around some ridges on the stone, using them as grips. Behind me, I could hear Rissa yelling "Incendia." Just as she said that, I observed a flock of birds on fire, and everything was gone in an instant. I plunged into the gap, my hair flying, clinging on for dear life as Rissa cast the magic. "Oh no, I'm gonna get squashed," I thought. I finally stopped falling because I couldn't see the bottom. As I leapt from stone to stone, back up and across the distance before landing on the ground, I waited for the others to come safely. When Rissa arrived, I responded, "Any longer, and I would have been a fly, crushed on the bottom of a boot." "Sheesh, I was going as fast as I could," she remarked, rolling her eyes. "Well, it appears that you only have one assignment remaining until you meet me, the powerful one. I'm going to speed up your voyage because I'm extremely bored and haven't done anything in the last 7 centuries. Go down this trail and you will come across a cave, solve the riddle, and I will answer your questions. Until then," Abia said in her shadow, disappearing into thin air. "How on earth is she snarky? Hasn't she been isolated for eons?" was the reply. We continued straight for the next 2 hours, looking for the cave Abia mentioned. "Hey, sweetheart, are you okay?" Sin and I were at the back of the group. "Who in the heck do you belong to?" When he attempted to hold my hand, I replied, "Yeah, I'm perfectly fine." "Are you sure? Ever since last night, you have been acting weird." "You. I belong to you." Yep. "I'm alright, but scared about what we'll find out." Sinclair looked at me curiously, but eventually accepted my response. For the next hour, I walked alone, still disturbed by my dream. I wish I could tell everyone the truth about what is happening to me, but I cannot, especially since I am having an intimate dream about another man. Sin has been nothing but lovely, with a few imperfections, such as neglecting me, but he is still superior to Axel. I felt bad about having this dream because we connected when we met. Most of all, I'm frustrated because I don't know who the man is that haunts me both in my nightmares and throughout the day. When Adonis discovered the cave behind the vines, he said, "Over here." We all rushed over to him and into the opening. I walked up to an ancient-looking door and cleaned it before reading the riddle. "I cannot be purchased, but I can be stolen with a glance. I am useless to one, but priceless to two. What am I?" I inquired again, reading the wall. "Any suggestions?" I inquired. "I hate riddles," Rissa growled. Sinclair stayed silent on the cave's side for the next 10 minutes while Adonis, Rissa, and Leo debated about the puzzle. Looking at the question again, trying to think while the others banter behind me. "Worthless to one, priceless to two," I whispered, speaking loudly to help myself understand the phrase. "What the hell, I don't know." I recognized it after a time of attempting. Sinclair moved over to the riddle and adjusted the dial. The rest of them stayed mute, waiting for Sinclair's response. When he typed in his response, the dial clicked and the door opened. "Love," Sin replied slowly, gazing at me. We entered through the door and greeted him with a small smile. As we entered, I observed a stunning woman with hair down to her feet and flowers braided through it. She wore an airy robe and glanced at us with keen violet eyes. "Welcome, my sweeties. The answers you have been looking for will be answered when you complete my tests. I am the prophet of knowledge, and I know everything. I've been there since the beginning of time when our beautiful land was sown with life. I am Abia. Chapter 21. Yeah, we kind of guessed that, Rissa remarked sarcastically. Don't upset her, Carrie. We hiked through the woods for weeks, so I didn't come here for nothing, Leo said quietly. Ignoring their fighting, I asked Abia, since you're the knower of all, can you tell us what the black smoke is? Why on earth would I tell you what it is? My temper flared as I calmly responded, because we went through your trials to prove ourselves worthy of your answers. Oh, I know, but what's the fun telling you now than finding out later? You've got to be kidding me, I muttered quietly. Heavens no, I broke 3 nails to get here. You better tell us what the smoke is before I poke you with Nellie's sword, she said to herself. First of all, I am immortal, thus I will not die. Second, I never stated I wouldn't respond later after a story, and don't worry, it won't be too long. Look, Abia, we worked hard to find you, and people are dying, so just tell us what the smoke is and we'll be on our way, I replied to the prophet's comment. And I have been stuck in the middle of nowhere with barely any company for centuries, so you are going to listen to my story anyway. Girls, please listen to her story. She's obviously not going to let this go, so the sooner she tells us, the faster we can leave, Leo concluded. Wonderful. I'd like some tea before we start, Abia replied as she ventured deeper into the cave. She brought us to the center of the room and waited for us to gather. Grab onto each other's hands and close your eyes if you don't want to go blind, Abia said. When we held on, she murmured, Dedigit imaginum in domum suam. When I opened my eyes, I saw a modern room with a large circular table in the center. Abia grabbed a chair and served everyone with chamomile tea before taking the last seat. Where are we? I asked. Instead of answering, Rissa said, it was always here. She just unveiled the room for us to see. Well, to more important matters, wait, never mind. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, Abia stated before disappearing into thin air. You're joking. We'll be here forever, Leo replied, leaning his head on the table. Looking out to Sinclair, who was quieter than usual, asked, Hey Sin, are you okay? His face was covered in a troubled expression, like Adonis, who appeared to be about to break out in hives. Before answering, Sin pinched the bridge of his nose. Why are you flinching away from me? Pretending I don't know what he's talking about, I said, What are you talking about? Sinclair slammed his fist onto the table, grabbing everyone's attention. I've never seen Sin like this before, with a hint of lunacy in his eyes. The Sin I know is cool, collected, and kind. Before I could respond, Sin looked down at my wrist, where my tattoo had popped out of my sleeve. He grabbed my hand firmly and slid my sleeve up my arm to see my new tattoo. His and Adonis' faces turned white when they noticed the marking on my arm. When did you get this? Sin questioned me aggressively. Adonis, next to him, appeared to be close to passing out from the panic crisis he was undergoing. Although he was murmuring too quietly for me to hear, I was able to catch some of his words. Oh no. Oh no. He is going to destroy us. I turned to face Rissa and Leo, who shared my confusion regarding the two brothers' actions. Sin and Adonis were known for their serenity and fearlessness, but today they were acting differently. All I know is that my first conclusions were correct, and they learned something. I had had enough of Sin's aggressive attitude and ripped my hand free from his grip. I'm not sure what's wrong with you or Adonis, but don't touch me like that again. Understood. As much as we would love to hear the rest of your lover's spat, let me begin my story, Abia said with a giggle. Be my guest, I replied. Eons ago, Gia created Earth, the habitat for all species. She also created werewolves, which are half human and half wolf, albeit they did not exist until half an eon ago. She made me from a field of hyacinth flowers, which are endemic to Greece. Residing on Earth with only Gia as my employer, we worked on the creation of supernaturals and humans, creating distinctions between them to make werewolves the superior race and have them defend humans. 2 millennia later, before Gia bore herself into the continents of Earth, she created one final being. Born from chaos and destruction, this being thrived on people's fear and death, and, because darkness exists in all living things, this soul became the most powerful creature to walk the earth, dominating over us all. Abia sat quietly in her seat, drinking her tea and waiting for her to finish her narrative. Mortals are such peculiar creatures. Why did we listen to that story for no reason? I asked. Abia raised her head towards Sin and Adonis. I'm guessing you two know? Sin pushed his chair, stood up, and fiercely told Abia, he will not win, not this time. I think you forget who he is. Not even the Leaken King can protect his kingdom from his wrath, responds Abia. Hold up, are you saying Satan is real? Rissa asked. Satan? Leo questioned her, perplexed. Yeah, aren't they talking about the creature in the story, the one born of havoc and chaos? They're not talking about Satan, that's impossible. Satan, Lucifer, Devil, are just the many names the mortals have given him over the years, indicated Abia. Rissa, Leo, and I stared at her in response. Did she just suggest that Satan is real? Haha, what a funny joke. Rissa inquired, hoping Abia was lying. Sin and Adonis did not seem as surprised as we did. Instead, Sin appeared ready to kill. He stepped to the side of the room and grabbed up the vase, throwing it against the wall. Based on his reaction, I'm guessing the prophet didn't just lie to us. Is he responsible for the smoke? I questioned quietly. In a way, Abia responded. What do you mean when you say it's one or the other? God, I can't believe we're in the lair of Satan's followers, I replied. I would watch your words, he's always listening. What is he going to do for insulting him? Come and get me. I told him. Abia said nothing but smirked as she added more tea to her cup. Whatever, this is nonsense. How do we stop the smoke? Abia stared at me and took a sip before saying, Oh, you can't, darling, no one but him, and I have a feeling he will stop for a price. Great minion of the devil, call him here so we can talk to him, was my response. No, Sinclair yelled passionately. Do not call him. Sin turned to me and said calmly, You don't know who he is, how dangerous he can be, and you've never experienced his rage. We need to devise a strategy before calling him. We don't need a plan. I'll pay the price for him to stop killing all of these people. I stood, unable to control my rage. Nellie, Sin is right. We need a strategy before we take action against Satan of all people. I sat back down and yelled, What on earth am I doing? You're right, I know you are, but yelling at Sin felt like I was losing control of my body. What do you mean? Rissa inquired, puzzled. What's happening to me? I wondered. I don't know. I inquired, frustrated because my body was betraying me. I knew Sin and Rissa were correct, but it seemed like someone else had control of me. This was all I needed, another difficulty to solve. You know, forget it. I told her, we'll worry about that later. Let's solve one problem at a time. Interrupting our chat, I noticed Abia loudly drinking her tea and grinned mischievously. Why are you smiling like that? Leo inquired. Nothing, just that there's no point in arguing. Why? Rissa asked. Oh, he's already on his way. It appears that Adonis was correct. We are going to die. Looks like Satan has joined the party. Chapter 22. Flying across the table, I shoved Abia against the nearest wall, holding her firmly. Even though I had her in a tight grip, she smiled, as if the whole scenario amused her. Why did you call him? I asked, tightening my grip. With my hand around her neck, I reluctantly let her go. After a brief pause to regain her breath, she responded, I didn't call him. Okay, it doesn't matter whether you did or not. Just tell him not to come, Leo said. Darling, no one can tell that man what to or not to do. I am flattered that you believe I can control that man. Why is he even coming here? Rissa inquired, can't he have the entire world bow to his feet if wanted? Abia responded, you can never have everything. What could Satan possibly want from us? I asked, perplexed. I can think of one thing, Adonis said under his breath. Want to share with the group, Adonis? I asked him after hearing his comment. No, he doesn't, Sin interrupted. Even though he responded calmly, I could see dread in his eyes. There were so many emotions on his face that I couldn't pick just one. The fear, however, overwhelmed all other emotions. I became irritated because the two brothers had kept so much important information from us. They could have taught us everything about Satan before we journeyed for weeks in search of some meaningless prophet. We could have avoided all of this if you told us the truth, I warned Sin. You understand nothing, he said, shaking his head. Of course not. You and your brother are not telling us anything. How can the three of us understand the situation if you don't tell us? All I know is that ever since we stepped into this cave, it's like you became another person and, honestly, you're being awful, I told you. Yeah, well, it doesn't even matter anymore, Sin remarked, concluding the conversation. Suscite me in Domum Swam, take me into your home, Abia chanted, and we all disappeared into another room. Where on earth are we now? Rissa asked. This has been my home for the past few centuries. I figured this would be more comfortable while we waited for our guest. Make yourself at home, Abia replied before disappearing. Seeing the corridor, I decided to explore Abia's home rather than stay here. As I continued walking, Rissa and I joined hands to stroll together. Taking one last look back, Sin was brooding over to the side for who knows what reason. Feeling my gaze on him, he moved them to mine, but they lacked the same compassion as previously. Rissa and I turned back and headed towards the kitchen, having spent the entire time hunting in our wolf forms. I rummaged in her cupboard and refrigerator and found some mango and strawberries to eat. Rissa discovered some fruits to eat on her own while we sat down on the bar stools to eat lunch. With her mouth full, Rissa said, I can't believe we're going to meet Satan. What do you think he is like? Rissa's question has stayed with me for longer than I'd like to admit. For better or worse, I've been wanting to know more about him and his aspirations. To Rissa, I simply nodded and added gently, I suppose we'll find out soon. We finished the remainder of our small snack quietly before returning to our old room. When I stepped in, the boys were all in their own corners, each with a cup of tea. Abia must really enjoy her tea. Abia poured 2 additional glasses of her hot tea and handed them to Rissa and me. Adonis wants to tell us what you were talking about before Sin cut you off, she said. No, he will not, Sin interrupted again. Don't cut in. The three of us deserve to know the truth about what you're hiding, Leo said, finally expressing his fury toward them. I said it's for the bee. Before Sin could continue his sentence, we heard the door open violently and fall into the wall. A tall guy stood there, towering over everything, even the lichens. We could see the ethereal tattoos swirling up both of his arms as he donned an all-black suit with no jacket and rolled up his sleeves. The shirt he was wearing was well-fitted, showcasing the strong figure he had spent years developing. On top of his head was a tangle of precisely styled ebony black hair. His face was perfectly symmetrical, making him the most handsome man I had ever seen. But it was his eyes that drew me in the most, the iciest blue eyes that could pierce your soul and gaze into your deepest secrets. Who the hell do you belong to? I am the only one who touches you like this. My cup of tea crashed to the ground as I heard Rissa and Leo ask me what was wrong, concerned. Their voices quieted as I focused on the man in front of me, who was smiling devilishly at me. A sinister smirk foreshadows trouble. No, this cannot be happening, I whispered softly. Looks like I'll be joining in all this fun, he reported. His voice soothed my spirit. It was harsh and alluring at once, much like the one in my dreams. The man in front of me was the one who haunted my dreams. Turning to me, he said, Amica Mea, my friend. Chapter 23. Anna, several people said to me, but all I could think of was the blue-eyed man in front of me. My breath caught as I began to panic. I imagined the different scenarios that could happen. How is this possible? He is the same dude from my dream. His eyes twinkled with mischief as he moved behind me and threw himself on the couch. Something about his presence gives everyone a bow to me vibe. He sat on the sofa like a dark prince, waiting for us to serve him. I shook my head and told Rissa that I was fine, even though I was going crazy in my thoughts. She let it go because she didn't believe me, and we had more important things to worry about. Abia went out of wherever she had gone right before the man arrived. When she looked at him, she gave him a death stare. I am going to hurt you. Get your legs off my 15th century couch, Abia shouted angrily. He removed his legs and pouted almost childishly, Hello, big sister. No hugs or kisses for your little brother. Almost an eon old, and yet you are still the same childish man you were when you were made, brother, Abia exclaimed with a smile. Wait, Satan is your brother, Rissa cried in amazement. Were you not listening to my story? Gia made both of us. Satan, that's what you called me, sister, the man said coldly. Abia merely rolled her eyes at him and said, You are literally the devil. What's your name, then? Leo inquired. Athanasius Mortem, but you can call me Arius, he said softly, returning her eyes to mine. Coniunx, darling, did you not tell them about me? Arius inquired as he went over to me, gently touching my face and twirling a stray strand of black hair around his finger. His statements perplexed Leo and Rissa, but Adonis and Sin seemed unfazed. It must have been one of the many other lies they told me. Returning my gaze to Arius, I was close enough to see the gold sparkles in his eyes. Instead of replying, I pulled my hand back and slapped him hard. In an instant, I was thrown against the nearest wall, his tattooed palm wrapped around my throat. Looking behind him, I saw the black wings from my dream, uncurled and fully extended. The feathers were as dark as the smoke, and they seemed almost as dangerous. Moving his head down to my ear, he murmured softly but lethally, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Amare. I guess I still have to punish you for allowing Sinclair to touch you where only I can. He moved back, giving me his signature smirk before turning and tucking his wings back, but not totally disappearing as before. Oh my god, why am I so flustered right now? My inner wolf had gone wild when Arius arrived. She had been yipping and yapping with excitement as he laid his hands on me. Rissa approached me, interrupting my thoughts and asking, What is he talking about, Nellie? Before I could react, Arius vanished from view, leaving just a cloud of smoke behind. He returned to Sin, hurled him across the room, disappeared, and reappeared in front of him. Arius, Sin attempted to talk before Arius started continuously striking him. We all yelled in protest before he used his magic to cover our mouths and freeze us in place. His beast was lurking beneath, ready to jump, and I believe the time has come for us to see. The three of us were going to see some of Arius Mortem's darkness. When Arius had had enough of throwing punches, he effortlessly grabbed Sin and flung him across the room. Arius flew across the small space between them, pushing the injured Sin into the wall. All these years, you must have felt like the king of the world, convincing all the wolves that you earned your title through valor. What kind of nonsense did you spew to make them believe you're some noble hero? Arius yelled, hitting him once and driving him back into the wall. Befriending me to give you the title of Leakin King, then betraying me. To top it all off, eons later, you touch the one thing that belongs to me. Oh, and your sister sends her regards. Is she yours? Sin questioned hoarsely from his position on the ground, ignoring Arius's remark about his sister. She will be. Arius pushed him to the floor and shifted away from Sin, landing one final blow. Moving his gaze to Adonis, he mockingly said, Oh, of course, the faithful little brother. Want me to send a message to your twin? Perhaps apologize for abandoning her. Adonis, too terrified to answer, simply shook his head and turned away. Arius flicked his hands, making his power disappear from view. The three of us stood there, startled by what had just occurred. Sin from the ground coughed before saying, That woman isn't any sister of ours after she chose that awful creature. Sin was always kind and understanding towards me. Despite his inadequacies, he had never communicated in that way before. Maybe all this time I've known him, he's been hiding his true self, and now is the day his secrets are revealed. Sin is progressively losing control of the artificial universe he created for himself. Slowly, I started to question my feelings for the Leakin King. Arius hissed angrily, I dare you to say that again, Sinclair. Your sister is a valuable member of my court and family. If you insult her again, I will make you regret it without mercy. And with that, Arius took a step towards me and grabbed my hand. He gazed across at Rissa and Leo, thinking about something, while I strained to extricate myself from his clutches. With a final wave, Arius said, A joy as always, sister. Maybe next time, don't wait another 6 centuries to come and see me. A second later, we all vanished, returning to the cave's surface. When we arrived, Arius let go of me, and I stumbled and fell on the ground. I quickly got up and realized that he had also stolen Rissa and Leo. Rissa looked across at me and asked, What on earth is going on, Nellie? Why are you asking me? How on earth do I know? Oh, I'm not certain. Maybe because this person over here, she added, pointing to Arius, claimed you knew him. The crimson quickly traveled up my neck and cheeks, burning me up. Arius looked at me and smirked at my reaction. I got back. I don't know what's going on. I didn't even know his name until today. Leo glanced at me suspiciously and asked, "Why are you blushing?" "Probably because she has been having intense dreams about me for the past week," Arius said, pinching my cheek. He dropped his head to my ear and said seductively, "Why don't we make dreams a reality, Amare?" "Shut up," I muttered, batting at his hands and flushing even more. Rissa and Leo discreetly observed our chat before Rissa asked, "Intense dreams, and you didn't even tell me." "I can't even complain. I wouldn't want anyone near him if he were mine. I mean, he's incredibly handsome." I snarled at her for her comment, annoyed that she was complimenting Arius. Leo ignored me and merely glanced at her, saying, "Hello over here, your mate." Rissa looked at him with affection and added, "Don't worry, Leo, I still love you. It just doesn't mean I don't have eyes or appreciate beauty." As my rage mounted, Arius said nothing and simply laughed at Rissa's remark. My wolf was becoming possessive towards the man next to me. I attempted to remain calm and asked, "Why are we out here?" "Oh, you're coming with me back home," Arius said definitively. "Yeah, I am not. May you please stop smoking so that we may all return to our normal lives?" I responded, fighting back tears. "The smoke will not stop until you come back to your home. My home is the Midnight Pack, not wherever you live. It is no longer your home, Konyunks. If you wish to discover more about the smoke and my genuine objectives, I encourage you to join me," Arius continued. "That's not happening. You can just tell us here, I informed you." Arius pulled me back against the tree, burning his face next to mine. Because of our proximity, I could smell his fresh breath and potent fragrance. He leaned close to my neck, causing my wolf to react. I shivered uncontrollably as he kissed my neck. He drew his mouth back to my ear and murmured, "It's adorable that you think you have a choice in the matter." With a snap of his finger, everything went dark. Chapter 24. When we landed on our feet, I wrenched my body out of Arius's grasp and pushed him as hard as I could. He, a 6 feet 10 inches giant, barely moved when I went. "What on earth is your problem?" I inquired, annoyed with him. Arius disregarded me and moved toward the big castle ahead of us. Taking a break from my frustration, I looked at our new surroundings. I noticed that not only had Arius brought me, but also Leo and Rissa. We were under a starry sky, full of sparkling stars, with snow gently falling from above. The palace followed the gloomy concept and was the same color as Arius' hair. It was surrounded by a lake in the center, with the rest of the kingdom located on land. The mountains were entirely covered in snow, but his castle must have been protected by magic since not a single drop fell on it. We followed Arius into the building and saw how the rest of the decor matched his aesthetic of black and red. He walked into a large dining room where a woman and a man were enjoying dinner. They must have heard us entering. They looked up from their dinner at us. The woman seated looked quite familiar, but I couldn't recall where I had seen her before. "Ari, you didn't tell us we were going to have guests this evening," she said. Arius pointed at us, saying, "Carissa Barrows, Leo Barrows, and Analise Kade." He then addressed the others at the table, saying, "Akani and Allegra Gallus." He moved to the head of the table and took his seat, signaling that we should sit. When we were all seated, he flipped his hand and revealed a dish of food in front of us. We all took a cautious spoonful, and I was surprised by the different levels of spiciness in their cuisines. We all ate peacefully for a few minutes until Arius interrupted. "To stay in my kingdom tomorrow, you must be accepted into it. We have protections in place for foreigners to come here, and if you do not arrive within 24 hours, you will perish without the king's bond." "There's no need. We won't be staying long," I told him. "I don't think you understand. If you go back, the smoke will begin its search once more," I said to Arius. "Why don't you tell us what this smoke is for, and then we can all be on our merry way," I complained. Arius clenched his jaw and turned to face the couple, asking, "Anything to report?" "Nope, it has all been smooth sailing since you've been gone," Akani told him. "I'm sorry, do I know you from somewhere?" Rissa queried, looking at Allegra with amazement. Oh, I don't think so. You must have mistaken me for one of my brothers, Allegra said. Brothers? Leo questioned her. Sinclair and Adonis Royal. Wait, you're the sister they announced? I was perplexed. Allegra gave me a quick nod, and Rissa pointed to Akani, saying, and you must be that creature. Akani laughed and sneered before saying, so that's what he's calling me nowadays, huh? My brother refused to accept the relationship between the two of us, so he disowned me from the family, causing Adonis, my twin, to avoid me as well. Sin has always been jealous of Arya's strength. Thus, he resented me for being close to him because my mate was his best friend, Allegra said to us. He hated you for falling in love with your mate, I explained, surprised that Sinclair could be so vicious. She nodded, and I could see the pain in her eyes from being abandoned by her family. I looked over to Arius, who was visibly agitated. Allegra has just given you the simplified version of the story. There are more parts in which he wronged his sister in unimaginable ways, but that is a topic for another day. Allegra has become a part of my family, not only as a best friend, but also as a little sister to me. I looked down at my plate, embarrassed by how quickly I'd developed feelings for a man I barely knew. Sin was nicer to me than Axel ever was. I trusted him before I knew him. How could someone abandon their family for love? I excused myself from the table and walked out of the room. Hearing the thud of footsteps behind me, I realized Arius was following me. He approached me and instructed me to follow him to my room because I did not know my way around the castle yet. I walked behind him, taking in Arius' back muscles. I wouldn't deny that he was the most handsome man I'd ever seen, and the fact that my wolf liked him was a nice bonus. She never moved or did much with Sin present. Maybe that was my first warning sign because she usually moves in with me when she likes someone, like Rissa or Leo. Arius approached a door and said, "Here we are. This is your room for now." "Thanks," I said. "It's not your fault that you didn't see the signs with Sin," he advised me. No, I typically have gut feelings about people, and I had one with him, but I ignored it. Therefore, it's my fault. It was just the first time I felt something for someone other than my family, Xavier, and Aiden. I replied without filtering my words. When I looked through the door at Arius, he was fisting his hands and had a clear expression of rage on his face. He asked me quietly, "You loved him?" "What?" "Wait, no, I only liked him a little." "Good. You can't love any man romantically other than me," he said, lifting my chin closer to him. "You're mine, Amare." Staying in that posture for a second, feeling a strange connection with his hands on me and his stare fixed on me. Realizing I was still in his hold, I walked back and said, "No, I'm not." "You'll know soon enough," Arius remarked, smirking before leaving. When I came inside my room, I noticed a gloomy aesthetic with red accents. I was taken aback by how beautifully adorned it was, so I went into the bathroom to wash off the dirt that had remained after we showered in the creeks. The water poured down my body, and I stood there perplexed by how the Dark King had made me feel. Whenever he touched me, I got a strong reaction from both me and my wolf. I'd only ever felt sparks with. That is not possible. That night, I lay awake, unable to sleep as my racing thoughts kept me awake. Finally, 3 hours after lying in bed, I fell asleep from tiredness. The next morning, I walked to breakfast and sat next to Rissa. Arius was angered by my new position next to him from the night before. Still, I gazed down at my chocolate croissant, savoring its creamy, chocolatey flavor, and consumed it just in time for the ceremony, welcoming me into the kingdom and saving the three of us from death. We entered the throne room, which featured a chalice in the center and a knife next to it. Arius approached it, with Akani and Allegra on either side of him, making a formidable black court. As we approached, Arius said, "One of you, give me your hands so I can place the blood in the chalice." We nodded as he pricked all our fingers, letting the streaming drips of blood fall into the cup for the spell he was about to do. Of course, it was not a spell. After all three of our blood had been collected in the chalice, Arius lifted it and drank from it. He then pricked his own wrist and stated, "You must drink my blood to complete the bond." Leo approached Arius, taking the first taste of blood before Arius's healing kicked in, and then he pricked it again for Rissa and me. A metallic taste flooded my tongue, and various images flashed through my mind, the most prominent of which was myself in a crimson ball gown with a gorgeous crown on top of my head. "Nellie, Nellie," Rissa shouted, snapping me out of my daydream. "Are you okay?" she said, worried. I gave her a reassuring nod before turning to see where that delicious smell was coming from. When I was a youngster, I used to go to the field to pick and smell lavender because they were my favorite flowers, and the smell I'm sniffing right now is the one I was looking for when I eventually discovered the owner. As my wolf shouted into my mind, I looked to Arius, who stood there with his arms crossed and a noticeable smirk. My eyes widened in surprise, and I backed away a little before completely comprehending what my wolf was saying. Mate. Mate. Oh no. Chapter 25. Did you know? I muttered softly, staring back at Arius. When he didn't answer, I shouted, "Did you know?" Arius did not react, but instead approached me and grasped my hand, transferring me to my room in the palace as I nearly lost my equilibrium. Catching myself, I thrashed in his hands and began hitting his chest, and he just gazed at me neutrally as I unloaded my wrath on his body while he scarcely moved. I asked myself, how is this possible? It is impossible. Arius finished with me, grabbed my hands, stopped me from continuing, and placed them behind my back. "Calm down," he said softly to me. "How can you tell me to calm down? I can't believe you are my mate. It makes some sense, considering the dreams. But how can you be my mate? I already had one, which ended terribly." Arius became outraged at the mention of Axel and yelled, "That boy was not your mate, Amare. The moon goddess was promoted to power Megaanum million years ago, and was envious of my strength. So she chose another man over my partner, but of course, I cursed your relationship, so you would never have been together anyway. You're the reason I got rejected, you jerk, I told you. Don't tell me you're upset. Once I found you, I looked up your prior partner. My beloved Amare, I did you an enormous favor with him. Did you want to end up like that?" "Of course not, but you placed the curse before knowing who or whom my fake mate was," I answered, rolling my eyes. "He could have been nicer." "You're mine," Arius growled. "Oh, yes, prove it," I pressed him. He gave me a devilish smile and pushed me down onto the bed behind me, sending sparks flying everywhere and making my heart race. "You'll always be my mate. My kingdom, my family, and your friends are aware of it, as will the rest of the globe. Get on the same page, Amare. Can anyone make you feel like this?" He whispered and kissed my cheek, nose, and the corners of my mouth. I banged against my room's closed door after only a few steps. I stared at him and twisted him over so that I was sitting over him, bringing my face and lips close enough to breathe in each other's air. Arius closed his eyes, expecting me to kiss him. I smirked at his astonishment and got off him. "Don't ever tease me again, mate." I looked down and then back up, I remarked, uncomfortable. He gave me a look as if he was saying it was clear what his reaction was. "I think you love pinning me against things like walls, trees, and doors, I told you." Arius simply shrugged and let me return to the door. He stopped me right as I was about to open it and said, "Next time, don't start something you can't finish, amica mea." For the last time, he let me leave so I could rejoin my buddies. When I got to Rissa and Leo's, they whisked me away from Arius and his friends to give me some privacy. Rissa appeared to be on the verge of tears as she was finally able to pose her question. What on earth, Nellie? Why were you yelling like the most powerful man ever?" She questioned me. I looked at her shyly and added, "Funny story, actually." They both looked at me for a response, and I said quietly, "He's my mate." They were perplexed until I replied loudly, "He's my mate." Their jaws dropped as they peered at me in total bewilderment. Leo looked at Rissa and pleaded, "Please tell me she didn't say what I think she said." "You heard it right, babe," Rissa remarked. They returned my look and simultaneously asked, "How?" I recounted the story of Arius' curse, which he told me in the room. Rissa and Leo listened to me closely before Rissa exclaimed, "Ah." Leo and I both rolled our eyes and chuckled at her reaction, and for the next hour or so, the three of us relaxed in the chamber before Arius came in and teleported us to the grounds behind the castle without our permission. "Hello? I'd have appreciated a warning before you whooshed me away," I informed him. Arius said nothing and merely led us over to the bench by the roses, where he sat before I followed. "This is one of my favorite places in the palace," he said, without looking at me. "It's beautiful," I said. Arius turned towards me and whispered, "You smell like roses, amica mea. My favorite flowers are gorgeous and red, much like your cheeks." I reddened and said, "You smell like lavenders." Arius giggled and moved on to another topic. After giving birth to me and being bored with Earth, my mother, Gia, found me a mate. She created this creature, which would remain hidden until my partner was born and mature enough for me to uncover. 2 years ago, the creature that had been hibernating beneath the lake awoke and set out to scourge the Earth. I am sure you are familiar with the black smoke you witnessed. Continuing, he answered, "Unlike what you expected, I have no influence over it. The only way to permanently stop it is to mark my friend. The temporary solution is for my partner to be near to me, but once we've mated, you can go your own way." "So I can't see my relatives till we mate?" I asked. "Well, of course not, Amare." Arius responded, "You can, but I'll have to accompany you." He added, "There is more, though." Chapter 26. Arius returned my glance with a worried expression. "What else is there, Arius?" I inquired with curiosity. "Never mind, Amare, it's not even important," Arius said, smiling. I stood up and informed him, "If that is all, I'm leaving." I moved away before he could react, returning to find Rissa. I didn't hear any footsteps behind me, so I knew Arius had given me time to think. Knowing that the lovely man was mine was unexpected, and Arius triggered unanticipated sensations in me, most notably an attraction to him. I'm conflicted, hesitant to give another man a chance at my heart. As I headed toward Rissa and Leo, I came upon Akani and Allegra. Allegra saw me and said, "Wait up, Anna." She turned to Akani and kissed him on the cheek. Unsatisfied with the brief kiss, Akani grabbed charge and landed a long kiss on Allegra's lips. They paused and looked at me after I cleared my throat to remind them that I was present. "I love you, Allegra," Akani said to her. "I love you, too," she said as Akani walked away and waved farewell. Allegra turned to me and inquired, "Are you free?" "Yep, not like I have anything else to do," I replied. She laughed and said, "Let's go find Carissa so I can show you around the kingdom." "Sure, why not?" We continued in quiet, only to see Rissa and Leo in a deep embrace where I had left them. "Leo," Rissa whispered. "I know, baby," he replied. "Ew, gross guys," I said disgustedly from behind the room's door. Leo, unlike Rissa, had the decency to show discomfort, whereas Rissa merely gazed at me with no shame. "Oh hey Nelly," Rissa said, moving out of Leo's lap. I simply rolled my eyes and inquired, "Allegra wants to show us the kingdom. Do you want to come?" "Sure," she responded, kissing Leo before heading towards us. As we continued, Rissa asked, "Where is the town?" "We aren't really near society because the castle is located on a block of land in the middle of a lake. There is a clearing once we cross the forest, so we must take a chariot to go there." Allegra said, "Arius values his privacy a great deal." "What country are we in, though?" I asked. Allegra looked at me funny as we arrived at the stables. "We aren't on Earth." Rissa and I slowed our movements and said, "What do you mean we aren't on Earth?" Rissa asked about Allegra. Arius' name may not be Satan or Hades, but those legends originated with him. He effectively rules the underworld, which is home to the deceased. The kingdom is made up of the deceased, who all refer to Arius as king. Anna, accept him as your partner, and you will become the queen of the underworld. I paled after hearing her explanation. Beta, how did I forget about Aiden and Xavier? They must have been freaking out over my disappearance. Arius had said nothing about becoming a queen, and I've always preferred waging battles to running a country, which was one of the many reasons I appreciated my role as Beta. Rissa asked me, "Nelly, are you okay?" "Aiden, Xavier," I exclaimed in alarm. Before she could answer, I heard a roar behind me. Who on earth are Aiden and Xavier? When I heard Arius, I turned to him and begged, "Please take me back, Arius. I need to let them know I'm fine." Arius smiled darkly at me, saying, "In your dreams, mate, will I ever bring you back to unknown males?" I looked into his eyes and saw blood seeping into his blue gaze. Mates have always been possessive, alphas more so, and I suppose underworld rulers are the same. Arius' eyes turned completely blood red as I noticed dark horns sprouting from his head, along with wings. Well, I guess we aren't going into the town, Rissa whispered softly behind me. Arius turned to face Akani, and Leo, whom I hadn't seen before, joined us. Akani immediately directed Arius in a foreign language, Meitsker, demiserent im explicar. Subsinctus retro. Calm down, let her explain, and then shift back. Arius stepped over to the side of the stable and punched the wall, breaking it. He then took long breaths to calm himself down. After his horns and crimson eyes had vanished, he approached me and carried me in a bridal style before pushing into the air. I let out a little squeal as he soared higher in the sky. Put me back down, Arius, I said. His previously angry attitude has altered to one of laughter as he responds, You want me to put you down? Sure, Amare. Arius dropped me as I yelled and plummeted to the ground. Halfway down, he flew and grabbed me in the same position as previously. I tightened my grasp on his neck and started berating him. What on earth is your problem? You dropped me, you jerk. Arius just smirked and said, You told me to put you down. Yeah, on solid ground, not while we are 10,000 feet up in the sky. Don't worry, mate, I'll always catch you. You better not drop me again. We remained silent for the remainder of the journey, and I appreciated the view from up there. Despite the fact that it was a brief ride, I could see the wonderful palace from a higher perspective, which enhanced its appearance. Arius moved down as we soared through the sky, returning to the ground, and I struggled to break free, but he wouldn't let me. Hello, I replied, poking his shoulder. He said nothing and simply nuzzled the side of my neck, breathing me in. I waited in his arms for nearly a minute, and neither I nor my wolf complained about his massive arms around me. He eventually released go of me, putting me on my feet and towering over me again. Now, little mate, I will give you one chance to explain to me who these males are before I go to Earth and hurt them. They are my closest friends, almost like brothers. They took care of me after Axel rejected me as his mate, I explained. He is not your partner. You are mine, Arius said, infuriated by hearing Axel's name. I ignored him and said, I need you to take me back to them so I can tell them I'm fine. Are they unmated? Yes, I said. Then no, you cannot go. Arius, please, if I wanted to be with them, I would have already. Are there any other guys? What other guys? He asked. Oh, great, I said. What, you've been with someone else? He questioned me. Dude, my pal has rejected me. I assumed I didn't have a soulmate, so I moved on. Arius looked at me with a childlike pout and said, My baby has been with someone else. Amare, give me names. I will find them all for being with you. Rolling my eyes, I said, Okay, crazy person, can we leave now? Okay, let us go. Most of the guys you've been with are probably in your pack, so I can go ahead and find them all. He grabbed my hand and tried to transport us, but I intervened before he could. Arius, you can't hurt them. Why not? He asked me really. Look, it was casual. You probably had casual relationships as well. I said it meant nothing to me, so there was no point in finding them. Fine. But I'm expecting something in return. What do you want? I asked. Just a simple kiss on the lips, Arius explained, pointing to his lips. Only one. Only one, Amare. Unless you want more. God, you are acting like a child, I told him, agreeing anyway. Arius simply shrugged and said nothing in response to my statement, not denying it. I need to go into your mind to see their faces to find them. I nodded and allowed him to place his hands on my head. Arius stopped for a time before telling me, Xavier is back at the Midnight Pack with Aiden. They are going to find you. Well, this is perfect timing to finally put their minds at ease, I said to Arius. Instead of him holding my hands, I gripped his and prepared to be transported as Arius' smoke enveloped us. Chapter 27. When my eyes cleared, I noticed my home, which I hadn't seen in a few months. I inhaled the scent of the forest, thrilled to see both the boys and my parents, who had also been living in Midnight. I turned behind me and saw Arius wearing an indifferent expression that only softened slightly when he gazed at me. Arius said, Go ahead, I'll meet you there, Amare. I looked at him suspiciously and inquired, "What are you going to do?" Arius rolled his eyes and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt anyone. Simply fly around the perimeter in case of a threat." I nodded and proceeded forward toward the pack's common room. There was no one around when I came, implying that there is now a pack meeting in progress. I headed to the main house, where all the pack meetings take place, and everyone was seated in the auditorium, with Aiden, Lucas, and Xavier in the front. When everyone heard the door open, they turned around to see who had arrived. They all dipped their heads in reverence, and I lowered my head in response, expressing acceptance. "We will postpone this meeting for the time being until we can figure out what is going on. Please remain in your seats as we proceed to my office to speak," Aiden said quickly, addressing the audience. Because I was closest to the door, I went out first and returned to Aiden's office, where I sat on one of the seats in front of Aiden's desk. As the three boys arrived, Aiden took one seat, Xavier took the other, and Lucas took the sofa. Before walking to his seat, Lucas kissed my forehead and muttered, "Missed you, Squirt." I smiled at him and turned to face the other two boys, knowing they would have many questions for me. Xavier began by asking Anna, "Where the hell were you?" Sinclair and Adonis escaped the woods, but neither you, Carissa, nor Leo simply said that you had left. Aiden interrupted him and said, "God, Anna, you have no idea how worried we were." Lucas stayed silent throughout as I told them there were complications. Before I could finish, a pack member walked into the room and yelled, "The black smoke is back." The guys ran out of the house, and I followed them slowly. What on earth is he thinking? I thought. When we went outside, the boys stood in front of the group, eyeing the smoke ahead but not moving forward. Behind me now, Aiden shouted at the pack. Everyone obeyed his commands except me, who stood there waiting for what I knew would happen after the smoke cleared. "What the hell, Dash?" Aiden murmured quietly when something struck the ground. When the smoke cleared, Arius stood there in his godlike majesty, fully transformed into a shape, with crimson eyes, horns out, and full-length wings that were as deadly beautiful as ever. Walking towards the pack, his black smoke trailed behind him, and all of the pack members' faces were filled with amazement, fear, and awe for the man in front of them. "Stay back," Xavier told him, raising his weapon. Arius reached in front of me, smirking, as I casually inquired, "Of course you needed to make a dramatic entrance." Aiden, surprised that I recognized the intimidating man in front, asked, "Anna, what on earth is going on?" I returned to face him and said, pointing at Arius, "Enter the complication." We should talk about this back in the office," Xavier told the group. Lucas led the group back to their houses, and Isadora, Lucas' friend, approached me. "Hello, darling," she said to me. I smiled back and greeted her. Lucas and Isadora were a little older than us and had always reminded me of my older siblings. She was one of the few female companions I had in the pack while I was here. "Now tell me, who is that handsome man that appeared from the sky?" My eyes hardened as I hissed in response to her query, looking at her with envy. Isa lifted her brows and gave me a knowing smile before rejoining us in the office. Lucas, behind me, escorted his pregnant companion to the sofa while the three of us resumed our old places. The only exception this time was that I was sitting on Arius' lap. I could tell he was nervous because there were unmated males about me. I stepped closer to his body for reassurance, and I may pretend to myself, but I despised the thought that all the females outside were staring at him with admiration. "So Anna wants to explain now?" Xavier questioned me. "We found Abia, who turned out to be this one's sister," I said, pointing at Arius. Arius remained silent as I continued. Sin and Adonis were revealed to be something they are not, but that is not essential right now. Arius led Leo, Rissa, and me to his domain, where we have been staying. "What about this black smoke? What's he doing with it?" Aiden inquired, gesturing to my friend. "The smoke stops once my mate is found, but will continue if we are far apart, unmated," Arius's voice said. "Okay, so if we help you find your mate, Anna can come back, and everything can go back to normal," he continued. I looked across at Isa and Lucas, who knew precisely where this conversation was going, and then back at my two pals, who were certain that I would return. I sheepishly replied, yeah, there's one problem with that. Before I could notify my two friends, Arius announced, Anna is my mate. Xavier and Aiden laughed, thinking Arius was joking, but then stopped when they saw his expression. They turned to me, and Aiden asked, is he serious, Anna? The two of them got their response quietly while sitting there, and we remained still for a few more minutes before Lucas broke the silence. How could he possibly be your friend? What about Axel? Lucas asked. That boy isn't her partner. Arius whispered this as his eyes clouded, and smoke surrounded us. I told them, long story short, Axel was never my mate. He was someone the moon goddess paired me with against Arius out of envy. Arius cursed me, saying that I would never finish up with him. Aiden asked, why would the moon goddess be jealous of him? Arius smirked and said, maybe because I am the most powerful person ever, and her power is nothing compared to mine. Cocky much, I remarked to him, raising my eyebrow. Now, my darling, you have heard the stories about me. Isa blushed. How could the goddess be terrified of you? My mother, Gia, gave birth to me shortly before bearing herself into Earth, and I've been ruling the underworld for millennia. Every soul that passes energizes me, and the best way to describe myself in human terms is a demon. So you're telling me that Mother Earth is your mother, he continued. Arius nodded as everyone in the gathering paled from the strength of his abilities. I looked at Arius' face, which was dull, but as he looked down at me, his expression softened. How does Anna come into play here? Lucas questioned with curiosity. As I already indicated, she is my mate, and the same applies to all shifters like you. The only difference is that when we mate, her wolf will be replaced with a beast comparable to mine, which will go through the same transformation as me. Wait, what? Chapter 28. Are you saying I will lose my wolf? I asked him. Your wolf will turn into a beast instead. It will still have the same personality and everything, but you will feel the same shift that I do. I looked at him briefly before screaming out of the room and sprinting into the jungle, where I could hear him following me. Anna, please wait, he said, eager to catch up. Why didn't you inform me that I couldn't turn into my wolf anymore? That's like losing half of myself. I'll get lost dashing through the woods. Arius threw his arms around me and pulled me to his chest. I apologize, Amare, Arius explained to me. I buried my face in his chest, his presence calming me down. Arius said nothing to me as he tightened his grip on me, squeezing me more tightly. At the beginning of my rejection, I lamented the fact that I would never be able to enjoy the security and safety of a partner, even though I doubt Axel would have provided me with either. Arius may be an all-powerful god, but to me, he was a friend, someone I was learning about and wanted to adore one day. From his chest, I mumbled, my parents live in this pack. I'm going to see them. Do you want to come? Arius grinned down at me as I lifted my head, saying, of course, darling mate. As we descended to the ground, I offered him a little smile as he placed his arms beneath my knees and carried me bridal style. I laughed as he sailed into the sky, doing a tiny twist as he rose. They all gazed at him as Arius helped me to my feet and led us to their house. We stepped up to the porch, and I rang the doorbell, waiting for Anna, my love, she said softly, dragging me inside the house. Dad went out of their bedroom to examine the noise outside. Darling, he responded, hugging me as well. When I finished welcoming them, I spotted Mom staring at my companion in admiration, whilst Arius was merely looking at me, waiting for me to give him a clue. Why don't we sit in the dining room? Dad proposed. I nodded as the four of us took our seats at the table. Once Arius took his seat, he appeared too big to fit there. I giggled and said, you look so uncomfortable. Yes, humans are so tiny compared to me, he commented, smirking. I pouted as Arius informed me, don't worry, Amare. Your tiny size adds to your adorableness. I rolled my eyes at him, realizing that my parents were watching the two of us. So, who is this Anna? Mom said. As always, Arius proudly declared, Anna is my mate. As I smiled at Arius' excitement at being his mate, my stomach fluttered. Looking over at my parents' perplexed expressions, we repeated the explanation we had given the boys, and when we were done, my parents looked at Arius with dread and wonder. "If Anna mates with you, would she become immortal?" Dad inquired. "Yes, because her wolf will become a beast, an eternal monster. Anna will challenge my power after we mate," Arius replied. I wasn't startled by his response because Lycans had the same experience when they mated with an ordinary werewolf. Mom and I went into the kitchen to get drinks for everyone, and when we got there, she looked at me and smiled. I looked at her suspiciously and asked, "What?" She scoffed at me and continued, "He's very good-looking, darling." I blushed and continued to plate the food on the tiny tray. I couldn't doubt Mom's remark that Arius was by far the most attractive man I'd ever seen. His tan skin highlighted the blue in his eyes, and his muscles were clearly defined beneath his shirt. Even though I'd only known him for a few days, whenever he went by, my heart would race. Mom and I returned to the table and spent another couple of hours with my parents before it was time to leave. As we left the house, I hugged both of my parents and promised to visit them soon. We walked back to the main house to say farewell to the guys before returning to Arius' kingdom. A voice muttered, "Anna, Anna," behind me. Arius and I turned around to see a warrior approaching us. Liam Williams, a fling I had a year and a half ago who couldn't receive the memo that it was only for one night. He is one of the warriors I train and is always looking for an excuse to talk to me. As usual, I put on a fake smile and said, "Hi, Liam." Liam stared at Arius with concern, then turned to me and said, "I haven't seen you in a while." "Yeah, the past few months have been hectic," I replied, intending to wrap up this conversation fast. "So, I'd like to question you about that date." Arius's horns and wings grew longer as he stole attention away from the other pack members. I tried to calm him down by wrapping my hand over his arm, but when I looked at him, I could see the blood. Liam shifted his gaze to my gigantic partner and backed away slightly in dread. He removed my hand from his arm and guided me back to safety, approaching Liam. He questioned the terrified warrior, "You must be one of the guys she knew, right? I have been hoping to run into one of you. She is now off limits. Come near her and you will face my beast's vengeance." "So, who are you?" Liam queried, raising his brow. "Her mate boy," Arius said, before striding over to me and flying into the skies alongside me. I snuggled into his arm, hoping to soothe his beast down. I understand that werewolf mates were possessive of their partners, but I can't imagine how it would be for someone like Arius. He nestled his forehead into my neck, inhaling my aroma and taking long breaths. I looked up into my face and saw his distinctive smirk, indicating that he was calm. We landed smoothly in front of the big packing house. "Go in, Amare, and I will wait for you outside," Arius informed me. I nodded as I headed inside to check on my companions, who were still sitting where I had left them, with the exception of Isa, who was deep in conversation. They turned to face me and offered me the same seat as before. "Are you okay?" Aiden questioned me. "Yep," I stated. Arius and I went to see Mom and Dad at their home. "About Arius, is he good?" Xavier asked. "Yeah, he's better than Sin and Axel, especially given Axel's low standard. Sin was a minor attraction. We were more like friends than lovers. I've only known Arius for a few days, but he has a strong possessive streak." "You must love that," Lucas said, chuckling. I told him, honestly, I don't mind it. Sin was never jealous, so I assumed he didn't care. Arius continually communicates how much he wants me. We talked for a few more minutes before I told them I needed to leave. They kissed my cheek and had me promise to visit them like my parents. Returning to Arius, he inquired, "Are you ready to go home?" "Home, huh?" I smiled at him and replied, "Yeah, I am ready." Chapter 29. When we entered my royal room, Arius immediately let me go, seeking to go as soon as possible. Although he appeared calmer than usual, I could tell he was upset by today's events with Liam. "Arius," I called to him. He came to a halt when he approached the door, but did not turn to face me. "What's wrong?" I queried, even though I knew the answer. He eventually turned around and approached me, using his hands to lift my face. "Baby, I don't care about your background. Everyone has one. knowing that I, like all the other guys before me, wanted to hurt that boy badly for touching you. I said, "It's nothing." "I know, darling, I'm a possessive man, so sue me for being jealous." I kept stuffing my head into his chest as he took his hands from my face and wrapped them around my waist. I said quietly from my position, "It takes time to trust someone, especially a man, so please give me time to open up to you." He tucked his head on top of mine and added, "Take as long as you want. I'll wait all eternity for you if I have to." I imagined Arius as 10 times the guy he is now, recalling the memory from the Greek woodland. Sin was always in a hurry to get me to believe him, even if he didn't have many reasons. I only knew Arius for a few days, yet I knew what he had just told me was real. He would be patient with me throughout our relationship, giving me as much time as I needed to figure us out. We stood there together for a bit before I broke the silence in the room. I mumbled against Arius' chest, "You weren't the only one who was jealous. I detested how other ladies looked at you with wonder and want whenever you passed by." I see why people would look, but it's like pause. Don't even get me started on how many women you've probably been with in your life. It's a lot. Not that I blame you. You're about 1,000,000,000 years old. Arius laughed and added, "Glad I'm not the only one feeling this way, and those women mean nothing to me as you do." "I know," I answered, believing him. "So, what about that kiss?" he asked me. I giggled and added, "Tonight." Arius nodded and looked across to the clock above the fireplace. He said to me I should get going, I have a kingdom to manage. He exited the room with a wink and a peck on my cheek, promising me dinner tonight. Although I was upset, I knew my friend had many important tasks to do, so I went to find Rissa and Allegra to complete the tour she had planned for us before we left. I approached the 2 females and their friends in a common room where they were chatting over coffee and pastries and took a seat on an empty chair. "How are the boys?" Rissa questioned me. "Good," I said to her. Looking at Allegra, I asked, "Can we still take that trip to town?" "Yeah, sure, we should go now before it gets too dark," the woman replied. We bid our goodbyes to Leo and Connie and headed to the stables to board one of the chariots. Before we embarked, I got some sugar cubes to offer the Pegasus to help them stay strong during their journey. One of the horses, Apollo, drew my attention as I caressed his mane and muttered, "Good boy." After giving him one more pat, I joined Allegra and Rissa atop the chariot, where Allegra was in charge of directing the Pegasus to our destination. We traveled in silence, appreciating the grandeur of Arius's realm, going over the lake and through the forest to find a lovely kingdom waiting for us. When we landed on the ground, Allegra instructed the Pegasus to stay here while we explored Brona. "We have about an hour before the sun sets," Allegra says as we go farther inside. "So, what's there to do around town?" Rissa asked. "Usually when I come into town, it's either for business or food." "Well, good thing we all agree on food. Show us the best in the town of Brona." Allegra chuckled and said, "Why don't we have pizza for dinner?" Rissa and I agreed as Allegra drove us to her favorite pizza restaurant in town. Once seated, we ordered 2 huge pizzas, one with chicken and one with vegetables. As we gorged on food, we talked and got to know one another better. I excused myself from the table to go to the restroom, and when I walked outside, I unexpectedly ran into someone. "Oh, I'm sorry," I said to the man I ran into. He was going to say something when he paused and looked at me with surprise. He whispered, "Regina," tenderly. "Sorry." I questioned him, bewildered. "Ave Regina ad omnes, hail, Queen of all," was what he said. Allegra noticed me with the man and approached me, thanking him before returning me to our table. When we sat down, I asked her, "What did he say?" She flashed me a small smile and said, "All hail the Queen." Shocked by her remarks, I turned my attention to the man I ran into, who, like everyone else in the restaurant, was staring at me in surprise. Nervous at the attention, I turned away from their searching gaze to glance down at my empty plate. I looked up and said, "Can we go back now?" "Yes, sure," Allegra said. After paying for our meals, we collected our belongings before returning to where we had parked our chariot. When we arrived at the palace, I quickly said my goodbyes to my companions before running back to my room, hoping Arius would be there to comfort me. When I entered my room, I didn't notice his lavender perfume or his huge frame anywhere. Before I climbed into bed, I felt his presence behind me as he entered my room. Turning around, I ran into him. "Amare, honey, what's wrong?" "Allegra's thinking was linked to your statement that you were sad." I responded, I wasn't upset, just surprised. The three of us traveled to town for supper, and the people inside began calling me queen. "I'm sorry I didn't warn you about this yet," Arias said as he led us to my bed, sat down, and placed me in his lap. "It's okay. It just reminds me of the enormous responsibility I have once we are mated," said I. "I am convinced you will do a wonderful job as queen. You are already a beta and have prior experience leading a team. Being queen is almost the same thing. Thank you for believing in me, Arias." "Of course, mate," he replied. In an instant, I was pressed against the nearest wall while he passionately kissed me. As I moved my head away from his chest, I discovered his blue eyes were already on me, and my heart rate rose as I continued to stare at the stunning man. Arias lowered his head to mine, gently placed his lips on top of mine, and I gave him the go signal, growing confident in our kiss. "Mine," Arias muttered against my lips, and I noticed his eyes were red. Arias lowered his lips to my neck, kissing the spot where he would mark me in the future. "No one else," he replied. "No one else," I assured him. Arias kissed my lips again before we kept kissing against the wall of my bedroom. We stopped kissing until we ran out of breath, and Arias kissed my forehead. We were both panting as I continued, "You got your kiss, Arias." Chapter 30. The next morning, I was still fantasizing about the kiss I shared with Arias the night before. When I entered the dining room, everyone was already sitting with their breakfast. My gaze fell on Arias, and I quickly blushed and turned my head away from his intense stare. I took my seat next to Arias and filled my plate with various fruits, looked up to see Leo and Rissa smirking at me. I rolled my eyes at them while popping an apple in my mouth and concentrating on my food. Looking at Arias, who had already locked his eyes on me, I arched my brow in surprise. He responded with a malicious look and turned to face Akani. "Akani, clear my agenda for today." "I am spending the day with my friend," Arias explained. I coughed while choking on a piece of apple, then turned to Arias and said, "You don't have to." "I know, but I want to, Amare," he said to me, resting his hand on mine. Arias smiled as he massaged circles on my hand and responded, "I will push all your meetings tomorrow for you to finish, brother," Akani reassures him. Arias compliments him as we finish our dinner at the table. When I finished eating, Arias grabbed my hand, causing sparks wherever we touched. He leads me to the opposite side of the castle, to his own room. His room was decorated in black and a deep burgundy to emphasize its sophistication. It was ideal for the demon king and ruler of the underworld. In all honesty, I wouldn't mind taking his room for mine. Upon entering, I asked, "What are we doing here?" Arias slid in from behind me and kissed my neck gently. "Why, little mate? Are you terrified of being alone in a room with me?" He whispered sweetly in my ear. "Yes, I am." "No, not at all," I answered. "Funny, because I can hear your fast heartbeats." I turned to face him, my lips just brushing against his, and said, "Must be your imagination." "Must be," he said. I lingered in our near contact for a few moments before turning away from him to return to my previous question. "So why are we here, Arias?" He responded, saying, "As much as I want to throw you on my bed and fuck you, my room leads to a private room that only I can enter. I preserved the room so I might show it to my friend one day." Blushing from his last statement, I inquired, "What kind of room is it?" He threw his arm around my waist, pulling me closer to his body, and said, "I suppose you'll have to wait and see." We moved to the window side of the room to a bookshelf, where Arias pulled out one book and a trick key to open the secret door on the opposite side of the room. Walking through the door, it automatically closed behind us as we ascended a spiral staircase. Walking a little quicker, I gripped Arias' hand for comfort as we headed down. He paused and gazed down at our hands before bringing mine to his mouth and kissing it with a feather-like touch. We continued down till we reached another door that required a password and Arias' retina scan. Before opening the door, he looked at me gravely and murmured, What you see beyond this door cannot be repeated to anyone, my darling. Not even Akani knows of the secret both my sister and I have kept for eons. Only our respected mates will know of it." He nodded and returned to unlock the door, allowing the two of us to enter. When I walked in, I noticed a full armory, a secret training room, and ancient-looking bowls lined up against the wall. "I do not comprehend, Arius." I told him, "It's just a training ground." I was met with silence, and as I was about to turn to ask him my question again, a ball of fire raced past me and struck the other side of the wall. When I looked back, I noticed a ball of fire in his hand. "What the fuck?" I yelled. Without saying anything, the shadows that usually followed him around came to life and surrounded me. As I looked at Arius, I realized he was in control of the shadows. Anna, Abia, and I were born from Gia, who gave Abia and myself powers. Abia has future dreams, while I have fire and shadow. When the two of us find our spouses, they will have the same abilities as us, similar to how you can become immortal by mating with a Leakin. So, not only will I become a beast, but one with fire abilities? I asked hesitantly. "Yeah, wonderful," Arius remarked, pointing to the training arena. "This is where you will learn how to control your powers, because they are first controlled by your emotions. If you have strong emotions, you may be unable to control them and end up injuring someone." Sitting on the ground, Arius approached me, sat next to me, and dragged me into his lap. Pulling my face toward him, he said, "You'll be fine. I'll be here the whole time." Pushing my face closer to his, I pressed my lips against him for a kiss, and Arius strengthened the kiss, assuring me of all my worries with the comfort of simply touching him. Pulling away, he said, "It's just you and me, baby." "You and me," I replied gently back to him. Arius helped me up from the ground and walked over to one of the cabinets in the room. He opened one of the drawers and brought out a gorgeous necklace, which he put around my neck when he returned to me. "When you come into your powers, this will help you stabilize them and help you keep control of it." "Thank you, Arius." After some thinking, I remarked to Arius, "Is this what you wanted to tell me in the garden yesterday?" Arius nodded, confirming my beliefs as he closed the drawer. There comes a lot to be your mate," I said to him. He raised his brow and said, "I hope the benefits outweigh the drawbacks." I smirked and answered, "Oh, they definitely do." Chapter 31. Over the next 2 weeks, I established a regular pattern in Arius' kingdom, exploring, socializing, and training. Although Arius lived in the palace, we had little time to spend together due to his obligations, and he was also preoccupied with the living appearing as the dead. The new herd was causing issues, so he went there to control it. Today was Arius' return from Eberacum, the admission of the dead to his reign. I awoke with a smile on my face and spent the rest of the day awaiting his arrival that night. When nighttime arrived, I dashed down the stairs to find his enormous form standing next to Akani. I hurried over to him and jumped into his arms. Arius quickly turned around and drew me into him as I wrapped my legs around his waist. "Hello, my darling mate. Did you miss me?" He questioned as he walked towards his room, holding me in his arms and leaving Akani behind. I said softly against his shoulder. He laughed and asked, "What happened to the fearsome Beta Kade?" "She's still here, but she missed her mate." "I missed you, too, Amare," he replied, brushing his lips across my brow. When we arrived in his room, he sat me down on the bed and walked to his closet. Arius swiftly changed and lay next to me on the bed, brushing his hair away from my face. "My beautiful girl," Arius said. I smiled and approached him, and he pulled me closer to his chest. Arius bent his head to kiss my lips, and I kissed him back as we embraced. Arius ended the kiss by asking, "Will you go out with me tomorrow?" "What?" I requested in an inquiry. "We haven't got much time to spend together after I had to leave for Eberacum, so I was wondering if we could spend the day together," he shared with me. "What will we do?" I asked him. "I guess you'll have to find out, mate." "Well, then I accept," I replied. "Great, but I was going to take you on that regardless." "I am thrilled that you willingly accepted." I rolled my eyes at him as Arius said, "What do you think I'm joking about?" "No, I know you never say things you don't mean." "Shush now, it's time for you to sleep, Amare." We have a long day tomorrow, he explained. I closed my eyes, and the darkness encompassed me as I gently drifted asleep against Arius's body. The next morning, I was dressed in a sweater dress and short boots, and Arius advised me to dress warmly for our destination. I waited on the palace stairs for Arius to emerge, and after about 5 minutes, he appeared in black trousers and a black button-up shirt, the top buttons unfastened, making him look incredible. I didn't realize I was looking until Arius said, "Are you okay, Amare?" "Yep, I'm okay." "Let's get moving," I said hastily. Turning around, I tried to escape his sight, but I was quickly hauled back into his arms and hoisted up bridal style. A woman emerged from the palace with a picnic basket in hand. "Your Highness, the basket you requested," the lady said. "Ah, absolutely. Thank you, Maribel," Arius said. He grabbed the picnic basket from her hand while still holding me in his arms. Squirming with his hands around me, I said, "Arius, put me down." "Darling, our destination is not on the ground," I was told. But before I could reply, Arius flew up into the sky, clutching onto me. While I expected him to fly forward, he continued straight up. "Arius, where are we going?" I asked. He continued to fly without responding to me, finally coming to a halt as we went above a cloud. "You wanted to know where we were going? Well, we're here." And with that, my nasty friend abandoned me. "I am going to get you for this, Arius," I exclaimed as I plummeted from the sky. Arius did nothing except chuckle from above, and I gently landed on something. When I looked down below, I saw I had landed on top of a cloud. Arius flew down to meet me and placed the picnic basket on the cloud before sitting down. "How is this possible?" I asked. "When you are a god, anything is possible," Arius said with a wink. After opening the basket, Arius began taking my favorite breakfast foods. When our feast was laid out in front of us, Arius inquired, "Is this to your liking, my princess?" Moving from my seat, I sat on his lap and replied, "Yes, sir." Arius took a chocolate-covered strawberry and placed it in my mouth. I opened my mouth, keeping my gaze on my partner while biting the strawberry, causing Arius's eyes to deepen. "Keep doing that, Amare, and maybe I'll lose all control," he said firmly. I said softly, "Then lose control." Arius' eyes shifted between red and blue as he growled, "Eat your food, mate." Biting my lip, I grabbed the chocolate croissant and ate it. The two of us continued to eat quietly, staring at each other, the air thick with unspoken words. "I have to ask, what will we do about Sin?" I asked him. Throwing his plate to the side, Arius swiftly moved to sit in front of me, his expression intense. "Do not speak another male's name, especially his, while we are here together," he told me. I wanted to push him and asked, "Why? Are you jealous that Sin was able to embrace me?" I understood Arius was struggling with his control. "You are mine. No one else's." I lifted myself slightly and charged directly into Arius's face, yelling, "Then show me." Arius smirked darkly. "You want me to show you how much you mean to me?" He pulled me close, his hand gently tracing my jawline as he leaned in. I whimpered in response, "Please." He captured my lips in a deep, passionate kiss, pouring all of his feelings into it. It was overwhelming, a wave of pure emotion that left me breathless. We held each other tightly, lost in the moment. He pulled back just enough to rest his forehead against mine, his breathing heavy. "Now, darling, you are mine and I am yours. Never, ever forget that. Have you comprehended, little mate?" Instead of reacting with words, I kissed him to convey my understanding. Arius moved off of me, grabbed me, and returned me to his lap. We spent the remainder of the day together on top of our gorgeous cloud. Chapter 32. I took a swallow of my drink before slamming it down on the table, rage rising with each breath. I've spent the past month drowning myself in booze while that bastard spends time with her. When I first met Anna, I picked up her fragrance and assumed it was his. The night the smoke came from her confirmed my suspicions. Since then, my goal has been to make her fall in love with me so that I can take away the person meant for Arius. But, of course, he snatches her away before I can finish my plan. Scoffing, I picked up my glass for another sip as Adonis stumbled into the room. "Sin, you can't keep doing this," he said to me, sitting down in the chair. I'll stop when I get my revenge, I told myself. Revenge? Revenge for what? Adonis yelled. Watch your attitude, little brother. I have no problem casting you out like our disloyal sister. Do that, and you won't have anybody left on your side, Adonis warned you. I love you, Sin, but your god complex is going to get you killed. If Arius discovers what you are about to do, he will destroy you. You know he will go to any length to protect his mate. Exactly. Hurting Anna will hurt Arius more than ever, I warned. Adonis rolled his eyes and said, whatever, brother, but I'll protect Allegra from getting hurt by this stupid plan of yours. Allegra chose her side years ago when she mated with his best friend. Now she's as good as dead to me, I said. Adonis clenched his teeth but didn't say anything before leaving my office. Leaning back onto my chair, I closed my eyes and grinned. I'm coming for you, Arius, and your beloved Anna will be your downfall. I'll make you kneel before me before you fall before me. The ring on my phone jolted me out of my dark fantasy. Answering it, I asked, is everything going to plan? Perfectly. They don't suspect anything, the voice on the other end said. Good. Make sure you guys go unnoticed by them, I advised. Of course, my king, they replied before ending the call. I am coming for you, Athanasius Mortem. Chapter 33. Looking down at my darling girl, who was deep asleep in my arms, a smile spread across my face. Strands of black hair covered her face, and I crept in to brush them away, careful not to wake her up. My heart was full of joy as I breathed lightly on my chest, knowing that the woman I would love for the rest of my life was finally in my arms. I had waited years to find her, and it still feels weird that she is here with me. It's been approximately 3 days since our little date in the clouds, and we've spent every available moment together. I want Anna to be able to entirely trust me as much as I do her, because she has been wronged many times by people she believed she could trust, and I want her to know that I will never let her down. Anna awoke from her slumber, and the event shook me out of my trance. Rubbing her eyes, she looked up at me with wonder in her beautiful blue eyes. She raised her head, asking, Ari, why are you still awake? No reason, Amare, just thinking, I informed her. Is there anything I can do to help? My dearest girl. No, it's fine, just some random stuff, I said to her. I closed my eyes and forced myself to sleep while waiting for the darkness to take over. Nodding, Anna returned her head to my chest and wrapped her arms around me. I gently rocked her back and forth till she fell asleep again. Anna has been tired recently because she has begun training while I am preoccupied with my obligations to the kingdom. The next morning, I awoke before Analise and kissed her cheek to wake her. When she awoke, I proceeded to lean over her, and she looked up at me. Ari, she giggled. This woman. Anna has developed the habit of calling me Ari over the last few days, and it has been the most wonderful sound. I now have to resist the urge to pull her close whenever she calls me that. What mate, can't take the heat? I questioned her while smirking. Oh, baby, I can handle it just fine, she assured me. She shifted us over, moving so she was sitting up and facing me, her arms around my neck. Her gaze was intense. Anna gave a brief sigh before stooping slightly to brush her lips against mine. Before anything further could happen, she rushed out of bed. Ari, you might need a cold shower. It will be difficult for you to focus, she said, blowing me a kiss before departing the room. I collapsed into the bed, groaning in frustration from the teasing my mate had just given me. After that freezing shower, I went into the royal kitchen to grab a quick breakfast before joining Akani for our first meeting of the day. I've known Akani for 10 centuries, and it took me roughly 3 decades to trust him. I've spent the bulk of my life trusting just my sister Abia, since, knowing the power we have, many people took advantage of us, so we mostly kept to ourselves. Akani was 25 years old when he perished as a leakin in my realm. We had met by happenstance while I was securing a Borakuk, and I recognized a lot of myself in him. Over time, Akani became my second hand and was involved in the wealth of the dead. Walking by my side, I inquired, what do we need to do after today's first meeting? Nothing much, just your daily stuff, and then you have the day off, he informed me. I strolled into the room where my advisors were situated, pleased that I had a free day to spend with Anna, as it wasn't often that I didn't have much on my plate. However, once Anna and I marry, many of my obligations will be decreased because she will be my queen. Everyone rose and bowed before I said, "You may sit." We spent the next 3 hours discussing new arrivals to the kingdom and transitions for each group, after which I was immediately transported to Eberacum to check on today's herd and perform my daily duties. When I returned to the palace at 3 p.m., I saw Anna in her room, spending time with Allegra and Carissa. Without saying anything, I observed her from the door, laughing at something Allegra said. I smiled at her carefree nature and listened to the music of her laughter as she comforted my beast. When she looked up and saw me leaning against the door, she smiled brightly and ran to me, wrapping her hands around my neck as I lifted her off the ground. I appreciated how happy she was to see me as I was. She gave me a heavy kiss and muttered, "Baby, I missed you so much." When I noticed she was inebriated, I set her down and grabbed her to keep her upright. "I missed you too, Amare," I replied. "Not as much as I did." "Did you know I was thinking about you all morning?" Anna inquired. My eyes blurred as my mind went wild. I asked, "Really?" "Uh-huh," she said, nodding quickly. Anna almost fainted while staggering back to the bed before I caught her. "Okay, let's get you to bed," I said. Putting my hands beneath her knees, I picked her up in a bridal style to make it easier to take her to my room. Leo entered and asked, "What happened here?" "Looks like the girls indulged in some day drinking," I told them. He approached his friend, then pulled her up and exited the room. I turned to Allegra and said, "I'll bring Akani to you." "Akani is the best mate ever," she answered. Aria is," Anna exclaimed from within my arms. "No," Allegra groaned. "Yes," Anna replied. "No." "Yes." I walked back to my room with Anna in my arms, rolling my eyes at their conversation. It wasn't the day I had planned for us, but spending time with her was everything to me. I positioned her in the center of the bed and tucked the blanket beneath her chin. "Go to sleep, little mate," I instructed. Anna said something inaudible before nodding off, and I kissed her forehead before leaving the room to find Akani. "You should see Allegra." "The 3 girls were a drunk mess when I found them," I added, pointing him out in the gym. "Wow, let me go to her now," he said. We exited the gym and had a nice stroll together. I broke the silence by stating I need to tell her, Akani. As we proceeded to Anna's room, he paused and turned to me, knowing what I was talking about. "I've already been telling you that, Arius. I just don't want her decisions to be based on that," I said softly, running my fingers through my hair. "And if you don't tell her, you lose time and the more her anger will grow." "I know," I said. "Tell her soon, brother, before it's too late," Akani said before departing. Akani is correct. I am simply denying the inevitable, and I will have to inform Anna shortly. One thing I know is that Analise Kade means everything to me, and no power in the world can hurt her. If they do, I'll pursue them to the ends of the world and make them pay for their actions. Chapter 34. When I awoke with a raging headache, I looked at the clock and realized it was already 6 p.m. My head hurt from all the shots and drinks I had with Allegra and Rissa. Turning around, I hung my legs from the bed and combed my hair. When I looked at the nightstand, there was already a cup of water and some Advil waiting for me. As I was taking it, Arius entered the room. "Hello, sweetie. Have a bad headache?" He asked me sarcastically. "I hate you, Ari," I hissed. Arius pouted and asked, "Do you hate me, baby?" Arius approached me as I leaned back on the bed and grinned at him. He looked cute when he pouted, so I had to forgive him. "You hate me, little mate," Arius repeated, tickling my sides. "Maybe," I said, laughing. "Are you sure?" Continuing his assault, I eventually caved and said, Fine, I like you." "Just like?" he asked. "For now," I replied, kissing him on the lips. Arius stood up and helped me get out of bed. He walked over to the wardrobe and took out a stunning crimson gown with off-the-shoulder sleeves. "That's beautiful," I said, astounded by the garment. "This is for you. Tomorrow is one of the kingdom meetings, and I would like you to go and present yourself as my future queen, but only if you wish," Arius said. It was thoughtful of Arius to make sure I was comfortable enough to attend the meeting, even though I knew it was vital for me to go. I had a duty to this country now that word had spread that the king had found his mate, and his counselors must be bugging him to urge me to take up my obligations as queen, and Arius was allowing me as much time as possible to adjust. Of course, I'll go with you as long as you are right by my side, I told you. Arius smiled at me and returned the dress to the closet. He approached me and wrapped his arms around my waist, bringing me closer. You know you did tell me something in your intoxicated state, Arius says. What? He lowered his head and muttered into my ear. You told me you were thinking about me this morning. I blushed and said, you have no proof. Arius grabs my hands and places them near his nose, saying, but I can smell you all over your hands, little mate. I'm starving. We should get dinner, I replied, removing my hands from his hug and walking towards the door. Arius laughed and remarked, let's get some food into you, Amare. We strolled together to the dining hall for dinner, where everyone had already been seated, and we ate and talked for the next 2 hours while savoring the delicacies prepared for us. Throughout the meal, I tried to sneak glances at Arius, but I was constantly caught. Keep looking like that at me, and I might lose control, I heard him say. After that, I concentrated on my meal until Arius finished it and dragged me into his lap to begin feeding me. Ari, I can eat myself, I informed him. I know, but I want to, he said. I rolled my eyes but made no move to stop him from feeding me. We completed supper and walked to the gardens for a nighttime stroll together. Walking away from Arius for a moment, I went to one of the rose bushes and picked a red rose from it. After plucking out all of the thorns, I turned to show him, but he had a frightened expression. What's wrong, Arius? I asked. Anna, I need to tell you something. Oh no, something is wrong. Arius has never called me by name in the time I've known him. What is it? I didn't mean to keep it from you. I just wanted to protect you, but now I know you can handle it yourself, he explained. What are you hiding? I asked him. There was more to the story than I had told you the previous time we met. My death day clock started 1 year after we met. I considered not notifying you since I didn't want your decision to be based on that, but Connie persuaded me that you needed to know, Arius said. Worried, I asked, what do you mean your death day clock starts? Will you die because of me? In 1 year, I will die if we don't complete the mating process. Chapter 35. No, no, no. You can't, I yelled, pounding my palms against his chest. Arius pulled me close to his chest and wrapped his arms around me. You can't die, you can't, I murmured to his chest. I'm not going to die, Amare. It's just if we don't complete our bond in a year, Arius said with a laugh. Huh? I was perplexed. I said, I'm only going to die if we don't fully bond in a year, and I'm pretty sure it won't take us that long, Arius countered. I can't take the thought of losing the person who treats me like a queen, who never rejects me, who doesn't speak to me for weeks at a time, and who is open and reassuring when I'm doubting everything. I'm quickly falling in love with Arius, and I'll do anything in my power to keep him safe, even if it means risking my own life. I embrace him tighter, whispering, you better not die on me, Ari. Not a chance, mate. As I move away from his embrace, my gaze returns to his eyes. Why did you leave me and come back? Arius questioned, pouting, and tried to entice me back to him. Even if I wanted to return to his waiting arms, I would not make it easy for him. I tapped my chin with one finger and said, let me think about it. No, I said, turning away and heading back to the castle. I heard his heavy footsteps behind me before Arius approached me. He smiled timidly and asked, I thought you forgave me. Stopping, I turned to face him and exclaimed, oh no, that hug was a thank God you're not dying hug. Not an I forgive you, but now that I know you're okay, I'm upset with you. As he proceeded towards the palace, Arius inquired, so what do I have to do for your forgiveness, baby? Smirking, I paused again and said, I have an idea. When I prayed for forgiveness, I did not expect this. I expected to have to massage you or carry you everywhere, but not like this, Arius murmured. Shoot, you big baby, I'm trying to relax, I scolded the nail technician as she filed my red-painted nails. Relax, huh? What do you mean by relax? My nails are rainbow, Arius exclaimed. I laughed as I watched Arius look at his nails, still startled by the vibrant colors on his hand. After I had done my nails, I knelt on Arius's knee and kissed his nose. "Have I been pardoned, darling girl?" Arius asked. "Not yet. My hands hurt, Amare," Arius explained. We were sitting in the library, and Arius was drafting a letter of forgiveness to me. I was resting on his lap as he wrote 200 times, "I will never lie to Analise Kade ever again." I kissed his cheek and whispered, "Come on, baby. You're almost there. Only 76 times more and you're done." I may have been cruel in doing this to him, but it was interesting to watch Arius beg my forgiveness in various ways. Being empathetic, I climbed onto his lap and kissed him to urge him to keep going. I waited for another 20 minutes till Arius finished his last phrase and dropped the pen on the table. "There's done," he said. "Nope, you're not done. You have to lock in these promises with a kiss," I informed the guy. Arius rolled his eyes at me before picking up the paper and kissing it. "Happy?" he asked. I murmured, nodding. "Am I forgiven now?" Arius asked. "One last thing," I said. Sitting on our room's bed, I waited for Arius to emerge from the closet wearing my hidden surprise. About 5 minutes later, Arius strolled out with a grimace on his face, and I immediately got out my phone to take a picture. "Amare, delete that right now," he said. "Nope," I answered, closing my phone and continuing to laugh at Arius' attire. He was wearing one of my loose-fitting dresses, which I had ordered but did not fit me. The bright pink and glitter looked amazing on Arius, who was still upset with me for forcing him to do this. I laughed even harder when he stumbled over the shoes I made him wear to match the rest of the attire. "What is this contraption? How can you wear this, Amare? It could hurt you," he said. "I can't believe it. The son of the goddess who created the world on which we stand, a divinity himself, is dressed in a bright dress just to beg my pardon." Despite the amusing moments, I was moved by the fact that he cared enough about me to accomplish all of this for me. I smiled at him and extended my arms for him to approach me. He took off his heels and lay me back down on the bed, nuzzling the crook of my neck. "Forgive me, my love," he replied quietly. "Yes," I replied quietly to him. We exchanged a delicate kiss before Arius said, "Time for bed, mate. We have a long day tomorrow." I nodded to him, remembering the encounter as he pulled the cover over me. Arius changed from his dress to sweatpants before snuggling into bed with me and kissing my forehead. "I can't believe you made me do all that stuff," Arius was saying. I laughed and replied, "I can't believe you did all that stuff." "Well, I would do anything for you, gorgeous." "I would too," I answered. Arius gave me a tiny smile before saying, "Close your eyes and rest, mate." I did exactly that, nestling into his chest and quickly falling asleep in the arms of the man I was falling in love with. Chapter 36. He is unable to accomplish this. He's gone wild. I may have given up on her before, but I will not allow him to do so again. I cannot allow her to become collateral damage in my brother's war. Sinclair has served as my older brother since I was a toddler. We had always been like two peas in a pod, never betraying each other, so when he told me what Allegra allegedly did, I believed him. I betrayed my twin for him, and by the time I realized who he was, it was too late. If I had left him for Allegra, I am certain he would have done all in his power to harm her. Leaving my other half was preferable to witnessing her die. I genuinely believed that being with Sin would allow me to try to save him, but when he took his mate's life because she was human, I knew that he was simply a monster seeking power. I will always love my brother, but he has gone too far. Sin is plagued with jealousy of Arius, a god in comparison to him, and by pursuing Anna, Sin will end up killing himself because I am convinced Arius will unleash his full power on Earth until his love is back in his arms. My sister is all I have left, and I will not allow her to be harmed in their battle. I selected some more clothing from my wardrobe, packed them into my bag, and prepared to leave the only home I'd ever known. I jumped out the window, placed the bag over my shoulders, and transitioned into my Leakin form in the middle. I paused at the edge of the kingdom, glancing back before continuing my trek. I apologize, Sin, but this time I'm going to select our sister. Chapter 37. On the day of the meeting where I would be introduced as queen, Arius spent the entire morning preparing for our guests. I was getting ready at the vanity for tonight while sitting in his room, which I had effectively moved into. I started preparing for the meeting 3 hours before it began. I spent the next several hours grooming myself and getting ready for Arius' court. I ended my look with a neutral eye and a dark red lip to match the dress, curled my hair, and tied half of it up with a red crystal clip. Adding to my jewelry, I finally placed on my dress and red heels. Wow, a voice shouted behind me as I stood in front of a full-length mirror. When I turned around, I noticed Arius wearing the same all-black suit and jacket that I had seen him in previously. Swooning over my partner, I praised the gods for providing me with the most attractive mate in existence. I was so focused on looking at Arius that I didn't see he had approached me. I raised my head, blushing hot crimson, to look into his blue eyes. How did I acquire the most beautiful partner ever? Arius spoke to me as he bent down to give me a delicate kiss on the lips. Be careful, I spent a long time on my makeup, I warned Arius. He chuckled and moved back, grabbing one of my hands and twisting me around. My lovely girl, you look fantastic. All you're missing is this, he said, reaching back to grab a black velvet box. What is in it? I inquired with curiosity. Instead of answering, Arius merely opened the box, showing a stunning tiara studded with scarlet jewels. Arius, I cried, gasping. He gave me his usual scowl as he put the tiara on my head, then turned me around and pulled my chin up to look in the mirror. Arius replied, a true queen, my queen, and kissed the side of my neck. I can't wear this, Arius. It's too much, I said. Nonsense, Amare. That crown has been waiting for you for over an eon. Arius replied, it was made for you, Anna. Are you aware of what I realized? I asked Arius. What? He asked. After consuming your blood, I had multiple visions that confirmed our relationship. In the most vivid vision, I was dressed in this outfit with a crown on top of my head. As I said, it was made for you, Arius remarked. Before I could react, there was a knock at the door, and Akani entered immediately after. They're here, waiting in the throne room for the two of you, he told you. Thanks, Arius responded. Akani nodded, then closed the door and left, allowing us some privacy. Ready? Arius questioned me. As I'll ever be, I replied. Arius approached his room safe, opened it, and took out his own black jeweled crown to wear on his head. He turned to me and offered his hand, saying, then let's show them what Analise Kade is made of. I grabbed the hand he extended as we entered his room and proceeded to the throne room. When we come, you don't say hello or meet them. Sit on one of the 2 thrones at the end of the chamber. Arius said, I'll introduce you as my queen, and then the meeting will begin. Continuing, he continued, my advisors are not people who want to be friendly. They will undermine you until you show your strength. Their primary responsibility is to ensure that our kingdom endures. You will be accepted and trusted in our court once you have demonstrated your worthiness for the position of queen. Don't worry, Arius, I won't let them get to me, and soon they will realize not to mess with me, I shot back. Oh, my beloved partner, I'm not worried about you. I'm more concerned about them since I know you will outperform everyone. You're so cheesy, Arius, I told him. Why can't a guy compliment his friend? Arius asked. I stood in front of the throne room, turned to Arius, kissed him on the cheek, and exclaimed, you're such a softie. What is a softie? Is that an animal? Arius asked, tilting his head in curiosity. You know what? Never mind, I responded. As Arius pushed the enormous doors wide, we both kept our faces neutral. I spotted a large table with roughly 12 seats, all occupied by what I believed were Arius's counselors. We strolled hand in hand to our seats in the front of the room without glancing at the audience, who all stood up in reverence as we went on. Arius took me to one of the thrones, and I saw there was no tenderness in his eyes, indicating that he was playing the role of the King of Darkness, God of Chaos and Darkness. He offered me one last wink before turning to face our audience, which was staring at me intently. An advisor at the front sent me a harsh look, to which I responded with a wicked sneer. I welcome you, my court, to the first gathering that our much-anticipated queen will attend. I present to you Analise Kade, your queen and my mate, Arius said. As Arius put it, I was now the queen and my primary responsibility was to the people. If they did not trust and respect me, I would be unable to help the country flourish. Today, I'll show them who I am, a woman, a citizen, and Arius' partner. Most importantly, the true queen. Chapter 38. Cryos, please report on the state of my kingdom, Arius asked the man at the end of the table. Arius and his counselors only met twice a year to discuss the kingdom's health, population, and other concerns. While they were chatting, I observed a female advisor scowling at me, so I raised an eyebrow at her. She scoffed and resumed her focus on my friend. Arius spoke with Cryos, who was discussing the current outbreak at Aborakuk. We have made further efforts to avoid a similar outbreak in the future. Cryos added that for every person who dies, we are adding fresh warriors and recruiters to help them find their place here. Arius took one of his hands and gently caressed his jaw before saying, "Good, let me know if anything changes." As we all listened to the king, Arius looked at me for a moment before continuing the conversation. When I returned my attention to the advisors, I noticed she was still staring at me, but this time it wasn't just her. Others had joined in the glare. Noticing, Arius questioned his advisors, "Is there a problem?" When no one responded, Arius asked the female advisor who had been staring at me from the start, Zephira. "I just do not understand," she said. "What is it that you do not understand?" Arius responded, "How could you make a weak, mortal little wolf our queen? She will destroy our kingdom because the people will see that our leaders have become weak." Zephira replied. Arius' beast let out a rage-filled snarl in response to the harsh insult about his mate. I placed an arm in his hand, and the feeling of my presence began to soothe him. I rose from my throne and moved over to where she stood. "Zephira, was it?" I asked. "Yes. When you see my flaws, I see humanity." Instead of questioning our authority, I believe our people will be more likely to listen to us because they recognize one of their own as a leader. I told her, someone who understands their problems and desires better than any of you. And why do you think that? Because I was a normal wolf. I had a place as a beta in a pack and had previously led a normal life. All of you, even Arius, have spent your entire life here and have nothing more to seek. Many people have died as a result of poverty, abuse, and fear. Can you really get that? I asked. Zephira glanced at me without contempt and said, "How do you think we can help them? It is not all about order. We must be able to provide the enjoyment that some folks did not have when they were alive." I responded, "Reunite them with their families, help them find love, and provide them with their own home where they will never need anything." Zephira gently inquired, "Do you mean to give mates to those in the underworld? If we are living out the rest of the time dead, why not let us all live in happiness? Will advisors eventually be able to start a family?" she asked. Tilting my head to the side, I asked, "I would have guessed all of you already had one with the amount of time you've lived. It is an unspoken rule that we are not to have families due to the fact that we may not be focused on our duties." Arius was mistaken about one thing. These people wanted the kingdom to grow while still living their own lives. Who are we to stop them? When I looked at Zephira, I could tell how much she wanted to love and care for her own family. I grabbed her hand and said, "I disagree with that, because it is nonsense. You shouldn't have to sacrifice your own lives for the sake of others, and to be honest, I think families would help the kingdom more." I kept telling the other advisors, "You all deserve the happiness that others get." After letting go of Zephira's hand, I returned to the seat beside Arius and sat down. When I looked across at my companion, his only expression was one of pride. Zephira gave me a tiny smile before saying, "Omnes Avenue Regina Analise, all hail, Queen Analise." With that, every advisor in the room bowed down before us, and Arius rose from his chair to follow their example. "Regina Nostra, our queen," he said. I got up from my seat and joined Arius on the floor, resting my face on top of his. "My king," I mumbled. "My queen," he gently said. After a gentle kiss, he rose and extended his hand to me. I accepted it and rose to my feet, as did everyone else in the room, and we closed the meeting by walking out hand in hand. When we got to our room, Arius instantly drew me into his arms and placed me on the bed. "My goodness, baby, you have no idea how impressive it was to see you taking charge like that," Arius said, his voice deep. I stroked some of the hair from his face and said, well, it was just as impressive for me to see you act all king-like. Arius smirked and stared at me for several more long seconds. What? I asked him. You look truly beautiful in that tiara, he said softly, burying his face in my neck and breathing me in. I wrapped my arms around him and shifted, so I was sitting in his lap, facing him. You like taking charge, huh? Arius said, beaming. I rolled my eyes at him before leaning in to kiss his neck. Arius put his hands on my hips, his grip tightening, clearly affected by my closeness. I feel so close to you, Ari, I whispered. When I kissed a certain area on his neck, Arius let out a deep breath, and I knew I'd found a sensitive spot. Oh, amare, he responded. Gently brushing my lips on the point where I planned to mark him, I felt my fangs begin to emerge, preparing to transform into one when Akani burst into our chamber. What is it, Akani? Arius mumbled. As I was getting off of Arius's lap, I observed Akani's horrified countenance. What's wrong? I asked, worried. The two of you need to come downstairs right now, he told them. The three of us walked to the castle's entrance to see what was going on, and as we arrived, I observed Allegra sobbing on the floor, and Akani raced over to console her. When I looked at the castle's door, I observed a towering guy standing there, and when I saw his face, I gasped in amazement. Adonis. Chapter 39. Darkness exploded around us as Arius used his power to pin Adonis to the wall. Arius walked over to Adonis and grabbed his face, forcing him to look directly at him. Arius laughed darkly and said, well, if it isn't Sinclair's little puppet. Aren't you a little too far from your master? I defy you, Adonis moaned in pain. No, thank you. I have a lovely companion for other things. Adonis acknowledged my presence behind Arius as he passed his crying sister. He looked up at the tiara on my head and finally said, I suppose a lot has changed in the last few months. Anna, the crown suits you. Before I could respond, Adonis was enveloped by black smoke as Arius said, do not speak to her, you are not worthy of her time. So is Sin lurking around here? Akani asked. Arius let go of his hold long enough for Adonis to respond. No, it's just me. Good enough for me. What do you say, Akani? Want to have some fun with this intruder? Arius asked fiercely. Okay course, brother. Enough, boys, I cried, breaking their horrible preparations for Adonis. We still need him. What in the world would we need him for, Amare? Arius asked. Obviously, he didn't go far from home and into your laps for nothing, and I want to know what. So now please let him go, Ari, I said. Ask him whatever you want, but I'm not letting him go, Arius said. Pouting, I said, please. My companion stared at me, and I could see his defenses collapsing at the puppy-eyed expression I gave him. Being defiant, he nodded no. Going over to him, I placed my arms around his neck and whispered, I'll give you extra kisses if you let him go. Arius's eyes lightened up before responding, fine. Arius's power evaporated, leaving Adonis on the floor gasping for air. Bending down, I offered my hand to help him up. When he rose, I grabbed his collar and slammed him into the wall again. Allegra has told me many stories about you. How you stood there calmly as your brother mocked your sister, calling her disloyal, useless, and other derogatory terms that didn't even come close to describing who Allegra is. If you do anything to injure her, I will make you regret it and hand you over to her partner, who will deal with you. Am I understood? I stated it quietly. Yes, Adonis croaked. Use your big boy voice, Adonis, I told you. Yes, he said louder. I released my grip on his collar and let him fall to the floor, but this time I didn't provide him a hand. Walking over to Allegra, I sat on the floor and hugged her. Do not give him any power over you. He doesn't deserve it, I said, wiping away her tears. She gave me a little smile as I assisted her up from the floor before approaching Adonis and slapping him across the face. Akani covered his mouth to conceal his laughter. Of course, my mate lacked the same courtesy as his pal. My goodness, Allegra, Arius exclaimed, dying with laughter. I rolled my eyes at his conduct as I approached him and pulled him by the ear. I hauled Arius down to my height and told him, stop laughing, stupid. Okay, ow, Arius responded. I released go of him and added, without turning around, you too, Akani. Akani coughed before responding, yes, ma'am. Join us for dinner, and you can tell us why you're here, I told Adonis. He nodded before joining us in the dining room. I watched him glance around as he walked, admiring the majestic castle of the underworld and its beauty. Allegra and Arius trailed behind us as my friend asked her, one word and he's gone. Allegra, your choice. Thanks, Ari, she said before giving him a quick kiss on the cheek and walking over to her companion. As we entered the dining hall, our meal was already on the table as we took our seats. Arius took mine out and shoved it back in after I was seated in the chair. After taking his seat, he took my dish and began carving up my meat. When I looked up at Adonis, he was staring at Arius like he was an alien. Baby Dash, Arius spoke. I looked at him and opened my mouth as he offered me my first taste, then handed me the fork. Thank you, I replied to Arius. He nodded at me before turning his focus to Adonis. So tell us, why are you here? Arius questioned him. Arius, you know that Sin has always loathed you, but it wasn't simply hatred. Sinclair became obsessed with you and your power during the last few decades. Adonis stated, he's obsessed with the idea of defeating you, taking your power, and taking everything you care about. Continuing, he stated, he's my brother, and I'll always love him, but when he came up with his next plan, I knew that I had to get out of there, because it would hurt my twin. And what will that plan be? Arius asked, taking a sip of his wine. Hurt Anna. Arius abruptly stood up from his seat at the table, his eyes fiery and his wings spread. He dared to come for her. I will destroy him. I'll tear him apart, he exclaimed. Sin isn't only dumb. He has people on the inside to help him, Adonis explained. Who? I inquired, even though I am certain I already knew. Carissa and Leo. I'll make them pay, Arius declared, moving to find them. I stood up from my seat and placed a hand on his arm, saying, sit, Ari. He glanced at me for a second, calculating what I was going to do next. I raised an eyebrow at him, and he smirked back. As you wish, my queen, Arius answered. When Arius returned to his chair, I turned back to Adonis and said, you'll go back home, Adonis. Rissa and Leo will be away from the castle for the next week, so you can spend a few days before returning. Ari, baby, you won't deal with them yet. They need to believe that everything is normal for the time being. I can't simply go back. I left, and if I come back, Sin will destroy me, Adonis said. Not if you say you want to go look for something that will make him extremely happy. When you show Sinclair your little gift, he'll forget about his anger, I added. What are you planning, little mate? Arius asked. Looking at him, I said, something he won't see coming. What exactly am I bringing back to Sin, Anna? Adonis asked. I gave him a sneer and added, me. Chapter 40. Arius began chuckling, oh my love, you're so funny. He continues to laugh as he says, you're so cute. I have got an idea. Why don't I go to the Leaken Kingdom and put an end to him? You can't, Ari, I murmured softly. I can do anything I want. I believe you have forgotten that I am a god, and one of the benefits of being a deity is that I am not required to follow mortal legal systems. Death is too easy for him, I sneered. Arius arched an eyebrow and inquired, and what do you think would be a suitable punishment for our dear Sinclair, beautiful mate? With a chuckle, I answered, thank you for asking, my darling. I want him to believe he has won, and then I want to see the look in his eyes when we take everything from him. Sin feeds on power, and once he understands it's all gone, you can do whatever you want with him, Ari. Why do you want to hurt him, Amare? Arius asked. You aren't the only one who wants to defend their partner. It is now my turn to defend you and exact revenge. I also have a personal vendetta against him, and he believes I will die at his hands. In an instant, Arius grabbed me up and placed me in his lap, kissing all over my face. I disregarded our audience, giggling and enjoying Arius' touch. Why do you always put me on your lap? I requested an explanation. I want my perfect girl on me at all times, he explained. Do we have to sit here and watch this? Allegra said, rolling her eyes. I spun around in Arius' lap and responded by sticking my tongue out, just as she had done. Adonis, on the side, looked out of place during the entire encounter. Let's get back on track, ladies and Arius. Settle down, Akani told Arius, who was still kissing the side of my neck. What is your plan, Anna? Adonis asked, breaking the stillness. Present me to sin when you return me, Adonis. We can tell a lie that Arius is a terrible friend and that I wanted to get back together with him. Meanwhile, Arius can go see Abia to get a spell that will drain Sin's power and transform him into a mortal human, I explained. That could work, Adonis responded. No, Arius replied. Why not? I asked. Baby, no, he's going to want to touch you. I won't let him, I whispered, brushing my palm across his cheek. Arius lifted me from the chair and led us to our room, bidding a hasty goodbye to our friends. We traveled softly through the palace, and I cuddled into my mate's warm embrace. When we arrived at our room, Arius set me down and grabbed my chin, lifting it so I was staring directly at him. Without saying anything, Arius turned me around and untied my hair. He brushed my hair, braided it, and then tied a hair tie around it when he was done. Turning me back around, he made me stare right at him before grabbing his crown and my own and putting them in his safe. Coming back to me, Arius, with no warning, remarked, "You know you're my heart, right? It's yours to do with as you wish." "And I you," he replied to him. My entire life I have been with absolutely no one other than Abia, Akani, and Allegra. I've adored only them for the past eon. Even when I was near to losing my humanity, the only thing keeping me anchored was the hope that I might one day meet my partner. In all honesty, throughout the last 2 or 3 millennia, I was losing all hope until I encountered a certain dark-haired beauty. You came into my life unexpectedly, and I had no idea what to do but love you. I whispered, "What did you just say?" He grabbed my face, pushed us near enough to brush lips, and said, "I love you, Analise Kade, the woman of my dreams, the queen of my kingdom, my soul, my mate, and my entire world. I love you, Amare." I was sobbing by the end of his sentence as I reconnected with Arius. Snuggling into his neck, I continued to cry as he caressed my hair to calm me. When I eventually calmed down, I added, I thought my search for a soulmate had ended when I met Axel. Then I met Sin, and the majority of our time together was spent ignoring me, always angry about something. Finally, I met you, Athanasius Mortem, the man I'd been expecting for all my life. There's a saying that your first love comes at a young age, the second is harsh love, and the third is blind love. Arius, you literally appeared out of nowhere and have taken my life by storm. I've never regretted spending time with you since you taught me what true love is. I adore you, Ari, more than anything in the known universe. Arius laughed as tears flowed down his cheeks and continued, You mentioned my name. Do not laugh at my mispronunciation. It took me a long time to learn it, I explained. He laughed as he picked me up and spun me around in a circle. I love you, Arius said as he kissed my face and neck. I love you, I love you, I love you, I answered. We laughed and giggled until it wasn't amusing anymore, staring deeply into one another's eyes. His eyes darkened as the intensity shone clearly in them. Looking into Arius' eyes, I witnessed the dark side of his love for the first time. Instead of scaring me, it intrigued me. He pushed me against the wall, then pressed his lips against mine. I could feel that his kiss was more desperate and intense than our usual ones. Arius broke our kiss and said, Mine. Yours, I responded. He looked at me, his gaze unwavering, a silent question in his eyes. You go on and on about how much you want me, I said softly, testing him. When are you going to finally show me? You want me to show you, little girl? Arius murmured, his voice low. Uh-huh, I responded. A hint of a smile touched his lips. As you wish. He lifted me effortlessly into his arms and carried me toward the bed, his lips finding mine once more as the world faded away. Chapter 41. Arius held me, his gaze intense as he deepened our kiss, pouring all his pent-up emotion into it. His hands moved from my face, down my back, pulling me impossibly closer. He was showing me, without words, how much I belonged to him. His touch was both possessive and tender, a promise of his devotion. He was focused entirely on me, his expression one of deep affection and desire. My queen, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I looked up at him, and his expression was one of love. Arius lifted me effortlessly, carrying me to the bed and sitting with me on his lap. Ari, I whispered against his lips, overwhelmed by the intensity. Yes, you are my sweet little queen, Arius replied, rubbing a thumb gently across my lips. I clung to him, moving with him as a wave of sensation and emotion washed over me. The feeling was electric, a deep ache building between us. Please, I begged, wanting to be closer. What's wrong, Anna? Use your words. I said, I need you. He lay me gently on the bed and leaned over me, asking, where do you need me, baby? Everywhere, I whispered. Our clothes seemed to melt away, his touch gentle as he removed each piece, his eyes full of adoration. You look all pretty for me. You are so beautiful, Amare. He kissed a path down my neck and shoulder, his touch sending shivers through me. I gasped. I arched into his touch, my hands tangled in his hair. The feeling of his skin against mine was overwhelming, a perfect connection. Hold on, Amare. I have plans for you. A mysterious, gentle force seemed to hold me in place as his darkness wrapped around us, cocooning us from the world. Arius, I called out, lost in the delight of his touch. Remember the first time I met you, he murmured. I swore I would show you what it means to be truly cherished. To be mine. Today is that day. He kept me on the edge of a breathtaking precipice, his focus absolute, until he finally stopped. After releasing his gentle grip, he climbed on top of me, and I groaned from the sensation of being so close together. I want to feel all of you right now, I instructed. Now, don't be so impatient, little mate. I adore making you feel cherished by me. He moved, brushing his lips against mine, and I could feel the intensity of our bond. Taste the love I have for you, my queen, Arius said. I met his kiss, pouring all my own feelings into it. Arius smirked and pressed closer. Wait, I instructed, keeping him from moving. Arius looked at me concerned. Amare, what is wrong? Just a few minutes ago, you urged me to be closer. I want to feel all of you, I said. And you will. No, I mean both mind, body, and soul. Sorry, Anna, I'm not following, he remarked, bewildered. I want you to mark me. Chapter 42. Are you sure, little one? Arius questioned, moving some of my hair away from my face. More than anything, Ari, I replied, smiling. Arius pressed his lips on my neck, nuzzling it before kissing it to discover my vulnerable spot. When I moaned aloud after he nipped a certain area of my neck, he stopped moving. You are forever mine, Analise Kade, he said softly, biting down on my neck and marking it. Crying out, I arched my back as Arius kissed my lips. The feeling of his marking me quickly turned to pleasure as I felt impelled to grasp what was rightfully mine. After pulling my lips from his, I stretched my fangs to find his sweet spot. You are forever mine, Athanasius Mortem. Biting down on his neck, I marked him as Arius cried out. The entire mating bond clicked into place, causing me to experience what Arius was feeling. I could feel his own feelings turn to pleasure as his urgent need to complete our bond rose. I can feel you everywhere, Ari, I said. I know, mate, I know. Looking into his blue eyes, I screamed, Be with me now, my king. Arius said, As you wish, queen, before he finally joined our bodies as one. Ari, I cried out as our bodies became one. Amare, Arius breathed as he moved within me. My eyes welled up with the intensity of the feeling, a mix of overwhelming emotions as I held him close. My woman, he lamented. He kissed my skin, and I cried out, lost in the sensation, sure that everyone in the palace heard what we were doing. Ari's hair was in his face as we moved together. Being with Arius felt more right than anything I'd ever experienced. I groaned and murmured, closer. Arius spread his wings and flew us across the room, pressing me against the wall. He held me tightly, our movements becoming more desperate as I strained to hold on. Who do you belong to? Arius growled. I belong to you, I muttered, lost in him. Our new position intensified the feeling, and as we both approached our peak, I held him tighter, and Arius exclaimed in joy. So close, I muttered. One day, I will see you with my children. You'll be a beautiful mother as we start our family, he said. Now, my sweet girl, Arius said. Finally, we let go together. The world shattered into 1,000 points of light. When we were finished writing our high, Arius pulled me close and returned me to the bed. I nestled into him as Arius' wings wrapped around us like a blanket. I love you, Anna, Arius said to me, kissing my forehead. I love you too, I said. I'm going to make you say that all the time, baby, Arius grumbled. I giggled and snuggled closer to Arius's body as we both enjoyed the encounter. Arius interrupted the silence by adding, "You know your powers are going to come in now." I figured, I said in response. I'll promise I'll be there every step of the way, mate. I rolled on top of him and said I never had any doubt. Arius gave me his $1 million smile and brought me down, locking our lips. We exchanged a passionate kiss that revealed our deep affection for one another. When you go to him, understand that you will always be mine. You will be my wife, queen, and mother to my children. I know you have to do this for us, and I trust you because you are Analise Kade. I can never be his because I'll always be yours. We're forever bonded. I need to do this for you. Sinclair has to know how far I would go to protect you and our kingdom, I told him. Sinclair has no idea what's coming for him, Arius said with a smirk. I smirked at him before saying, enough of sin. At the moment, everything revolves around us. All about us, huh, Arius said, turning me over so he was on top of me. I placed my hands around his neck and whispered, don't stop, King Arius. With you, darling Queen Anna, I'm always ready. The rest of the night, the two of us were lost in each other, reaffirming our love until the sun rose. Today was for us, for tomorrow we shall go to war. Dear Sinclair Royal, I am about to shatter your universe. Chapter 43. Allegra, I remarked as we walked to the throne room for our meeting today. I don't care, she said, walking past me with her friend, Akani. Once inside, the three of us waited in the throne room for Arius and Anna to appear. I only need 1 minute of Allegra's time to explain myself. I understand that I do not deserve her forgiveness, but I would like to start a relationship so that I can earn it. We stood silently until the doors opened to show the underworld's ruler and queen. Anna donned a crimson gown with translucent glitter sleeves. Arius donned a plain black suit, the first few buttons undone, revealing his tattoos beneath. Arius still appears to be the same person he was years ago, but with a sparkle of contentment in his eyes. Given the obvious mark on Anna's neck, I assume it is her partner's courtesy. I know that my betrayal of him, when I followed sin, will not be quickly forgotten, but hopefully this can help bring about peace. Anna looked ethereal and unrecognizable from when I last saw her a few months ago. I could already tell that the throne suited her perfectly. It's almost funny that she and Sin had a little thing when I saw her with her real partner. Their love is both beautiful and lethal, and I am confident that if one is threatened, the other will stand by them. The plan is simple, she stated to everyone. Adonis will phone Sin and inform him about me. Tomorrow evening, the two of us will return to the Leaken Kingdom. The rest of you will go to Abia and bring her here to turn Sinclair human while I fabricate a story about wanting to separate from you. Sin will undoubtedly return, as he has a twisted fascination with my mate, Anna explained. We all looked at Arius, who appeared to be torn about her proposition, but nothing less than agreed with her. We do as my mate says, he said. I know this isn't the best time, but is that a mark on your neck? Allegra exclaimed. Anna got excited and screamed, yes, don't you love it? My sister asked Anna, so it's official then? Anna said, very official. Arius put his hand on Anna's chin and moved it so she gazed at him. He said, she is mine, just as I am hers. Forever. Anna flushed and said, Ari, baby, of course. Good, Arius replied. So, brother, it was finally time to settle down. I'm not sure how much longer I can put up with your possessive self, Akani said. Arius rolled his eyes and added, don't worry, my little obsession with my mate will take up all of my time. Arius looked at me, his eyes hardened and whispered, call him right now. I nodded and dialed Sinclair's number, switching the phone to speaker. Where are you? Sinclair yelled into the telephone. Let me explain, brother, I said. Tell me, did you abandon me like our disloyal sister? Allegra winced as I maintained a neutral expression, but my wolf exploded in rage at the remarks about his twin. Certainly not. I said, I'll return tomorrow night, and I'm confident you'll enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. You better, Sin murmured. I hung up the phone and looked up at Anna and Arius, who had the same smirk on their faces. Wow, they are so wonderful together. Anna gazed at Arius and his back as they had a silent talk before she addressed us. Let the game begin. Chapter 44. As I was tucking some items into the backpack I was bringing to the Leaken Kingdom, 2 hands curled around me before a head slipped down between my shoulders, nuzzling me and nibbling at my mark, causing me to gasp. Stop it, Arius, I have to go, I mumbled, but made no move to stop him. Please, love, do you need to leave? I still think I should take care of him and be done with it, Arius muttered, pouting like a kid. No, Ari. I want him to feel pain not just for you, but also for Allegra. He deserves a crueler punishment than death. Just wait until he learns what's happening to him. It will be completely worthwhile. Turning in his arms, I observed Arius considering the proposal I made, and he merely shrugged. I guess, but I hate that you have to be so far away. In response, I replied, don't worry, I'll be back in your arms soon enough, and we can both revel in Sin's demise. His eyes gleamed with malice, and he said, it will be wonderful. When I finished, I smiled and zipped up my backpack. Arius helped me put on the backpack before heading to the dresser to retrieve a beanie. When he returned, he placed it on my head and zipped up my jacket before kissing my nose. Wear your jacket at all times while traveling. I do not want you to get sick, Amare. I rolled my eyes and said, I'm a wolf, Ari, and our bodies were designed for the cold. I don't care. I want you to stay well and safe. And if that guy even touches one of your hairs, I'll unleash my fury on Earth. I love you, Mr. Protective, I confessed. I love you too, my pretty girl. I tried to kiss Ari while tiptoeing, but he was too tall to get near. Come down here, I begged. Arius giggled and said, look at you, you're so small. I pouted and said, fine, no love for you. Arius kissed me and said nothing else. He muttered to my lips, but who else will love my darkened heart? Only me, I replied, submitting to the kiss. Arius moved his hand down my back and onto my waist, squeezing me. Hey, I said. Arius smirked at me and said, you better get going if you want to make it there before nightfall. When I learned I wouldn't be seeing Arius for a few weeks, I clung to him. Until now, I hadn't realized how devoted I was to him, doing everything with him, and the only time we were apart was when he had to leave for work for 2 weeks. I snuggled up to his chest and said, I'm going to miss you, mate. Arius bent down to kiss the top of my head. Me too, little one. We stood there in one another's comfort before it was time for me to depart, and instead of walking, Arius shadowed us to the palace's entrance, where Adonis was already waiting. Arius grabbed my face from his chest, approached me, and said, destroy him, my queen. With pleasure, king. Arius teleported Adonis with one last kiss, bringing me as close to the Leaken Kingdom as he could. As the shadows encircled us before I vanished, I mouthed the words, I love you. He mouthed back, I love you too. When the smoke cleared, I saw we were in a white forest, not a green one. Where are we? I asked Adonis. About a day away from the Leaken Kingdom, he remarked. Let's get going then, I said. He nodded, and we began our tower walk through the freezing woodland in quiet, savoring the wonderful landscape and the small snowflakes falling from the sky. Adonis turned to me and asked, why don't we run with our wolves? I know you haven't run for a long time. Adonis was accurate. Even though I had only been in the underworld twice, I missed running in the forest around the midnight pack. It had been about 4 months since my last journey to the underworld, and it was as close as I could get to the experience of rushing in those trees. I removed my garments and put them in my backpack before transforming, and I grabbed the bag with my snout as I met Adonis in front of the tree. He turned his face to signify the direction we were headed, and I gave him a nod as he ran off, followed by me. The wind rushed by me as I let out a sigh of relief, reminder of the freedom of being my wolf. It would be one of the last times before my wolf was converted into a beast. However, there must be another kind of freedom flying in the skies, almost like jogging. I would miss being a wolf, but it was time to put that era behind me. We walked without pause until twilight, then rested for the night and lit a fire. I emerged from behind the tree after readjusting my clothes. As I approached the fire, I extended my hands to get warm, and Adonis did the same. "How can I get her to talk with me?" he asked. "Allegra," I questioned. "Yes. After what you did to her, if it were me, I would never speak to you again, I told you." In defeat, Adonis lowered his head and dropped to his knees. I looked out into the trees and remarked, "But that's not me. Allegra merely needs time to cool off. She is kinder than I am, and I know she misses her brother. You are twins, and your other half will join you when the time comes. Until then, just show her that you're on her side, not his." "I regret it all," Adonis confessed. "I know, I admit it, honestly. You can't go back into the past, only fix the mistake you made. Can I correct those mistakes?" "Probably not, but you'll repent for your future, I told you. I met Arius many decades ago." "He's changed now," Adonis explained. Hearing my friend's name made me pleased right away. "How so?" I asked him. "He's much happier." Arius, I knew, was cold and unfeeling, as if he lacked a piece of his soul. I believe that component has finally bonded with him. "He, too, is my other half," I explained. "Have you met your mate?" I questioned after a moment of calm. "No, but she is all I have ever wished for other than my sister's forgiveness." "I am sure your day will come, Adonis." He flashed a mournful smile before replying, "We should go to bed now. We have a hard day tomorrow." As I lay down to sleep, I wondered what my mate was doing right now, probably pouting and whining like a child since I wasn't there to hold him. I giggled quietly at the thought of that. Before falling asleep, I sent a whisper into the sky, hoping Arius might hear. "I love you." The next morning, we got up early to run the last hour. When we arrived at the Hidden Kingdom's border, Adonis laid his palm on the tree, revealing the shield that protected the lichens. When we got to the palace, we swiftly transformed back before entering to see Sin. "I have mind-linked him to meet us," Adonis warned. Outside his office, Adonis raised his hand to knock. "Come in," a voice said from within after he knocked. We walked in and noticed Sin perusing some documents with a glass of scotch in his hand. "You've finally arrived. What is this gift you're talking about?" Sin inquired, pausing as he noticed me. His lips parted in surprise as I prepared to showcase my Oscar-worthy acting abilities. Sinclair stood from his seat to stand next to his desk. Without thinking, I ran across the room into Sin's arms, shouting, "Sin, baby, I've missed you." He placed his arms around me and held me close to his body. I smirked behind his shoulder. "Sinclair Royal, you're going to fall." Chapter 45. Sinclair held me for a few more seconds in disbelief before regaining consciousness. He leans back from me, looking me fully in the eyes before placing his hands on my shoulders, gripping them tightly. "Why are you back, Anna?" Sin growled at me. "Please stop," I pleaded as if I couldn't break away from his grip in a second. "And tell me why should I?" I only said, "Because I love you, Sinclair." Gag. "Then why did you leave?" he said. "I'll tell you everything once you let go of me." Sin looked at me for a good second before letting go of his grip. "Tell me everything," he said, returning to his seat behind the desk. "Arius, as you already know, is my mate. I abandoned you because I was so enamored with the idea of having another mate. It was the biggest mistake of my life," I whispered, forcing fake tears to stream down my face. He was horrible to me," I wept. "Wow, I should receive an Oscar for this." In the open, he made me act like we were a perfect couple, but behind closed doors, he hurt me. Moving my hair to show Sinclair the mark on my neck, I continued, "One day, he wanted me to do something, but I finally stood up to him, and then he forced his mark on me. When I saw Adonis come, I knew he was going to be my saving grace and take me back to you," I told him. "Don't worry, sweetheart. I'm here, and with my help, you'll finally get your revenge." I offered him a small smile and said, "I missed you calling me sweetheart." Arius gave me this strange term, amare, and I despised it. "I love it. Adonis will take you to my room so you can settle down back into the castle." "Shit." "Oh, Actually, I would prefer my old room. Sin raised an eyebrow with suspicion and asked, and why is that? After everything I've been through, I'm still not really comfortable being so close to a male. I knew he wanted to answer, but couldn't because it would ruin his reputation as the perfect guy. Of course, Sin replied, almost mocking me. I grinned and followed Adonis back to my old room. Just as we were about to go, Sin called, Adonis, come back here after you drop off Anna. I need to speak with you. Adonis said, of course, brother. Finally, we left his office and went to my former room. Well, I think that went amazing, I told Adonis. He grinned at me and said, nice acting. Thanks, but now I just want to apologize to Ari for saying all those horrible things about him. I am sure he knows how you feel. He will certainly forgive you. So he has a sense of humor, I said to Adonis. He gave me a wink as we neared the door to my room. Everything he told me today will be told to you tomorrow. Adonis scowled and said, he's probably going to chew me up and spit me out because of how I left him. I offered a little giggle before saying, have fun with that. When Adonis left, I closed the door to my room before locking it and turned to find that all of my clothes and stuff had remained the same as the previous time I was here. I opened one of my suitcases and discovered a photo of Xavier, Aiden, and me inside. I laughed when Lucas took a photo of the three of us arguing about something. I placed the picture on my nightstand and dressed to take a shower. I went into the bathroom, turned on the water, and waited for it to fill up. When it was finally filled, I walked in and sat down, sighing and relishing the sensation of hot water. When I closed my eyes, my mind instantly went to my partner, and I felt a wave of longing. Mate, are you all right? Questioned a voice within my head. I was amazed when I heard his voice in my head and nearly splashed water from the bathtub. Arius? I asked. Yes, little one, I sensed your sudden wave of emotion. What's wrong? I was just thinking about you, Ari, I answered. Are you feeling alone, Amare? Arius inquired. Just focus on me. Talk to me, he instructed. I sent Arius my bond agreement. Tell me what you're feeling, little mate. I covered my mouth so Sinclair and anybody else outside couldn't hear me, trying to muffle my quiet sobs. I just miss you so much. I know, Anna. Just hold on. I'll be there soon. I let out a shaky breath, calming down. Good girl. I love you, Ari, I said. I love you too, my Amare. Go to bed now, mate. You've had a long 2 days, Arius told him. Okay, bye, I told him. Bye and stay safe, he said. I ended our connection as I got out of the tub to dry myself off. I had already changed into my pajamas and was getting ready for bed when I got a call at my door. Sweetheart, Sin said from outside my door. Simply wonderful. I approached my door and opened it to find Sinclair there. I was wondering if you wanted to have lunch, but it looks like you were about to go to bed, he said, looking at my attire. Yes, I am fatigued from the journey here. Rain check. Sure, he said, flashing me a phony smile. After he left, I closed the door and walked over to the bed, sliding into it. I lifted the blanket to my chin and called out to Arius again. Arius? Yeah, baby, he said swiftly. I miss you. I agree, baby girl, but you should sleep now. You've got a long day tomorrow. I'll try to get there by this week so you don't have to remain for so long. Okay, I said. Kisses, sweet girl, he said before ending our relationship. The tiredness from all the running yesterday finally hit me as the silence of my room lulled me to sleep. Chapter 46. Good morning, says the gentlest voice in my head, waking me up. Good morning, Amare, I remarked to her. I sat up in bed, brushing my finger through my hair to remove some knots. Are you going to ABS today? Anna inquired. Yes, my darling mate, I said. Looking up, I saw Akani trying to get my attention just outside my door. Hey, lovely. I've got to go. My foolish friend has called me, I murmured. Okay, goodbye. I love you and hope you're safe, she continued. Love you too. Anna broke the tie between us as I rose to greet Akani. Are you done moping around? He asked. I'm not moping, I replied in defense. Yeah, sure, he answered mockingly. I rolled my eyes at him and explained, if you must know, I was greeting my mate. Oh yeah, she and Sin are all alone together. Don't you wonder what he's planning? You know how sin is, Akani said, smirking. Even thinking about them together makes my skin crawl, and my jealousy flares up. My shadows reached Akani and grabbed him with both feet and hands. What the heck, Arius? Let me go. I trust Anna more than anybody else, but that vile serpent will do anything to get to me. Come on, Ari, I was joking. Anna would put him in his place if he tried anything. My shadows let him go, and Akani fell to the ground, moaning with frustration. You're correct. Isn't my girl just perfect? I remarked, coming into the restroom and beaming like an idiot. I should apologize to Anna for having an idiot, mate, Akani yelled from outside. I'll tell Allegra about the cabin last December, I said. You're terrible. You were supposed to take that to your grave. After brushing my teeth and changing into new clothes, I went outside to find Akani and Allegra. Finally. What are you doing in there, preparing for a fashion show? Allegra inquired, agitated. Might as well be, I said, looking down at my clothes. Allegra rolled her eyes and muttered, We need to leave now before Abia throws a fit. She's such a drama queen, Akani remarked as I teleported us to her house. Am I now? Said a voice behind me. Arius said it, Akani exclaimed, running behind me. Coward, Allegra murmured. Big sister, I said quietly, leaning down and kissing her cheek in greeting. Why have you not come to visit me with your cute mate? Abia asks. She is with Sin, I said. What did you do? Why do you think I did something? I replied, angry. Because you're a knucklehead, she answered. Says you, I said gently. What was that? Nothing, I promptly said. I thought so. Akani, why are you cowering in the back? Come out and make some tea, Abia instructed. Yes, ma'am, Akani said, walking to the kitchen. Allegra greeted Abia and hugged her before we sat at her circular table. So brother, tell me why your mate is at Sin's place, she instructed. Revenge, I answered simply. Of course, and that is why you have come here, because you need something, my sister said, lifting an eyebrow. I smile awkwardly at her and reply yes. Abia and I have a really rocky connection. Our mother, Gia, bore me into the earth when I was a newborn, so Abia has always taken care of me. I finally moved out of her house and took over the underworld, but I always came back to keep her company. Despite being much older than me, she has yet to find a partner, which has hurt her. I'll visit more, I promise, and this time with my mate with me, I warned Abia. She nodded as Akani appeared with a cup of tea. Abia took a drink of the tea after serving it to the group. So tell me, what is it you need? Can you make a leak in human? I asked. Of course I can. Arius doesn't slouch, she remarked. I'm not even slouching, I clarified. Yes, you are. Don't slouch. Allegra eats more. You're getting skinnier by the day, she said, grabbing some cookies and placing them on Allegra's plate. Okay, can we get back on topic? I asked. Oh, right. Who do you believe I am? Of course, I can prepare a simple human potion. Great, can you make it? I inquired. Fine, I'm getting annoyed by Sin too. Although, I want something in exchange, replied Abia. What do you want? That charm bracelet I liked the last time I was at your place. I'll give it to you the next time I'm here, I told her. Abia clapped her hands and turned to face Akani. Akani, go get me my ingredients for the spell, Abia stated, using her magic to give Akani the list. Why are you bullying me, Abia? Akani commented, grumbling. Maybe because you mixed 2 potions together when I explicitly told you not to touch to blow my kitchen up, Abia replied in disagreement. You'll have your ingredients in 30 minutes, Akani announced, springing from his seat to grab the paper and hurry out. Arius, dear, go up to your room and nap. You look exhausted, Abia said, leading me into my bedroom. But I began speaking. Do as I say, boy. Fine, I whispered as I headed into my room. I left Allegra and Abia and returned to my old room to complete my sister's request. Baby, are you there? I asked Anna in my mind. Hi, Ari. Why are you calling? Anna asked and promptly responded. Just my sister babying me, I explained. I put my head on the pillow and looked up at my starry ceiling. I wish I was there. Me too, mate. I got to go, Ari. The psycho won't leave me alone. Be safe, I advised. Don't worry, Adonis is my new accessory to keep me from sin. Good. Kisses, love. Kisses. My sister was correct. I felt tired after a 4-hour nap. When I woke up, I went to see if the potion was finished. I strolled over to the living room and questioned, "Is it done?" Abia rolled her eyes and told me it was done 3 hours ago. Sleeping Beauty. Why didn't you call? You needed to rest. Now that you're rested, here's the potion, Abia said, handing it to me. Thank you, I responded, hugging her. You better come soon. I will, I said. Take care of all of you, Abia said. We returned to the castle for one final stretch. It was time for Sinclair Royal to fall. Chapter 47. I spent the next week with Sin and Adonis, hoping to persuade Sin that we were on his side. So far, the fool believes all we say about our animosity toward Ari. Sinclair has been pressuring me to move into his room, but I've kept making excuses about not being ready to be around a man like that. Sweetheart, are you ready? Sin inquired from outside my door. A few months ago, I would have appreciated that nickname, but now it disgusts me. Almost, I remarked as I finished my makeup. After repeatedly denying Sin's request to go on a date, I finally consented so he wouldn't suspect my hesitant behavior. I've been putting off telling Arias about my date because I don't want him to worry about me, but it's now time. Ari? I questioned. Little love, is something wrong? Well, I promise you will not be angry, I said. What did you do, Amare? Arias speaks. Nothing. I swore. Sin has been pestering me to go on a date for the past week, and I finally couldn't refuse him any longer since he was becoming suspicious, I told him. What? My baby is going on a date with another man, Arias explained. I could see he wasn't happy on the other end of the link. Yeah, so can you hurry up and save me? Don't worry, darling girl, I'll be there today and Sinclair Royal will regret ever getting his eyes on what's mine, he informed me. Love you, Ari, I said. I love you too. Remember to wear a jacket. The Leaken Kingdom can be cold. Angry, I said, stop babying me, Ari. I'm a wolf. We were born to withstand the cold. I don't care. Stubborn. I overheard that, mate. Don't worry, I'll remind you of that comment later, but I need to leave now. Be a good girl, and if Sin attempts to touch you, put him in his place. Bye, Ari. Remember to be firm, he started, but couldn't finish because I had severed our bond. I rolled my eyes at my friend's antics as I walked to the door. Before opening the door, I grabbed a jacket and slid a small knife inside the inside pocket. Sinclair stood outside wearing casual clothing and his golden hair in untamed curls. I love Arias' black dress shirts with the buttons undone so I can see his tattoos. Incredible. I offered Sin a phony smile and said, Hi. Hello, sweetheart, he said. Where are we going today? I said as we walked through the palace halls. Do you remember the place where we had our first date? Sin inquired. Yes. We just have one date. Of course I do, I answered. I was wondering if we could go back and to that cafe for lunch. It sounds perfect, I said. Perfect because people surround it, and I am confident you will not try anything. We walked peacefully into town until Sinclair broke it. They still have those chocolate croissants you loved, Sin told me at the time. Wait, really, I love those, I said, smiling with joy over the chocolate heaven. Yeah, we can order them today, he answered. We continued our walk to the cafe and were eventually seated outside in the same spot as before. I browsed the menu and ordered seafood pasta, while Sin chose fish. After the server took our orders, I waited for my margarita to complete my lunch. Tell me about your time in the underworld, Sinclair asked after they'd served my drink. I took a quick sip and replied, if it's okay with you, I wouldn't want to remember that moment in my life. I just need some information to help you get your revenge. I quickly rolled my eyes and said, well, at first, he was incredibly nice and treated me like a queen. About 2 weeks later, everything changed for the worst, and you know the rest of the story. Sin looked at me suspiciously as I put on my best sad and sorry face. It must have worked, for Sin went on to talk about trivial matters. Our lunch arrived, and despite my lousy company, the food was delicious. After we finished our dinner, our chocolate croissants arrived, and I bit into them and sighed with delight at the explosion of flavor on my tongue. You better not be sighing like that, Analise. It's from a chocolate croissant, Ari, I told him. Hey, don't eat his croissants, only mine. It's from a cafe, Ari. Now, shoo, or you'll give me away. Are you alright? You kind of blinked out, Sin inquired. In return, I responded, yeah, just enjoying my croissant. Sin glared behind me as I turned to see what he noticed. Adonis was approaching us and taking a seat at our table. Thank God. What are you doing here, brother? Sin asked. Can I spend time with my friend and brother? He spoke with mock innocence. Anna and I are on a date, Sin stated. No. That's okay. I don't mind, I replied. Sinclair groaned in his seat, and Adonis shot me a knowing look. As Sin dipped his head to text someone, I mouthed thank you to Adonis. He nodded and mouthed, no problem. When Sin was ready to say anything, the ground trembled, and lichens shrieked as the trees fell. People were running towards the middle of town, where we were, and I looked at Adonis, who gave me a puzzled look. I shrugged and rose from my seat to follow them. When we arrived, the whole lichen population had gathered in the town center, and Sin was walking to the front. Do not worry, everyone. We have everything in control. Sin began, but was interrupted in the middle. As Sin returned to us, Adonis smirked as black smoke rose from the woods. What is happening? He exclaimed, hysterically. Oh, sweetheart, you're about to meet your maker. Instead of fleeing the smoke, I moved towards it as it engulfed me like a blanket. Hello, my lovelies, I've missed you, I replied, beaming at the lovely creatures. A winged being flew from the sky and landed directly in front of me, as everyone stared at him in fear. He was completely transformed, radiating power and revealing his horns and red eyes. Everyone except me was terrified of him. No. You deceiver. When I get my hands on you, I'm going to make you pay. Shin yelled at me. I turned to Sin as I heard Arius move up behind me, placing his hands around my waist. He lowered his head to the side of my neck and kissed me. You'll have to beat me to make me pay, and with your weak skills, I doubt you could do that, I chuckled. Arius let out a small laugh before staring up at Sin. He murmured a dark, hello, Sinclair. Chapter 48. Arius, Sinclair said, growling. My friend smiled as he glanced at Sinclair, saying, as usual, pup, I've outperformed you once more. Arius turned to look at me before turning back and saying, wait, I apologize. This time, it wasn't me, but my lovely pal. Isn't she a sneaky little thing? Arius booed my nose with his finger and kissed the tip, and I rolled my eyes at him. You lied to me, Sin stated. You said that as if it were a major surprise. Come on, you didn't trust what I said, right? I answered by lifting an eyebrow. So, he didn't actually hurt you? Sin asked. Wait, what? Arius queried, his expression charming and confused. I grinned sheepishly and said, I had to make it believable, baby. He pressed his lips on my ear and murmured, don't worry, beautiful girl, you'll pay for that later. Blushing bright scarlet, I snuggled closer to his body, hiding my blush against his chest. My needy queen, Arius sang in my mind. Save the flirting for later, Ari. Or we could ditch this party and let them seal his fate. I ignored Arius and turned to Sin, who was staring at him with contempt and disgust. His reaction infuriated me, and I yelled, get that dirty look on your face, Sinclair, before I silence you. He approached Adonis and said, how could you, little brother, after everything I've done for you? Everything you've done for me, everything you've done for me. Are you kidding, or do you really only have 2 brain cells, Sin? You disowned my twin after she met her mate. You've constantly looked down upon me for the past centuries. How dare you think that I would be on your side, brother? Adonis yelled at the Lichen King. Does our blood bond mean nothing to you? Of course, Sin. I love you, but I will no longer be an accomplice to all of your crimes because of your stupid jealousy of Arius, Adonis remarked. Sinclair snarled, I am not jealous. Arius burst out laughing, drawing everyone's attention to him. Oh, I'm sorry, continue, he urged, covering his lips to hide his laughing. You really have a habit of laughing in the wrong moments, I mumbled to Arius. He simply shrugged and gave me a wink. I backed away from him and approached Sinclair. When I was standing in front of him, I put my finger under his chin and drew his face close to mine. You are a little boy who acts like a fool because he just realized that there is someone who gets more attention than him, I told him. Sinclair growled as I continued, but do you want to know anything, Sinclair? No matter how hard you work or how much you desire it, Arius will always outperform you. A better man, a better mate, a better king, and most importantly, the most powerful being on the planet. And you, sweet Sinclair, you are a worthless creature that my Ari can squash like a bug, I added, flicking his nose before returning to my companion. You have the potion, right? I asked Arius in my thinking. In my pocket, Amare, he answered. Good, I said quietly before cutting the connection between us. I came to a stop, grinned at Arius, and turned around to dash toward Sin. I took out the knife I'd hidden earlier this morning and positioned it at his throat. Why should I let my friend have all the fun? Nobody challenges my mate and gets away with it, but I have a far better plan for you, I murmured into the ear of a fallen Sin. Sinclair tosses me off his body, and I fall to the ground on my back. I quickly stand up, raise my brow at Sin, and offer him a venomous smile. Let's play, Sinclair, I said, whirling around and dashing in the opposite direction as I changed into my wolf form in the middle of the run. I hurry across the woods, weaving in and out of the trees. I could hear Sinclair's leakin close behind me, trying to catch up. Arius shrieked, A&A into my head. You cannot outrun him in your wolf shape. He's a leakin, Amare. Don't worry, Ari, I won't be a wolf for long, I told him. What dash, but before he could finish, I broke our bond. I rushed through the woods before screeching to a halt and racing full speed in the opposite direction. Sin fell to the ground, unprepared for the rapid change in movement. We resumed our pursuit just next to a lake. I knew I couldn't keep this up for long since Sin's leakin was closing in on me. Shit. Babe, I know you want to make a dramatic entrance into the world, but can you hurry up? I spoke to my subconscious. Sin howled behind me as I used the rest of my speed to create as much space between us as possible, but I knew he'd catch up with me soon. I tilted my head towards the water and looked in the mirror to see my deep blue eyes. I love you, Arius. You transformed my world from black and white to one full of colors. I whispered into the bond, unwilling to hear his painful response. And that's when I realized it. My brilliant blue eyes have been replaced with an angry crimson tint, matching my friend's. Finally, it's time. I want mate, echoes in my head. Hello, beast, I said. And with that, I transformed. Chapter 49. My wings sprouted from my back, my horns appeared on the top of my head, and my body was wrapped in a gorgeous dark gray gown. I raised myself into the sky and looked down to see Sin howling in wrath as he watched me soar away. Turning my head, I flew back home. Not the location, but the individual. My individual. When I returned to the packed area, I realized that Arius had completely changed and was wearing a furious expression. I lunged into his arms, toppling both of us over. When he realized I was safe, he threw his arms around me and pulled us both up, allowing me to sit on his lap. Look at you, pretty baby. You look absolutely ethereal, Arius said, his hands resting on my small horns. I nestled my face in the crook of his neck, wanting to please him and make him forget my prior actions. I answered by kissing his neck and murmuring, I love you. I love you too, Amare. I gave him an award-winning smile and moved in to kiss him, but Ari drew away. He raised an eyebrow and said in my head, We'll talk about what you just did when we get home. I didn't do anything, I said. Oh, really? So you didn't just run off with a grown leakin chasing after you? Well, I beat him, I confessed. Arius placed his palm on my chin and raised my face, allowing me to look him directly in the eyes. Never risk your safety again, little friend. Understood. I nodded and buried my face in his chest. Okay, I said quietly against his body. Good girl, Ari said, kissing the top of my head. Now, darling, get up. We're about to have a furious puppy coming our way. Arius stepped up and offered me his hand, which I accepted. One of his wings curled around my torso, keeping me close to him. Sin rushed into the clearing, hiding behind a tree, and emerged in new clothing. He charged at us, but Arius pushed him away with his shadows. "You're like him, a freak," Shin yelled at me. Before I could react, Arius uncurled himself from me and said, "I could give two cares about anything you say to me, but when you say something like that to her again, I'll make you choke on those words. You are nothing to her. You're a piece of dirt while she's the sun. Disrespect her again, and I'll remind you exactly how powerful I am. I hope we didn't miss the show." "I can't believe you took over 2 hours to do your makeup," a voice said behind us. "I'm sorry, but I don't wake up looking this good." "Well, I do, but that's beside the point," another voice remarked. I looked back and noticed that the rest of my family had joined us. Akane and Allegra were arguing as a couple, with a couple of lichens bound behind them. They bound Carissa and Leo with silver chains, which must have scorched their skin. "Oh, perfect, your minions have arrived as well," Arius informed Sin. "Nellie, please help us," Rissa begged. "You should have thought about that before aligning yourself with him," I said, my voice firm. Her fake friendliness drained away, leaving just wrath on her face. "An aberration like him shouldn't exist," replied the lady. "The only anomaly I notice is that you, Arius, and his sister came before us all. So, if anything, we are all aberrations, not them." She snarled and was about to say something nasty about my friend, but I ordered Akane, "Put a muzzle on her, please." Her voice makes me want to gouge out my eyes. "Shut her up," Arius cried out. "My mate has the prettiest eyes, and they're not getting ruined on my watch." I rolled my eyes at him and muttered to Allegra, "Your turn." She sneered at me and walked over to Sin. "Hello, big brother, have you missed me?" she asks. "Still lowering yourself for a demon?" Arius and Akane intended to attack Sin, but I stopped them before they could. "This is her fight," I told them. "Oh, and he's an amazing partner. You should be so lucky." "That's my girl," Akane explained. "It is over for you now." Allegra remarked, "I have my phone ready to capture your face when you realize you've been punished." I removed the potion from Arius' pocket and handed it to Allegra. I took her phone and returned it to my friend, who nodded. "I'll take the picture," I said. "Thanks, babe," she said, as I blew her a kiss. Arius tightened his shadows in anticipation of Sinclair's escape attempt. "You've crossed the line before, but not like this." Arius was about to end you, but Anna stopped him, "So you should thank her," Allegra stated. Wait. His punishment is far worse than death for him," I explained. "You're so right, Anna. I forgot how much of a power-hungry monster my brother is," Allegra said to me. "What's going on?" Sin remarked, trying to pull Ari's cuffs and becoming irritated. "Well, my dear brother, I believe you've had your immortality long enough. Your desire for power has finally come to an end." Allegra told Sinclair, "Have fun being human." Snap. Akane and I both photographed Sin's expression when he realized what was going on. "Oh my, this is gold. I'm going to make this my new wallpaper," Akane said, chuckling. "Send it to me, brother," Arius cried, dying of laughter next to me. "Open your mouth now," Allegra said, unscrewing the potion lid. Of course, Sinclair would not cooperate, so Allegra summoned me. "Anna darling, a little help." I approached them, seized Sin's jaw, and forced his mouth open as Allegra poured the liquid inside. I closed and covered his mouth before kicking his stomach, causing him to swallow. Sinclair passed out shortly after ingesting the potion that would make him human. Arius, Akane, and Adonis reached us, and we all gathered around the fallen Lichen King. "What now?" Adonis inquired. "You become king and take care of the two behind us," Arius said, pointing to Rissa and Leo. Adonis spluttered before saying, "What?" "You are next in line for the throne since I'm pretty sure Allegra does not want it," he told me. "Yep, it's all yours," Allegra agreed, backing up my friend. "What will you do with him?" Adonis inquired about Sin. "Oh, I have just the perfect place for him," I remarked, smirking. "What is going on in your devious mind?" Ari inquired, curious. "You'll have to wait to find out," I said, winking. Arius told Adonis, "We'll be in touch," before reaching down to take up Sin. Allegra approached to hug Adonis. "I have not forgiven you yet, but we are on the right track." "Keep in touch," she said. Before Ari turned to face me, The four of us had reached the edge of the Leaken Kingdom. Where are we heading, gorgeous? The Dark Moon Pack. Chapter 50. The shadows had dispersed by the time the five of us reached the edge of my previous pack. Arius carried Sinclair on his shoulders. After transferring Sin to Akani, Arius approached me and wrapped his arms around my waist. Are you ready, darling queen? He asked. MHM, I responded, tiptoeing in to kiss him. Arius pressed his nose to mine before pulling away and gripping my hand. Let's go, he responded. As we went with Akani and Allegra behind us, I let my wings sprout from my back, just like Arius did. We entered the pack's main quarters, where everyone was gathered for the weekly pack meeting. Everyone stood up, alert to the intrusion, but Arius's shadows lured them all back into their seats. Who are you? Axel queried from the podium in front of the crowd. Lilith stood next to him. The two of them couldn't see my face since I was standing behind Arius' huge body. I'll ask again, who are you? Axel stated when Arius did not answer. Watch your tone, boy. If you speak to me like that again, I will make you pay and then make your life terrible in the underworld. I put my hand on Arius's forearm to calm him down, knowing that he was already worried about meeting my first partner. I stepped out from behind him and exclaimed enough. Anna, Axel said in wonder. Lily stared at me, so I raised my brow in response. The young boy in Axel's arms was most likely his son from Lily. I motioned for Akani to lower Sinclair so that the pack could see him. Everyone was startled as they recognized who it was. Is that not the Alpha King? A member of the pack asked the audience. He was. Now he is just a regular old human who will spend the rest of his natural life here, I informed him. Why should we listen to a homewrecker like you? Lily asked. I stretched my wings and flew squarely in front of her, casting shadows around her throat. Sweetheart, I am the queen of the underworld, and my mate is a god. I want nothing to do with you or your friend. Sinclair has been a nuisance for Arius, so I'm simply taking care of the trash. I released my shadows and returned to my lover, who looked at me proudly. Arius motioned a pack member over, saying, "Get him out of my sight." Sin was snatched by a pack member and led to his new quarters with the help of another. The rest of you are dismissed so that I can speak with your alpha, Arius informed the pack, finally liberating them from his grip. The crowd thinned quickly as the four of us approached Axel and Lily. What was your name again? Arius questioned Lily. Lilith, or you can call me Lily, she announced confidently. Right. Lila, sweetheart, I know my beautiful mate made all of her threats, but that won't stop me from ruining you after her, he replied. Lily widened her eyes and announced, It's Lily. Arius looked at her with surprise and said, I don't care, Lila. Is he your second chance, mate? Axel inquired beside Lily. I laughed and said, Oh, he's my first. You were simply a pawn in the moon goddess's envy of my partner. It was always going to be me and me, even if you accepted me as your mate. Why would the moon goddesses be jealous of someone like you? Axel inquired, disgustedly staring at my friend. My eyes flushed red at Arius' contempt, but before I could answer, he had completely transformed into his beast. Because I am a god, and Celine is a minor goddess because my sister and I were born. Our mother created your tiny planet and species. She's jealous because Celine just controls werewolves, whilst I control all of death. So, little pup, it is taking everything inside of me not to punish you severely, but since my queen has requested you to be spared, I will abide by her wishes. Axel and Lily shuddered at Arius' genuine appearance and quickly nodded in agreement. I walked into my friend's arms and whispered, Baby, you are scaring them. I'm bored, and we finished delivering them so we could go home. I tiptoe and whisper in his ear, I want to go home, Ari. Arius leaned down to pick me up, and we went into the darkness without a second glance. We dropped off Akani and Allegra before Arius took us somewhere. When the haze cleared, I realized we were on the cloud from our first date. I looked at Arius and said, I love it here. Me too, Amare, Ari muttered, reaching down to the cloud. He proceeded, up in the clouds, where no one can see or hear us. We can finally be at peace, I said as Arius sat beside me, pulling me close. He wrapped his arms around me, and I rested my head on his chest. He placed his face against mine, laying his forehead on it. I whispered, "I love you," into his lips. "I adore you too." "More than you could imagine," Ari responded. I brushed my fingers through his hair and said, "I'm so happy to be with you, my king. As I am with you, my queen." We spent the rest of the night in each other's arms, savoring the feeling of being together. Chapter 51. A year later. It has been 1 year since the Sinclair disaster. Sin has wreaked a lot of chaos, and he and Axel are battling over who should be in charge. The two selfish men prevent everyone in their community from living together. It's amusing to see Sinclair live his life as a person. My darling Anna was correct. This was a harsher penalty than death. In her situation, I've been helping her to develop and master her new powers. She and I have made substantial progress in our relationship. With no more impediments in our way, we've spent most of the year developing our kingdom and spending time together. I pushed the hair away from her face, displaying a stunning face. Her eyes were closed as she slept soundly on my chest, snoring quietly. I lowered my head and kissed her on the forehead, drawing circles with my thumb on her cheek. Her body was covered in a thin white sheet from the previous night. "Ari," Anna murmured in her dream. Knowing that my girl was thinking about me in her sleep made me very happy. Analise needed as much sleep as she could get, especially given our big day today. "Te amo, Regina Mea," I said softly to her. Anna shifted around in my arms before sliding on top of me and snuggling into the crook of my neck. I focused my sight on the diamond on her finger, which always reminded me of the day I proposed to her. "Ari, where are we going?" Anna asked as I brought her to the roof of our palace. I put my hands beneath her knees and hoisted her off the ground. "It's a surprise, Amare," I explained. "You know I can fly by myself now?" she inquired. "I know, but I love you in my arms," I told her, winking. Anna rolled her eyes and kissed my cheek. I sailed into the sky and directed the two of us to our cloud. When we landed, Anna asked, "Why are we here, Ari? Why do you want to be in our special cloud?" I teased her. "Of course, I want to be here, silly. I was wondering why we were up here. To look at the stunning view of our kingdom." Anna looked around and said, "It is beautiful, isn't it?" "Gorgeous," I replied, taking the ring box from my pocket. I got down on one knee as she turned around to say something, but the words became trapped in her lips, prompting her to gasp in surprise. Tears flowed down her cheeks as I continued. "I've spent an eternity alone, with only 3 people by my side for some of the years. I waited for my mate during the first few centuries of my life, but gave up when I discovered you weren't there. It made me angry and hateful that I had to live an unending life, but now I am grateful because I will spend it with you. Forever isn't enough time to spend with you, my beautiful girl, so will you do me the honor of marrying me?" "Yes, yes, yes," Anna said, falling to her knees and hugging me. I broke away briefly to lay the black diamond engagement ring on her finger before wrapping my arms around her forever. "Arius," my voice drew me from my thoughts. I turned to see Anna waking and said, "Good morning." "Good morning," she said quietly, pressing a kiss to my lips. "I need to get out of here before Allegra figures out I sneaked out to see you," Anna stated to my girlfriend. "I think she's gone more psycho over the wedding than the two of us," I said, getting out of bed to grab Anna a robe. "Leave it alone, Ari. She needs this after everything that has happened with her family." "I understand, sweet mate. You had better get your cute little self out of here. I will see you in the aisle." Anna scurried out of there, kissing her goodbye, and returned to her old room in the palace. God, I can't wait to marry her. Anna's POV. I spent the day getting ready for my big day. My hair was flawlessly curled, and I was wearing my crown and veil. I chose a natural makeup look and adorned my body with some of the crown jewels. I wore a gorgeous ball gown suitable for a queen. I slipped the heels on and got up to look at myself in the mirror. A small tear dropped from my eye, but I caught it before it wrecked my makeup. I smiled at myself with satisfaction. I was set to marry my sweetheart in just a few minutes. Allegra approached me from behind, commenting, "You look ethereal, Anna. Arius will undoubtedly be heartbroken when he sees you." I looked at her and said, "Thank you." She kissed my cheek before exiting the room and taking her post. I took one last glance at myself, knowing that the next time I saw myself, I would be a married lady. I followed the majestic entrance into the throne room. As the music started, Allegra and Zephyra, my two bridesmaids, entered first. Finally, it was my turn. I entered the room and fixed my sight on my future husband. As I approached Arius, tears streamed down his cheeks. I couldn't stop smiling as I strolled down the aisle. My parents, along with all of my old and new acquaintances, had taken their seats. I walked without my father to show that I was equal to Arius. Walking down the aisle, I could see both my past and future. Ari arrived when I needed him most and exceeded my expectations. Today is the day I'll become Analise Mortem. I fell in love with a man whose heart was dark and feared by many. But at the end of the day, aren't we all a little darker? Epilogue. Arius, stop it, I replied, laughing. No, I don't think I will, Arius replied, kissing the side of my neck. Ari lowered his head to my ear and whispered something sweet. Just as Arius was pulling me closer, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Arius asked, agitated. Daddy, a tiny voice called from outside. Oh, dear, Arius sighed, rolling off the bed as I stood up to open the door. What are you doing out of bed, baby girl? I inquired, picking up my youngest. Can I sleep with you and Daddy, Mommy? Asteria asked me. How could I say no to my precious doll? Of course, darling, you know you're always welcome with us, I replied, kissing her adorable, plump cheeks. Arius emerged from the bathroom after calming himself down and quickly proceeded to pick Asteria from my arms. Arius cooed, multum magna princeps in Latin. My little princess. Our daughter, being the daddy's darling she is, cuddled herself into his arms. Ari tenderly kissed her on the head and guided her to our bed. Just as I was preparing to saunter to the bed, I heard 2 pairs of feet dash into our room. My 2 babies jumped into my arms and called Mama. I groaned and chuckled at their combined strength. My boys are getting so big, soon I won't be able to carry you. I led them to the bed and lay down beside Ari and Asteria, with Jupiter next to me and Orion in the center. Little devils, have you come to join us too? Arius questioned the youngsters. They nodded enthusiastically as we kissed their heads. Jupiter was the oldest of the triplets, with Orion in the middle and Asteria, our little diva, being the youngest. Arius had gotten me pregnant almost as quickly after our marriage. He was utterly enamored with my pregnant belly, and when I began to show, he hesitated to leave my side for fear of injuring me. Jupiter and Orion, like their father, were treacherous yet attractive. They consistently achieve what they seek while also protecting those they care about. And, like their father, the 2 are overprotective of their younger sister, even though Asteria does not need protection. Asteria, the 3 siblings' ringleader, has an angelic face yet looks just like her father. She can get her brothers and Arius to do whatever for her. Even I, at times, can't resist her alluring attractiveness. Daddy, I think I want a boyfriend, Asteria stated during supper one night. In your dreams, princess, Arius said sarcastically. Asteria's eyes widened when Arius said no to her for the first time. Small tears welled up in her eyes, and I knew we were in for a breakdown from our little diva. Daddy's right, Asteria. No boys, Jupiter said, encouraging Ari, who got a nod from Orion. Asteria rose from her seat and slipped into my lap, tucking her head into the hollow between my neck and head. Asteria, baby, they're just kidding, I informed her. No, Arius was about to speak when I gave him a harsh look. You can have a boyfriend when you are as old as me, I whispered into her ear, brushing away her tears. Promise? She asked. I promise, I murmured while kissing her. Arius and our lads all rolled their eyes at my remark, but I gave them a look to make sure they didn't say anything else to Asteria. Baby, Arius whispered, moving up to kiss my cheek. Mama, both Orion and Jupiter replied. They had a disgruntled expression on their faces before motioning for me to stoop down. I followed their instructions, and when I reached their level, they kissed my cheek like their father. Are you copying, Daddy? I asked my demons. Of course, Mama, Orion answered as if it were the simplest thing in the world. We have to learn how to be big and strong like them so we can protect you and Astra, according to Jupiter. Oh, my babies, I responded. Until you are daddy's age, I'll be the one protecting you guys and your sister, not the other way around. The two people nodded, but I'm sure everything I said went in one direction and out the other. Jupiter and Orion preferred to ignore some of what Arius and I mentioned. They raced off to play, and Ari gave me an ashamed smile. I rolled my eyes at him before walking away. I smiled at the recollections and strengthened my grip on my family. Arius' wings wrapped over us like a blanket, ensuring our safety. This small room contained my entire world, including the love of my life and my beautiful children. I love you, Arius announced to us. I love you, I responded, prompting 3 further comments from our children. Life could not get any better than this.